Chapter 449, Lifeline. Chapter 449, Lifeline. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. Everyone introduced themselves to each other after they walked into the City Hall of White Mountain City. It was interesting to see how Anthony and Marino, two old friends, interacted. They took a long look at each other and suddenly laughed together. They shook hands, laughed at their previous confrontations, and just let whatever had been between them go. After sitting for a while in the conference room, Anthony and Marino excused themselves. Seeing Anfey and other young men, they felt their time had passed. It was undeniable that these young people already had the power to change the situation in the country of mercenaries. In the future, they would become more experienced, powerful, and mature. They could become a force to change the world. Anthony and Marino felt they were really getting old. Blavi and others all knew how Alice acted on the job. They knew she would immediately go directly to the topic, so they followed Anthony and Marino and left the conference room. Besides Alice, only Anfey, Christian, and Susanna remained. Anfey was the leader of the League of Mercenaries, while the other three were the executives. They had to manage everything in the League. Look at your face. You must have collected a lot rewards. As everyone expected, Alice could not wait any longer to get to the topic. Alice, like everyone else, knew herself well. She knew she had to put herself 100% into work to make herself feel better. Yes, 120,000 gold coins in total, 20,000 gold coins more than you thought, Christian said. So, Alice, you should be happy now, right? Exactly 120,000 gold coins? Alice asked. Yes, Susanna answered. That is strange. Alice thought a little bit and laid her eyes on Anfey. You did not take them from those merchants, did you? Susanna was surprised that Alice guessed it right. How did you know? She said. Of course she knows. It is exactly 120,000 gold coins, no more and no less. If they were the rewards we collected from the war, how would it be exactly 120,000? Anfey said, smiling. Alice, I do not think it is appropriate to say take from them. Christian tried to explain in a low voice. We did not force them to fund us. They volunteered. Christian vividly described how eagerly those businessmen wanted to fund them. Susanna had not been there with Christian, but she found him funny and laughed. Did you write them receipts for the loans? Alice asked in surprise. Huh? Anfey was shocked for a second. It would robbery if I did not write them receipts. Alice, don't worry. They were pretty good about it. The loans could be paid back in 20 years without interest. If we could take over Blackwater City, we would be able to have control of the country of mercenaries. 120,000 gold coins would be nothing. I could even get 1,200,000 gold coins, but... Alice interrupted Anfey. Do you understand how to maximize your interests? Anfey, don't take it personally. It is okay if Christian and Susanna do not understand, but you should understand. Alice sounded a little harsh. Anfey and the other two were shocked. Susanna was worried Anfey would get mad. She even nudged Anfey. In fact, Susanna did not have to worry, because Anfey was very calm, reasonable, and able to acknowledge his mistakes and correct them. If what Alice said was good for everyone in the league, no matter how harsh she sounded, Anfey would be okay with it. Anfey believed people made improvements by correcting themselves and learning from the mistakes. Alice, do you mean? Anfey asked quietly. He was not mad at all. Instead, he reflected on what he had done to provoke Alice. I am sorry, Alice said bitterly. She lost her cool a bit out of jealousy, but she immediately realized what was wrong. She tried to sound nicer. Let me explain. In fact, the palace and business arenas are just like battlefields. Anfey, take you for example. What do you want when you fight someone? You want to minimize your damage, but give your opponent a fatal strike, end the battle in the shortest time, and terrify your opponent, right? Anfey slowly nodded. What Alice said was all basically right. This is also about maximizing your interests. If those businessmen eagerly signed the magic contracts with you, it shows you could have asked more from them. That is, what you wanted was way less than what they planned to give. That is why they eagerly tried to fund you. Alice, are you saying we fell into their trap? Christian looked confused. But we did get gold coins from them. Susanna could not understand why signing magic contracts and received 120,000 gold coins would be losing. She did not think they lost anything. We could have gotten more from them. We lost what we should have received. That is losing. Alice sounded somewhat serious. Businessmen are good at calculations. No one could be better than them. After pausing for a second, Alice continued, take this time, for example. They made you guys appreciate them with only 120,000 gold coins. Our league is worth more than that. Anfey, 120,000 gold coins can be a lot of money for any of us. Do you think 120,000 gold coins are a lot of money to our league? I bet you I could spend them in 2 days. Anfey rubbed his nose and tilted his head. He and Christian exchanged glances. Anfey said, with a serious look, Christian, you'd better learn from Alice. You will need it in the future. Christian did not know whether he should cry or laugh. He turned around and ignored Anfey. Alice rolled her eyes. Can you guys be serious? I thought you would have good vision, but you are not even as good as those merchants. Anfey cleared his throat and straightened his back. Christian and Susanna put on serious faces too. If we could have control of the country of mercenaries, we would have control of the magic crystals and the lifeline of the whole pan-continent, Alice said. Wait a second, Alice. Anfey planned to hear out Alice's analysis, but had to interrupt her now. We can't have the lifeline of the pan-continent. Do you understand? Alice looked at Christian, since we are talking about it, can I add some of my personal comments? Christian chuckled. Alice, you can say whatever you want to say. Anfey stopped Alice again. Alice, you don't have to say it. We trust your judgments. What we need to talk about now is whether we would be able to make up what we lost. In fact, Anfey still did not get the point, but he knew he needed to stop Alice from making comments. They were all friends, and Alice was acknowledged as one of them. If she needed Christian's permission to speak, her comments must be about Yolanthe and be shocking for everyone. She might offend Christian and Yolanthe. Alice was smart, so she realized she lost her cool again. She did not seem to be able to calm down after she found out Anfey killed Archmage Michael. She knew she missed a man she could depend on for her whole life, a man who could be one of the most powerful men in the world. Regrets, envy and other negative feelings had been bothering her. She had not been able to look at Susanna because she was afraid Anfey would notice something unusual about her. She was not able to take care of other things. Christian shrugged. Actually, he secretly felt relieved. He was more nervous than Anfey had been. As a prince, he was responsible to protect the dignity of his royal family. If Alice's comments offended his family, he had to step forward and condemn her, but that would hurt his relationship with Alice and Anfey. Not hearing Alice out did not seem appropriate either. He was in a dilemma. Anfey held the highest leadership position in the League of Mercenaries and was in charge of development of the League and appointments for the battles. Alice was in charge of administrative issues. Christian was in charge of coordinating mercenary units. Because of his special background, everyone would accept whatever he said. 3 of them had developed very clear-cut duties. This triad shaped and balanced relationships. Christian realized maybe this was the most reasonable and stable way for the leadership of the League. If their relationships were destroyed, their future would be gone as well. Let me think. Alice frowned. I have an idea. I just don't know if it would work. Anfey did not know much about business, but he was very smart and flexible. He thought of someone, and that person gave him an idea. However, the idea sounded a little too passive because it needed those merchants themselves to feel bad about it. Anfey did not know if it would work. Why don't you tell us about it? Alice looked up. I know a businessman. He is the boss of the Cloud Chamber of Commerce. His name is Arlango. He listens to me, but he went to buy food. Once he comes back, I can ask him to donate some gold coins to us, but, Anfey sounded a little hesitant, would the donation look too fake? Businessmen only care about their interests. How could they donate money for no reason? No, it is not fake. I can show Arlango how to do it. Alice's eyes brightened. When will he be back? Soon. He should be back in few days, Anfey said. Where did he go to buy food? No matter whether he went to Mayho Empire or Elazan Empire, it would take him at least a month or 2, Alice said. I knew we would face a lack of food, so I asked Arlango go to Death Roaring Legion and Shield of Light Legion to see General Barry with an object that he could recognize as mine, Anfey said. Buying and selling military supplies is a serious crime, Alice smiled, but, I take back what I said. You do have good vision. Forget about it. Anfey was not too happy about Alice's comment. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 450, Emotions. Chapter 450, Emotions. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Anfey and Christian walked side by side down the small path. Kumaragosha followed them with a small group of mercenaries. Anfey didn't need protection, but Kumaragosha insisted that walking around alone did not befit his status. Everyone was different when it comes to having guards accompany them. Some people, like Nuyoheim and Michael, prefer bringing guards along, even though guards were unnecessary, because they saw the guards as a display of power. Others, like Yolanthe and Saul, liked to keep to themselves and draw as little attention as possible. Because of Saul's influence, his students did not like drawing too much attention to themselves either. Even though they all held power now, none of Anfey's friends hired any guards or maids. "Spring is coming," Christian said, looking at a nearby tree. "Christian," Anfey said, smiling. "You've talked about everything from legends to schools to prostitutes. What are you trying to get at?" Christian smiled. "I just think we haven't talked in a long time." "We can talk for an entire day if you want," Anfey said. "I'm just curious what has you so worried." Christian smiled and shook his head. He stopped and glanced at the mercenaries. Seeing he had stopped, Kumaragosha stopped the mercenaries just out of earshot. "All right," Anfey said. "Let's talk. Tell me, don't lie. Have you slept with any of the women here?" "What?" Christian asked, surprised. "Tell me honestly," Anfey said. "I've only been to bars a handful of times," Christian admitted. "And I only went to drink." Anfey smiled. "I'm not surprised," he said. "You're a good person. But even you must have urges." Christian blushed. "I don't have time to think about anything else," he said quietly. "Everyone thinks I'm so talented, but I'm not talented. I need to work very hard to achieve what my peers achieve easily." He paused, turning away from Anfey and muttering under his breath, "Sexual urges are natural." "Do you go to bars then?" Anfey asked. "That's blavy," Christian said, shaking his head. "I don't have time. All I need to do is meditate to calm myself down." Anfey frowned. "You need to let go a little once in a while. I'll talk to Blavy about it." "No," Christian said. "I don't want to do that. There's no need making those girls' lives worse." "It's their job," Anfey said. "The mercenaries risk their lives every day. Don't they deserve pity as well?" "It's not the same," Christian said. "No one wants to be a prostitute if they can help it. The girls didn't choose this. Society forced them into it. I am sure none of them actually enjoys their job. And the slaves. Their lives are even worse than the prostitutes." Anfey nodded. "Good," he said. "You're worried about the people's lives." Christian said, "I want to think about things from the point of view of normal people," he said. "Gives me whole new perspective." "You really hate slavery, don't you?" Anfey said. "If you become the successor, you will abolish the practice?" "That's too far in the future," Christian said. "Let's just pretend it has come true," Anfey said. "Tell me. What will you do?" Christian thought about it for a few moments then sighed. "I won't do anything," he said. "Why?" "It's too risky. The nobility are all slave owners. So are the officials and merchants. Even some commoners own slaves. I cannot fight against an entire system by myself. If I want to do it, I will do it slowly. I will change the law to, say, free the slaves' children. If that works, I will wait again for the society to accept those children and make new laws to ensure the slaves' safety and give them more rights. I would need to take things slowly and make sure every step is taken after society has come to terms with the previous step." "So complicated," Anfey said, frowning. "It's not just complicated," Christian said with a smile. "There is no way a ruler can completely abolish slavery by himself. This is a collective effort made by everyone in the society and the generations to come." Christian paused and sighed. "Let's talk about something else. I can talk all day about this." "I like your plan," Anfey said with a smile. This conversation reminded him that he did not have the mind for politics. Even though Christian was inexperienced, he was still a better politician. Anfey made a mental note not to get too involved in politics. "It's not good," Christian said with a sigh. "Did someone say something?" Anfey nodded. "Blavy said you got angry with them yesterday. Heard you're scary when you're angry." "I knew it," Christian said. "What did Blavy say?" "I understand why you did what you did," Anfey said, "but isn't it a little too much?" Christian frowned. What happened wasn't exactly Blavy's fault. He was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Blavy had gone to the bar with Ozik and Tiger. Tiger was flirting with one of the barmaids, but the maid didn't know who Tiger was and ignored him. Tiger found the owner of the bar and complained, causing the bar owner to punish the maid. The maid grew angry and said some insulting things in her anger. Tiger grew angry as well and kicked the maid. Because he was too strong, the kick knocked the woman unconscious. Christian happened to be passing by the bar and heard the commotion. He became very angry after learning what had happened. "You scared Tiger," Anfey said. "Tiger has been with us for a long time. Plus, the woman was at fault as well. She shouldn't have insulted him." "I cannot allow this," Christian said sternly. "Everyone is different and I don't want to be too strict, but I don't need to cause chaos in this city." Blavi also brought up the fact that you're still single, Anfey said. "And I agree with him. Do you have anyone in mind? Do you know why Grandon and Wester are still unmarried?" "Grandon is in love with Naya, but I don't know anything about Wester." "We are princes," Christian said. "Marriage is the most important decision we can make in our entire lives. No one wants to rush into this decision. I'm waiting. Which is why I'm jealous of you and Susanna. You can decide your own destiny. You cannot let her down." Anfey frowned, then smiled. "Is this what you want to talk to me about?" "Alice always acts strange around you," Christian said. "I think we both understand why. You're my friend and so is Susanna. I don't want to see a rift between you two." "Don't worry," Anfey said. "Susanna is true to herself. She is loyal. Sometimes she rushes into a decision that may not be the best. Some may say she is immature, but I like it. Alice, on the other hand, thinks too much. I trust her because right now she works for us. Her thinking benefits us. If one day I become a useless old man or do something horribly wrong and become the most hated man in the world, Susanna will still stand by me. Alice would never do that, and she knows it." Christian nodded. "That won't ever happen, though." "It doesn't matter," Anfey said. "That's what is different about them. For me, Susanna is irreplaceable. So you must have noticed Alice." "So?" Anfey said with a shrug. "If that maid you saved wants to marry you, will you do it?" "No," Christian said, "but that's different." "I won't either," Anfey said. "Susanna had been protecting me for so long, it's my turn to protect her." Christian nodded. "I trust you, of course," he said, glancing at Anfey's window. "I'll go now. Susanna must be waiting for you." "Is that all you wanted to talk about?" Anfey asked. "Alice. Don't worry about her," Anfey reassured him. "She's a very sensible person. She won't let her emotions get in the way of the alliance. She values this more than we do." "Really?" Anfey nodded. "If this falls apart, we can go back to Meho Empire. The mercenaries can keep being mercenaries. She has nowhere to go. She is too smart, which is why she won't do anything that may potentially undermine the alliance." Christian nodded. "All right," he said. "I'll see you tomorrow." "Sleep tight," Anfey said with a grin. "We'll be busy tomorrow." Christian nodded and hurried off. Kumaragosha sent some of the men to go with Christian. The mercenaries like freedom, but a lot of the mercenaries had already gotten used to being guards. Anfey went to his room and discovered to his surprise that the unicorn was lying in his bed, its head hanging low. Susanna was sitting next to it and petting it. "What's wrong?" "I don't know," Susanna said, shaking her head. "I heard it stopped eating. They sent it back because they couldn't take care of it anymore. They had left the unicorn at Stormenberg under Alice and Marino's care because they couldn't bring it along." "Have you asked Wei Wei?" Susanna nodded. "He said it's probably because it's maturing. He said you should spend more time with it." Anfey sat down on the bed and stroked the unicorn's head. The unicorn whimpered but did not do anything else. "Let's keep it close for a few days," Anfey said. "We need to go to bed now. It's going to be a busy day tomorrow." Susanna nodded. She moved over to help Anfey take off his coat. When she saw the way he was looking at her, she jumped. "Why are you looking at me like that?" "No reason," Anfey said with a smile. He leaned over and pressed a kiss on Susanna's cheek. "Just thinking about how much I adore you. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 451, A Man of Action. Chapter 451, A Man of Action. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Alice hosted another meeting about expansion. The League of Mercenaries had been established recently, so there should not have been any bureaucratic issues yet. Alice neither loved holding meetings nor tried to strengthen or show off her position in the League with meetings. Alice called the meeting because this was the perfect timing. They had just fulfilled their last plan and needed to reflect on it and make a new plan for the league. They would work best with specific plans. Because Anthony had just joined the league, Alice did not know where his seat should be in the conference room. She felt it was inappropriate to seat him just anywhere, so she rearranged the tables into 2 circles. This way there would be no focus on their titles and positions. Everyone could just pick their own seat. After receiving the meeting notice, Anfey and Susanna immediately went to the conference room. Anthony and David did not wait either. Alice spent some time to reflect on their last plan. She did not have combat power and was only a magic apprentice, but she was amazing in other areas. For example, her voice was so strong everyone could hear her talk from the beginning of the meeting to the end. Her voice had been clear and pleasant. There was no sign of it getting coarse. The more she talked, the more energetic she looked. To be honest, if it were Anfey, he probably would have ended the meeting earlier. He knew he could not do what Alice was doing, so he asked Alice to be the CEO. Anfey was completely a man of action. He believed in fighting rather than talking. When he led everyone to escape from Sacred City, he never spent any time teaching that group of rookies a lesson. He showed the bloody and cruel reality to them, which forced them to grow and mature. If Anfey were asked to give a speech or talk about politics, life, or dreams, it would be as hard as walking up to the sky. Assassins were good at giving one fatal strike without leaving any possible danger for themselves, which totally influenced how Anfey acted. He never talked at length in any formal occasions, and tried to make it as short and clear as possible. When it was close to noon, Alice suddenly changed the topic and laid her eyes on Anfey. Master Anfey, in terms of our next development plan, what do you think? I do not have a plan yet, Anfey said. Right now, our opponents are Morta and Batusaman. Which one should we pay more attention to? You are the leader of the League of Mercenaries. You should be making the final decision, shouldn't you? I have asked Arlango to socialize with the Storm Mercenaries, but he has not come back yet, so I do not have detailed information, Anfey said. Arlango again? Is he that trustworthy? Alice asked slowly. In fact, during the talk last night, she referred Anfey as you without showing any special respect. It sounded more comfortable for both of them, but today in the conference room, Alice dared not miss adding respectful phrases in front of Anfey's name. I am not sure he would be so trustworthy if he had better choices, but right now, Anfey smiled, we can trust him. Master Anfey, when did you ask Arlango to socialize with Storm Mercenaries? Anthony suddenly asked. Before I came to White Mountain City. Master Anthony, did I do anything wrong? Anfey looked worried. No, nothing wrong. It is just unnecessary, Anthony said. I have worked with Batusaman for dozens of years. I know him well. He acts aggressively and seemed to have a hot temper. In fact, he fakes his anger. He is actually very cautious and smart. Master Marino, what do you think? I agree with you, Marino said. Batusaman has seen what happened in the country of mercenaries for the past few days, Anthony said. My guess would be he has been thinking about his future and where Storm Mercenary Group will head. The news that Master Anfey killed Archmage Michael with one strike went around. After he checked the authenticity of the news, he should feel terrified and lose his courage to fight. I myself was stunned the other day when I saw Anfey killed Archmage Michael with one swing of his hand. Batusaman was only a senior swordsman. Master Anthony, are you saying we should fight Batusaman first? We could force him to surrender to us to get rid of our concerns and then attack Blackwater City with full force, right? Blavi asked. Too much work involved. I only need to send 2 people over to talk to Batusaman. He will make the smart choice. Anthony slightly frowned. He did not like the word surrender. If he pressured Batusaman to surrender to the League of Mercenaries, wouldn't he be doing the same thing as Batusaman? If Anfey or Christian used the term surrender to describe his situation, he would have definitely argued with them, or at least show he was not happy about it. He could fight for the League of Mercenaries, but no one could think little of him. Which 2? Alice asked immediately. Master Marino and I, Anthony said. Alice's eyes moved very fast and then stopped on Marino. Marino was quiet for a while before he slowly nodded. Master Anthony, how sure are you about convincing Batusaman? Alice asked. Not very, maybe 60%, Anthony said. I do not agree, Christian suddenly said. Master Anthony, you have told us that Hotchbeni from Tiger of Taal Mercenary Group has been sending her people to see you. I am sure she must have sent people to Storm Mercenary Group. If Batusaman has decided to be on the side of Tiger of Taal Mercenary Group, Master Marino and you would be in danger. We cannot have you guys take unnecessary risks. If someone has to see Batusaman, why don't you let Zubin and Feller to see him? Zubin is calm and Feller is smart and flexible. They can work very well together. Lord, I do not mean to look down upon anyone. If the talks went sour, Marino and I would still have a high chance of escaping. It will be too dangerous to send you guys over there, Anthony said. As I have said, I know Batusaman very well. He could be as aggressive as a furious tiger, but also as timid as a mouse. We have Master Anfey to back us up. He dares not do anything to us. Even he already had an agreement with Morta, he would reconsider after he heard the news that Archmage Michael has died. One more thing to consider, Marino said. We have been dealing with each other for dozens of years. Whether we are friends or enemies, Master Anthony and I could be more convincing than you guys. Then, I will have you two work on Storm Mercenary Group. Thank you. Alice made the final decision when she saw Anfey did not have any intention to disagree. Right now we only have one opponent left. Any report about Blackwater City? I have sent people over there, but it is too far from here. I think they will not come back for a couple of weeks, Long said. I know a little bit about what is going on in Blackwater City, but not too much, Anthony said. At this point, Tiger of Tao Mercenary Group is much more powerful than before. A large number of elves and druids went to Blackwater City. It would be hard to conquer the city. Besides, Scarlet has led troops to Blackwater City. If we had to attack Blackwater City, Scarlet would definitely join the battle, Christian said. Are you worried about Scarlet's troops the most? Anthony asked. Yes, Christian said. I do not agree with you guys. I worried about the elves the most, Anthony said. Why? Alice stared, her eyes wide open. Not only Alice did not understand, neither Anfey and others. Given their fighting ability, Scarlet's troops would be decisive. Elf Empire has not come out for thousands of years. They were never involved in any confrontations. This time they acted very aggressively. They must have some intention we do not know, Anthony said. In addition, they have been training for many years. No one knows what skills they have. With the support of 3 druid tribes, they could be terrifyingly powerful. We need to be careful. Only wolf druids will be on their side. Bear and eagle druids would not be on their sides, Anfey said. Master Anfey, do not feel offended if I say it too directly. Why do you think bear and eagle druids will not be on their side? Anthony said calmly. You can trust us because we can talk openly. Do you know what elves want? Do you know what druids want? No one in this conference room could answer those 2 questions, not even King Yolanthi. We have worked with Bruzeriano for a long time. He is an honest and upright old man. He is very trustworthy, Christian said. I have seen Bruzeriano. I agree with you, but I still have to say Bruzeriano could only represent himself instead of bear druids, Anthony said. I heard Wolf King Manstally sent people to ambush Miss Susanna, right? Bruzeriano was very angry after he heard about it. He even claimed to cut off any relationship with wolf druids. Anfey slowly nodded. It is really a great idea, Anthony said. The druids were divided. Some will fight against you, while some are on your side. No matter what happens in the future, they would attain their maximum interests. If you win, Bruzeriano could come out to mediate between you and druids. Seeing what Bruzeriano had done for you, you probably could not kill wolf druids. If you fought to a draw, what would happen if your trustworthy friends stabbed you in the back? Anfey and others were all shocked. Even Alice was so shocked that she could not comment. Great idea. Anthony kept repeating his comments. All the confrontation would end up in losses, wins or draws. We would not even have to talk about it if they won. They could protect their own interests and their peers even if they lost the battle. It means you lose if the battle ends up indecisive. Bruzeriano is not that kind of person, Blave refuted as he shook his head. Anfey felt a shiver down his spine. He had to admit that he was very subjective about druids because of Bruzeriano. He thought druids were his friends. That was why he was exceptionally enraged when he learned Manstally sent people to ambush Susanna. He felt he was sold out by his friends. There was saying that bystanders knew better than the people involved in the situation. Anthony was not influenced by Bruzeriano, so his view seemed to be more sophisticated. Anfey suddenly realized that Yolanthi was so sophisticated that he must have seen it too, if Anthony could realize this about druids. What did Yolanthi think? Did he trust Bruzeriano? Was there any strategy or compromise involved in this issue? I do not think Bruzeriano is using us, Rizka stepped out to support Blavi. You guys are still too young and easily go to extremes, Anthony said with a smile. What I am saying is we can trust Bruzeriano, but not completely. This way we still can protect ourselves and fight back if anything happens in the future. Master Anthony, you are right, Anfey said firmly. Rizka and Blavi had planned to argue with Anthony, but after hearing what Anfey said, they kept silent. I have been working in the country of mercenaries for dozens of years. I am not forcing you to listen to me because I am older than you. I think anyone who is willing to put everything on the table is actually trustworthy. If I do not know what the other party wants, I would never trust him, Anthony slowly said. Especially elves. Don't trust them. Why are you saying that? Alice asked in surprise. As you know, many years ago, Elf Empire controlled this continent. Unfortunately, they were not very motivated. They spent most of their time on so-called arts and lost their fighting ability big time. Anthony paused. After they got weaker, you know what they suffered. I do not think I need tell you the stories about them. Humans came into control of the continent, while elves became the entertainment for the humans. For the past 1,000 years, no one knew how many elves were killed by humans. As you know, elves were very proud. The generations of humiliation and hatred accumulated. Once they broke out, it would be more terrifying than forbidden spells. They had control of the continent, and they have been wanting to recover their glory since they are so proud. If they could successfully take over the continent, humans would suffer a big time. If they are not part of my family, their hearts must be different, Anfey said in a low voice. Wonderful. Anthony complimented Anfey. This is exactly what I meant. But elves all love peace, Blavi murmured. In fact, these young people felt bad for what elves had suffered. When Anthony described elves as evil, they could not agree with him. If you had suffered humiliation and hatred for thousands of years, would you still love peace? Anthony said coldly. Anfey looked cold and distant. When Susanna was ambushed, there were elves and druids. What elves shot out were not olive branches. Everyone remained quiet in thought. Anthony saw the air was getting too intense. He tried to lighten up the atmosphere. Maybe I made it sound more serious than it should be, but I still want to reiterate that we can trust them, but not completely. I hope you know what I mean. Anfey took a look at Anthony. He found that all top-level powers in this world were not easy to deal with, except for Silly Desright. The top powers did not only have strong fighting ability, but also special understanding and principles. There seemed to be more suspicion about the honest and generous Bruzeriano. Anthony's warning made sense. The reason they would trust anyone was because they wanted that person to be on their side, but they could not completely trust that person in case they were not able to protect themselves or fight back, and end up in a worse situation. Anthony's warning showed he sincerely wanted to work with Anfey. It seemed like it was time to claim his Duke title once Barry got back to White Mountain City. It seems like we cannot attack Blackwater City right now, Alice said. At least not before we have more information about them. We cannot attack Blackwater City without thinking of the consequences, Anfey said slowly. Master Anthony, do you have any spies in Blackwater City? Yes, but now they do not report to me anymore, Anthony said. Right now, David is the commander of Glory Mercenary Group. Anfey was shocked when he heard what Anthony said. It took Anfey a while to get what Anthony meant. Maybe Marino had said something to Anthony, or maybe only David could get along better with the young people in the League of Mercenaries. Anthony had delegated his power to David. Master Anfey, I will send the reports to you once I receive them, David said. Thank you. Anfey nodded. I will let Long and you be in charge of the reports. You guys can get together and discuss how to collect more information after the meeting. I understand, David said. It's already noon. Let's end the meeting. Anfey looked around. Suddenly, someone outside the conference room excitedly called Anfey's name. Master. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 452, Wings. Chapter 452, Wings. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. The long line of carriages and carts stopped on the square in front of the government building. Arlanga had brought only 100 guards and mercenaries when he left, but he brought back many more this time. He also was accompanied by hundreds of soldiers from Manhwa Empire. A lot of guards and soldiers were bloodied, and Arlanga was injured. Clearly, the trip back had not been an easy one. Arlanga jumped off of his horse and hurried over to Anfey, bowing. Alice frowned when she saw him. She did not like men with no backbone. A man like Arlanga could betray his former allies and was capable of more betrayals in the future. Men like Arlanga were not trustworthy. So this is Arlanga, Alice said quietly. Anfey nodded. Is it true he founded Cloud Chamber of Commerce? It's true, Anfey said. Why? That means he must be of able mind, Alice said. I don't understand. Why is he doing this? Who is he acting for? Anfey smiled. He knew exactly what Alice was talking about. Arlanga's head was wrapped and his robe was tattered. He looked like he had just stepped off of a battlefield. I have all the food, my lord. Arlanga said loudly with a bow. Anfey frowned. He hadn't sent Arlanga to transport food. Arlanga made that decision on his own. He had Arlanga contact the Shield of Light Legion because he wanted to shorten Arlanga's trip. The way Arlanga was talking made Arlanga seem like he was only a food merchant. Good, Anfey said with a smile. You must have had a hard trip. Let me introduce you real quick. This is Alice. She is in charge of all the internal affairs in the Alliance. You will report to her about supplies. Lady Alice, Arlanga said with another bow. Alice nodded and waved her hand. She glanced at the carts parked in the square and frowned. There's not enough, she said, turning to Anfey. I can go find some more, Arlanga volunteered eagerly. I'm used to running around. I'd rather be out all day than sit around. No, Alice said, shaking her head. I have other plans for you. Come with me. Arlanga froze and glanced at Anfey. Anfey nodded and shrugged. Arlanga sighed and followed Alice, his eyes shifting, trying to think of a reason why Alice would want to talk to him. Those are members of the Roaring Death Legion, Kumaragosha said, looking at the soldiers. I know, Anfey said, nodding. Even though the soldiers were not flying a flag, they were very different from the Shield of Light soldiers. They were wearing dark armor and had not moved since their arrival. If you give them to me, my lord, I can. You know I can't do that, Kumaragosha, Anfey said with a sigh. Barry would kill me if I do. This is what we received, Jarek said, handing a file over to Scarlet. It doesn't look good. He was an average-looking young man and did not speak with a commanding voice that was common among royalty. Scarlet flipped through the file and frowned when she read the last page. She reread the file and sighed. That Alice. This is true? It's not just her, Jarek said, shaking his head. I don't think anyone dared to defy Anfey. I'm talking about the genius part, Scarlet said. There's only one person befitting of this title for me, Your Royal Highness. Jarek frowned and did not say anything. The Alliance is new. They are trying to expand as fast as possible by absorbing different mercenary groups, Scarlet said. Which means they are also absorbing conflicts. Mercenaries are free-spirited. They believe in themselves and freedom, which meant they despise rules. If old conflicts are not resolved and new conflicts accumulating. This is a miracle. You're forgetting about Anfey, Jarek said. Mercenaries worship freedom, but they also worship the strong and the powerful. I know, Scarlet said. He is a terrifying opponent. He could not have worked this miracle by himself. He needed other helpers. If Alice is in charge of internal affairs, she must be one of his best. Jarek's gaze fell to the ground and he did not say anything. I'm surprised. How did she manage to keep the mercenaries from murdering each other? How can she manage such a large organization so smoothly? Scarlet paused and turned to Jarek. Your Royal Highness, I want to promote a soldier right now to lead my army. Are you kidding? Do I look like I'm kidding? Soldiers are just that. They don't have the ability or the experience to lead an army. Alice has got to be one of the best Anfey's got, Scarlet said. We both know that a capable person is never born capable. Ability comes from years of experience. It's either that Alice is so good we cannot find where she came from and who she is, or it's because you are hiding something from me. She is. Jarek hesitated. Who is she? She's Matarofa, Jarek said quietly. Scarlet froze. She had been expecting this, but it still came as a shock. This is why you insisted on meeting with Hotchbody, isn't it? Scarlet said with a chuckle. You knew this, and you didn't tell me? Scarlet, I don't know why you hate her so much, but she is still my sister. Jarek said. Which is why I didn't kill her back then, Scarlet said. It seems like I have made a mistake. I won't make the same mistake again. When the time comes. Why? Jarek asked loudly. Because she is about to become Anfey's wings, Scarlet said. You and I both know what she's capable of. She could have become my wings, Jarek exclaimed. She wouldn't, Scarlet said, shaking her head. She would have never worked for you. I am the only one, Jarek. Don't forget. You're not her only brother. But she. Scarlet sighed. She walked over and took Jarek's hands. You are too kind, Your Highness. Can't you tell how much of a threat your sister is? His Majesty wanted her to become Princess Regent, but do you think she would stop there? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 453, Unexpected Visitor. Chapter 453, Unexpected Visitor. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. A dark figure landed on the walls of White Mountain City and observed the activities inside the city silently. A patrol team walked by him, but no one seemed to see him. The figure was a tall, middle-aged man. He was watching the patrol and did not do anything. He appeared no different than a normal person at first glance, but his odd nature became apparent upon closer inspection. His skin was more smooth than a normal person's, and he had no facial hair. He raised his hand, and a ball of gray gas gathered in his hand. He waved his hand and the ball flew towards the patrol team, engulfing the entire team in dense mist. The patrol kept walking for a few moments before stopping in the mist. Anfey was sitting in his room and meditating, but the sudden wave of magic surges interrupted his meditation. His eyes blinked open and the elements that gathered around him quickly dispersed. Another patrol team walked by and noticed the first team. The leader of the second patrol team frowned and called out, "What are you doing there?" "Are you slacking?" another mercenary called, grinning. "You'll be in big trouble if Lord Yi finds out about this." Mercenaries in the first patrol team slowly turned around to face the second team. Mercenaries in the second patrol discovered, to their horror, that all the mercenaries' eyes were shining with a strange red light. The war against the dead had been raging for a while now, and all the mercenaries had experience fighting zombies. It was not hard for them to figure out what had happened. Before they could do anything, however, another wave of dense fog descended onto the mercenaries, turning them into statues. The middle-aged man on the wall chuckled under his breath. "How interesting," he said. "There is no one on the Mage Tower." The Mage Tower was one of the most important structures in a city. During a battle, it was up to the mages in the Mage Tower to protect the city and its people. The towers were also a place for the mages to rest. Mages in the Mage Tower could increase the power of the soldiers. When there wasn't a battle, the towers were responsible for detecting magic surges and serving as a lookout. The Mage Towers in the city still hadn't sent out a warning, meaning they were not manned. Michael's Mage Tower was only half complete and did not have all the functions a Mage Tower should have. The League of Mercenaries did not have enough money to continue building the towers. Taking the incomplete tower down, on the other hand, would be a great source for extra materials. Mercenaries in the two patrol teams converged and turned down a street. The middle-aged man levitated into the air and followed the mercenaries. Before he could go far, however, he was stopped by a flash of fire shooting towards him. The man did not panic. He raised his hands and waved them, summoning a large bone shield. The firebird crashed into the shield and broke into scattered elements. The man's eyes widened. An arrow shot through his hand and his shield, planting itself in his cheek. Thick blood slowly seeped out of the wounds on his hand and cheek. The man grabbed the arrow and gently pulled it out. Then he whispered something under his breath, and his wounds began healing quickly. Anfey flew towards the middle-aged man, his entire body surrounded by loose elements that were attracted by his magic use. The man did not turn to leave or fly towards Anfey. He remained where he was, watching calmly as if he was watching a show. He originally didn't come here for a fight. He came here to scout and to find out more about the city. However, the arrow had angered him, and he was ready to accept the challenge. He knew how powerful he was. Even people like Berzeriano could not take him on alone. He was used to being powerful, and he was confident in his own skills. Anfey watched the middle-aged man. As he approached the man, he clenched his fist and swung it at the man's face. The man summoned another bone shield. The shield was darker than normal shields but seemed to be glowing. Anfey's fist crashed into the bone shield. The elements around him scattered, but the shield was still good as new. The middle-aged man, however, was thrown back by the attack. Anfey lunged towards him, swinging his left fist and sending a column of wind towards the man. The man suddenly disappeared and reappeared a few hundred feet away from where he was before, watching Anfey coldly. Anfey frowned. It was very hard to fight with mages because of mages' ability to teleport. It was almost impossible to kill a mage because of how good they were at escaping. Anfey clenched his teeth and chased after the man. Suddenly, a dark red wand appeared in the middle-aged man's hand. Anfey did not see him do anything with the wand, but a sharp bone lance appeared in the air between them. The lance flew towards Anfey. Anfey did not slow down or back away. As the lance flew closer, he raised his hand and knocked the lance out of the way. Before he could do anything, however, he suddenly realized that his vision was growing blurry. Anfey frowned but did not stop. He didn't need his vision in a fight. He could sense his opponent without it. The middle-aged man raised his wand and whispered something. Anfey felt his body growing heavier as the man chanted. Magic surged above and around him, and a bone cage appeared out of thin air. The cage surrounded Anfey and quickly shrunk in size, trapping him. Anfey spat. He could sense the magic surging, and he should have been able to get out of the way, but because of the man's spell, his body was too heavy and he couldn't move quickly enough. The bone cage had already formed by the time his fist made contact with the cage's elements. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 454, I Hate Magic. Chapter 454, I Hate Magic. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Black fog swallowed the bone cage. The man grinned and raised his wand. Suddenly, he realized that something was approaching him. He had been alive for hundreds of years and had more experience than most people in the world. As soon as he detected it, he summoned 2 bone shields around himself. A few moments later, Anfey appeared behind him and swung his fist at the man. Anfey crashed through the bone shield and his punch landed on the man's shoulder. The man grunted and his figure tumbled in the air. Both of them were smart men, and even in a fight they could still calmly analyze the situation. The man was shocked by Anfey's magic and the fact that he was able to teleport to him without any magic surges. Anfey was shocked by how strong the necromancer was. Even though he wasn't using his full strength and the man had summoned a bone shield, Anfey was still confident that he was strong enough to take out a mage. He knew that he had not caused as much damage to the man as he wanted. This man was a very dangerous opponent, perhaps the most dangerous he had faced so far. To Anfey, every fight was a fight to death. He knew that this man had very rare capabilities. He lunged at the man. Anfey's figure disappeared as he got closer to the necromancer and reappeared right before him a few moments later. He swung his fist at the necromancer's face. The necromancer was shocked by this and stopped, but he only stopped for a split second. By the time Anfey appeared before him, he already had a magic scroll in his hands. As Anfey swung his fist at him, the necromancer had already used the scroll. Anfey's fist smashed into a zombie as the necromancer appeared among the zombies below. The ground around the man had turned a dark color, and hordes of skeletons were climbing out of the ground. Some of the skeletons surged towards the city while others stayed close to the necromancer. Anfey turned and lunged at the man again. He wanted to use anti-magic Terra to stop the man from using magic, but he was afraid that the man had some hidden power he did not know of. If Anfey could not find a quick way to kill this necromancer and he escaped, then the anti-magic Terra would be wasted. He needed to know what the man was capable of, but he couldn't even get close to him. The necromancer raised his hand again. The skeletons he summoned were strange. They were gleaming white, and some were even holding bows. The skeletons, under the necromancer's command, raised their bows and sent hundreds of arrows toward Anfey. Anfey stopped and summoned a large fire shield. The shield stopped most of the arrows, but there were too many arrows and the shield began disintegrating slowly. Anfey rose higher into the air and summoned another shield. Then he moved again and summoned one more. The skeletons had reached the city. The necromancer closed his eyes, sensing the changes in the city, deciding whether he should leave now. Anfey waved his hand and summoned a large, golden fire shield. The necromancer looked at Anfey and shook his head, as if saying now was not the time for the final fight. Anfey raised his hands. The elements around him began expanding slowly, until his figure disappeared and the only things visible were the lightning, fireballs, and rocks, clashing each other in midair. The necromancer frowned. He summoned a magic shield that also included the skeletons around him. The best thing to do now was to attack Anfey, but the necromancer knew better than to take unnecessary risks. The skeletons were still sending arrows at Anfey, but none of the arrows could pierce through the cloud of elements around him. Anfey clenched his fists and pushed the elements outward. A wave of mind magic swept across the battlefield. The skeletons and zombies stopped in their tracks because they were connected to necromancers through a mental link. Anfey's mind magic had broken all the links. However, the mercenaries did not fare well either. The zombies and skeletons stopped, but so did the mercenaries. The magic shields the necromancer summoned disappeared and the elements crashed into the ground. The cloud of elements broke the skeletons, sending broken pieces of bones flying. The zombies were turned to bloody pulp. The necromancer reappeared through the cloud of elements. He was wounded and his robe was tattered, but he appeared as calm as ever, as if he was not the one that was wounded. Another magic scroll appeared in his head and magic surged around him. Anfey's hands shook. He could tell his life power was flowing out of him. He could see that his hands were aging visibly. Within a few seconds, his smooth skin was covered with wrinkles. The aging spell was a powerful spell. The necromancer could still use magic by himself, and there was no need to waste a scroll, but there was no time. He knew he had to take out his opponent fast. 2 large bone wings appeared behind the man's back and a long bone lance appeared in his hand. The necromancer didn't want to use his own magic and did not have time to waste. It should be easier to get close to people afflicted with an aging spell than to use magic to kill them. Just then, white light suddenly appeared around Anfey and his figure disappeared. "It can't be," the necromancer muttered. He did not expect a priest to be here. Susanna appeared in the distance and was heading towards them. The necromancer knew he was running out of time. He did not know if the aging spell's effects were cancelled, but he had to take the risk. Anfey's figure appeared through the light and he dove down towards the necromancer. The necromancer raised his hand and threw the bone lance towards Anfey. This way, he could tell Anfey's state and keep the distance between them. Anfey swung his right arm and knocked the lance out of his way, sending it flying in another direction. The necromancer narrowed his eyes. He was a necromancer, he had hundreds of years to live. He was patient and he did not mind waiting. He was never one for taking risks. The necromancer summoned another scroll and disappeared from the field. Anfey landed where the man had been standing. He stumbled and took a deep breath. The cleansing only temporarily stopped the loss of his life power, but it couldn't turn him back. If the necromancer did not hesitate, Anfey would not have risked coming towards him. "Anfey!" Susanna called as she flew towards him. She could not see him and was worried. Anfey spat on the ground and shook his head. "I hate magic," he muttered. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 455, Split. Chapter 455, Split. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Anfey walked into the room and sat down. Susanna, Anthony, and Alice streamed into the room after him. Behind them were the mercenary leaders. They all wore a grave expression, and none of them opened their mouths. Everyone knew how powerful Anfey was, yet the man had almost defeated him. That came as a shock not only to Anfey but also to everyone else in the city. After Anthony recognized the aging spell, everyone realized that no one in the city was powerful enough to take on that necromancer. Everyone knew how terrifying the aging spell was. It was a very nasty spell, and the only reason Anfey survived was because of the light magic within him. By the laws of nature, light magic could suppress the effects of death magic and cancel out its effects. Eddie felt uncomfortable as he realized that everyone in the room was staring at him. He shifted in his seat but did not say anything. "As you know, a necromancer has just visited this city," Anfey said quietly. The effects of the aging spell had already worn off, but he felt exhausted. "I know," Eddie said. "It's hard not to realize that." "Tell me, Eddie," Anfey said. "Who is the most powerful necromancer?" Eddie frowned and lowered his gaze. When he was first captured, he thought for sure that Anfey would interrogate him to find out more about the necromancers. Then he thought maybe Anfey didn't care about him and what the necromancers were planning. This question took Eddie by surprise. "You're a smart man," Anfey said. "If you focused on studying magic, you should be much more powerful than you are now. I don't know why you chose to become a necromancer, but I think you don't like it. That is why I kept you alive. I think cooperating benefits both of us. Why I became a necromancer?" Eddie said, shaking his head. "I don't think you can understand. The only way for someone like me to rise up is to study magic, but if you wanted to study magic, why didn't you go to the academy? Why did you become a necromancer?" Alice asked, frowning. Eddie shook his head. "You're funny, Lady Alice," he said. "Don't you need money to study at the academy? Do you really think an orphan like me can afford the price of going to the academy? I can barely feed myself, let alone think about learning magic." "You still shouldn't have turned to dark magic," Alice said, shaking her head. To her, the way of the necromancers was against the laws of nature. She despised necromancers and thought that the entire world should despise them as well. "You don't understand," Eddie said. "Have you ever been so hungry that you would eat anything? Have you ever tried living on the streets, not knowing if you would survive the night? Alice froze. Eddie was right. She had never experienced anything an orphan like Eddie had experienced. I promise you, Lady Alice, Eddie said. Starvation does not feel good. Becoming a necromancer was the only way for me to survive. I see, Anfey said. I sympathize with you, Eddie, but I need to know something. Who is the most powerful necromancer? It's not that much of a secret, Eddie said with a shrug. It's Minus the First. Anyone else? Anfey didn't know who Minus the First was, but there was no way the most powerful necromancer would ever come to White Mountain City alone. Minus has 3 students, Eddie said. Goldman, Morgan, and Dysphidia. They are the most powerful necromancers after Minus. Anfey sat up straighter in his chair and leaned towards Eddie. Tell me more about them, he said. Eddie nodded. Morgan was the most powerful out of the 3 of them. I've never actually met him, but I heard that he was a handsome young man. I don't know anything else about him. Goldman is the least powerful among the 3, but he is the most dangerous to you. Why? Anfey frowned and asked. Because he is the master of plague magic, Eddie said. If he wanted, he could kill every living being within a 20-mile radius without ever joining the fight himself. You're lucky that he betrayed Minus 20 years ago. I thought the secret of plague magic had been lost, Anthony said. It is, Eddie said. But Goldman is a genius. He was able to figure out the secret from the bits and pieces that remained. How many necromancers can use plague magic? Anthony asked. Why did Goldman betray Minus? Alice asked. Because he's a good person, Eddie with a shrug. A good person, Alice repeated drily. Eddie nodded. Goldman betrayed Minus when Minus ordered him to destroy everything he had worked for. He didn't want to kill all the necromancers that had learned plague magic, so he left with his manuscripts and his research. He is the only one who knows its secret. Why did he learn plague magic in the first place, then? Anthony asked. Because he was curious, Eddie said. He believed that the world needs balance. He didn't want to destroy the existing balance of magic in the world because he believes that will lead to utter destruction of everything. The room fell silent. If Eddie was speaking truthfully, Goldman was less of a necromancer and more of a scholar. Minus hates Goldman, Eddie continued, but Goldman was too influential. A lot of necromancers now believe no good will come from destroying the world. Unless a new system was created to oppose the necromancers, Anfey said. But that's impossible, isn't it? If the necromancers destroy the world, they will die as well, because they cannot recreate the balance. Minus would be the only one left. Eddie nodded. Goldman never said anything like that, but everyone knew that was what he was implying. His belief began fracturing the necromancers. We've been preparing for this war for years, and Goldman played a vital part in its preparation. But, the council did not use Minus's choice and instead picked a more defensive plan, because they're worried as well, Anfey said. Goldman really is a genius, Eddie said, nodding. Goldman is good friends with Morgan, who is also the one Minus chose to chase Goldman down. Morgan has been searching for Goldman for more than 20 years, but he still hasn't found him. Have you met him? He's the only one I've ever met, Eddie said. He appears ugly, but his way of speaking is gentle and forgiving. If you only hear his voice, you might mistake him for a priest. Anfey nodded. Interesting, he said. Tell me more about Dysphidia. Dysphidia isn't as powerful as Morgan, Eddie said. He keeps a low profile and rarely appears in public. Most people ignore him. What does he look like? I heard he has very smooth skin, Eddie said. His skin is smoother than a normal human's, and he had no facial hair. That's got to be him, then, Anfey said, tapping the table. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 456, Gathering. Chapter 456, Gathering. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. The reappearance of zombies sent White Mountain City's citizens into a panic. In order to calm the people down, the Alliance announced that there was only a single necromancer commanding the zombies, and the necromancer had already been taken care of. There was no trace of zombies around the city, and everyone should resume their lives without worries. Alice was a skilled politician, and she knew the importance of having someone to look up to. She knew that people needed a hero that could protect them. This was why she tried to make Anfey look like a hero in her announcement. She even listed a number of Anfey's achievements to show how strong he was. Alice knew some of the things she listed weren't true, but it would give the effect she wanted. Anfey wasn't a shy person, and he didn't mind the spotlight, but he felt strange reading the announcement. He asked Alice to change it, but she refused and told him that it was necessary to cement his position. Christian took Alice's side as well. He believed that they would have to fight against Tiger of Tao mercenary group in the future. The more famous Anfey was, the less likely the mercenaries would support Tiger of Tao mercenary group. He even wanted Anfey to write to Manstally and challenge him to a duel. Christian knew Manstally was still more powerful Anfey, and such a duel would never happen, but a challenge would make Anfey famous. This would make the mercenaries look up to him even more. Another army soon arrived at White Mountain City. Barry had arrived with his army. Anfey, Susanna, and Entos all happened to be away that day, and Christian had to send people to find them and bring them back. By the time Christian brought Barry and his people into the city, Susanna, Anfey, and Entos had returned. Barry did not come alone. He brought Stager and Ernest along as well. After Anfey greeted them, he turned to two strangers. He did not recognize them. He could tell they were powerful men. "Let me introduce you," Barry said. "This is Sean and this is Dalmatian. You finally get to meet today." Anfey frowned when he heard the names. Sean nodded at him with a smile. "I apologize for my past behaviors, my lord," Sean said. "You see, it's hard disobeying your teacher." "You're too kind, my lord," Anfey said hurriedly. "I understand." Even though Sean's apology was short, he was sincere. He was a master swordsman and Barry's right-hand man. It was hard for him to publicly apologize. "What happened before is our fault," Dalmatian said. "We are working together now, my lord, and I hope we can forget about our past disagreements." "Like you said," Anfey said with a smile, "we are working together now. There's no need to bring up the past, my lord." "Good," Barry said, smiling. "Let's forget about the past and look to the future." Before they had come, Sean and Dalmatian were worried that Anfey would not forgive them for what happened in the past. They were important people, and if Anfey would not forgive them after they apologized, they would have had no choice but to turn on him. Barry, however, wasn't worried at all. He knew Anfey and knew that he wasn't the type to dwell on the past. Anfey looked around the meeting. "Lord Barry, does this mean?" He hesitated. "Does this mean we are opening war?" Before Barry's arrival, White Mountain City was already drawing attention with Susanna, Anthony, and him. Now that Barry had brought people who were more powerful and important than he, Anfey knew that a storm was on its way. "Your teacher's on the way too," Barry said with a smile. "Just for Scarlet? Not just her," Barry said, shaking his head. "The church has sent its 3 Grand Knights, and Prince Jarek has sent backup." He paused and looked at Anfey. "I heard Christian say you fought with Dysphidia." Anfey sighed and nodded. "And he used the aging spell?" Anfey nodded again. "How are you still alive then? Didn't Christian mention anything?" "He did," Barry said. "But I want to see it." Anfey nodded. He raised his hand and a ball of white light appeared. The light bobbed a few inches above his palm and disappeared. "See?" Barry said, turning to Stager. "I told you." Stager sighed and smiled. "We've got to talk more about this later," he said to Anfey. "Of course, my lord," Anfey said with a smile. He turned to Barry and said, "Lord Barry, I have a question." "What is it?" "If you are attacked with an aging spell, what would you do?" Barry frowned and lowered his gaze. "I would find a place to wait until the spell's effect disappeared," he said after a few moments of silence. "If I couldn't get away, I guess I'd have to fight." "Really?" Anfey had asked because he wanted to learn something about the spell. Barry had given him the exact same answer as Anthony, and he was disappointed he couldn't learn more. "There are other ways, I suppose," Barry said. "You can always prevent them from using the spell or have a priest with you." Barry sighed and shook his head. "You cannot underestimate necromancers. They are the most powerful mages. Even Saul must admit that." "I'm not underestimating them," Anfey said. "I just want to find a way to deal with them more effectively. At least I should find a way to deal with them without putting myself in danger again." "You can always become a priest." "But I tried to cleanse it, and it didn't work." "You can't just cleanse the effect of a forbidden spell," Barry said, smiling. "If you are a high-level priest, there are things you can do to cancel out effects of those spells." Anfey frowned. "I'm a swordsman," Barry said. "I don't know enough about magic to answer that question." Stager, Saul, even Entos are more equipped to answer that question. Anfey turned to Stager, who retrieved a few scrolls from his dimensional ring and showed them to Anfey. "This would my solution," he said. Anfey nodded. He only had 3 magic scrolls, and he did not know if any of the 3 would work when he was afflicted with a necromancer's forbidden spell. Anfey, have you forgotten who your teacher is? Barry said, shaking his head. Do you think you'll have to worry about magic scrolls as long as Saul and Jacob are here? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 457, Unexpected Changes. Chapter 457, Unexpected Changes. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Dawn was usually the darkest part of the night. White Mountain City had witnessed Anthony receive his title and had just settled down after the celebration. Someone receiving the title of nobility was not rare, but having 8 top-level powers in the same city at the same time was rare. The most powerful people had all gathered in White Mountain City. Anthony was very happy and he knew he had made the right choice. Even his wedding to Nishiva, the princess of Elysian Empire, was not this pompous. Anthony had been keeping to himself for years. He was Elysian Empire's ally, but Elysian Empire didn't want Anthony to become too powerful or influential. Michael wanted Anthony to make peace with Tiger of Tao mercenary group and form an alliance, because Elysian Empire was scared that Anthony could defeat Tiger of Tao mercenary group and become more powerful. Elysian Empire would have a harder time controlling Glory mercenary group, and it did not want that. Anthony knew that, which was why he chose to keep a low profile instead. He had a pleasant conversation with Stager and Barry despite the fact that they had never met before. Sean and Dalmatian were both very polite. Ernest was very quiet, but that was his personality. Anfey didn't join the ceremony, because he knew that Barry and Anthony were more important than he was. He stood by a window and watched the surging crowd below. Alice, he suddenly said. I must confess. I am very confused. What about? Alice asked, handing a scroll to Hui Wei. If Barry is ready to fight, why isn't he preserving his strength? Marino's ceremony was so much more low-key than this. Marino and Anthony are 2 different people, Alice said. This is a different situation. She pulled out the ledgers and began going through the numbers. What changed? Marino had been working for Mayho Empire for years, Alice said. But Anthony had always been an ally of Elysian Empire. I think His Majesty is setting an example. What else? Back then, the situation was still a bit murky, Alice continued. Now, His Majesty is determined. He knew that a war is inevitable. Then why didn't Barry conceal his army? There's no use, because he can't, Alice said. She rubbed her temple and closed the ledger. Mayho Empire, Elysian Empire, and Shansa Empire have been at each other's throats for hundreds of years. No one knows who to trust. His Majesty is risking everything now. If you were Scarlet, what would you do if all of Mayho Empire's top-level powers disappeared? That's just another reason to conceal his strength, Anfey argued. Alice sighed. Would you have let someone come between you and Christian? She asked quietly. No, Anfey said. We would talk it out. We trust each other. Does that mean you are loyal to Mayho Empire? Of course. See? We can band together, but Scarlet's army can't. She has so many different armies serving her. Conflicts are almost inevitable. If we display our strength, at least some part of that army will become fearful. They will be hesitant. The worst thing that can happen to an army during a war like this is doubt or hesitance. If the soldiers don't want to fight, who will? I see, Anfey said, nodding. Scarlet wants to eliminate the Roaring Death Legion, Barry, and us. But she would never risk the entire army for her own personal goals, Alice said, smirking. The Church's army won't do that, and neither will the Druids and the Elves. They are allies, but their alliances are shaky. All participants of that alliance want to reap the benefit without putting in actual work. Scarlet is a natural leader, but she cannot change the way people act. Unless she is willing to sacrifice the Shansa army, her plan will never work. When the actual battle breaks out, her army will fracture. Tell me more about Scarlet, Anfey said. Do you know her? Alice sighed. I've always underestimated her. Now I know just how smart she is. How so? She's good at concealing her emotions, Alice said. She knows how to keep a low profile. She knows how to keep herself away from the spotlight. No one really knows her, which gives her an advantage. Unlike me, no one knows what to expect from her. You keep saying she is a natural leader, but I don't believe that, Anfey said. No one is naturally good at something. She must have worked very, very hard to achieve her position today. What about the people that work for her? Are any of them strange? Strange? What do you mean?
I want to know who taught Scarlett to become the woman she is today.
Alice frowned, then shook her head.
I don't know, she said. Even if she does have a teacher, I don't think she would have let me know, but
Scarlett ended the revolution because of her personal army. But how did she manage to train all those soldiers?
I don't think Prince Jarek's support was enough, Anfey said, frowning.
There are so many things I don't understand about her.
She may be a good leader, but she is still so young and inexperienced.
Why does your father trust her so much? What gave him the confidence that she would be a good leader?
Alice shook her head.
All this happened after I left. I don't know anything. Let's see.
Your father opposed her advance into country of mercenaries, but she still came.
He even sent her 100 Griffin Knights. Why? Why did he send his most precious fighters to embark on a crusade he didn't even support? There must be something we're missing. Alice frowned.
She stared at him but did not say anything.
Anfey remained quiet.
He was not as good as Alice at analyzing a situation, which was why he had asked her those questions. Somewhere deep down he knew something must be going on in Shansa Empire. Edward VIII was weak and short-sighted.
He was not a gambler and even less of a risk-taker. Why would someone like him suddenly throw in everything he had? What changed?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 458, Image. Chapter 458, Image. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio.
Anfey heard the sound of prayers as he passed one of the rooms. The sound of prayers reminded him he wanted to speak to Warner, and he pushed open the door. Inside, Warner was kneeling before a table and praying. The Book of Life was laying on the table and was glowing as Warner prayed.
Anfey stood there quietly, not wanting to interrupt him.
Warner realized someone was behind him as he finished his prayers. He grabbed the Book of Life, holding it close to his chest, and turned around. He let out a sigh of relief and smiled when he saw it was Anfey.
What are you doing here, sir?
He scrambled up and pulled out a chair.
Please sit, sir. Anfey smiled and sat down.
Warner, he said quietly, I heard you've been preaching a lot lately.
How is that going for you? Did you convert anyone yet?
Warner pursed his lips and hesitated.
He looked at Anfey and did not say anything.
I know Christian and the others oppose that, Anfey said.
And I know you're too scared to openly preach to too many people. But don't worry. I gave you the privilege to do so. They won't do anything to you, even though they are not fond of your way.
Thank you, sir, Warner said carefully. Truthfully, I haven't converted a lot of people. It is very hard to preach in country of mercenaries. The mercenaries are very independent, and they do not believe in anything beyond themselves. They do not believe in God.
There are some women that are interested, though. Mostly families of the mercenaries. That makes sense, Anfey said, nodding.
Mercenaries must depend on themselves to make a living.
Anfey paused and frowned. How many women are willing to convert? Around 200, Warner said, lowering his eyes. 200? Anfey repeated.
It was much less than he had expected, but now was not the time to show his disappointment. He wanted to encourage Warner.
It's a good number to start with, he said. It's good. Keep working on it.
But sir, most of the people that are willing to convert are women, Warner said.
Can they really help us? Maybe, Anfey said. But not yet, anyway. What do you mean, sir? Women will have children, right?
Their children don't know anything, but if their mothers are believers, they are more likely to be believers themselves.
The women aren't mercenaries and do not have to risk their lives every day.
They will talk and they will spread the news about their new religion.
Warner nodded.
If they really are pious, they won't be the only ones living by the rules of the church. They will make their husbands and everyone around them live by the same rules. Surely they will feel like they have sinned if their families do not follow these rules, and they will want to repent.
That way, we will get more information. Warner frowned, then nodded.
I know you can't do everything by yourself, Anfey said.
I think it's time for you to find some preachers. I will have Alice give you some more money.
This country of mercenaries must have more than just mercenaries. Focus on the normal people, not just the fighters.
You will give me money, sir? Warner asked, shocked.
It's for recruiting preachers, Anfey reminded him.
If you use it for other things and Alice finds out, I'm not sure I can save you.
I won't, sir, I promise.
Good.
Remember what I said, Anfey said with a smile.
Normal people cannot hunt magic beasts, and this isn't the best place to farm. Most of the people are laborers and live on very little wages. A preacher's wage should be enough to entice them to join you.
If the mercenaries don't believe in God, they will.
Warner nodded.
That is brilliant, sir, he said with a wide grin.
Thank you for this tip. Anfey shook his head. They will be working for you. They will be your men, he said. This is all I need to say today. Come up with a good plan and start doing it. If you need anything, you can always to go Alice.
Yes, sir, Warner said.
Anfey turned to leave, then he suddenly remembered something. He turned back to Warner and asked, "Do you have any books on light magic?" Warner nodded.
He retrieved a book from his dimensional ring and handed it to Anfey. Lord Cardinal gave this to me, he said.
Sir, I heard you can use light magic. Yes, I can, Anfey said, taking the magic book. Why do you ask, Dot? Can I?
Warner hesitated, rubbing his hands together.
What is it? Anfey asked, flipping through the book. Can I tell others about it? You want to use me to preach to the mercenaries? Anfey asked, amused. Warner clearly took it the wrong way.
He scrambled into a deep bow and said, I just want to expand quicker, sir.
I'm not using you or anything. I know, Warner, Anfey said. Stand up. I think I know why you can't expand. Warner straightened himself and looked at Anfey curiously. You're a priest, Warner, Anfey said. Priests are usually radiant, just, mighty. You are always afraid of what other people are saying. And you bow way too much.
The mercenaries think you're weak, which is why they don't like you.
Warner blinked and did not say anything. You have to reinvent your image.
That is the most important thing, Anfey said.
If it's just the two of us, I don't care how you act. If there is a third person here, I need you to act proud. I need you to act like you're better than the rest of us. But sir, you have to.
What are you scared of?
Anfey asked. I told you to do this. I won't blame you. On the contrary, I will play along. If you don't do this, you will never recruit as many people as we need, even if you have the Book of Life. If you let me down, I may have to let you go.
It's not hard to find a priest, after all.
I can do it, sir. Warner said, straightening his back a little more. He tightened his grip on the Book of Life. Try it, Anfey said. Pretend there's someone else here. Warner's eyes widened.
He had been working for Anfey before they even left Moramach, and he knew how powerful Anfey was. He could not think how he would pretend to be better than Anfey.
You can do it, Anfey encouraged him. Think of when you just came to Moramach. Warner coughed and nodded. He took a deep breath and said, I think your plan is very inappropriate, sir. We all agree that you are powerful, but eliminating the necromancers is my job. You should not have crossed that line. Plus, you are too important. If something happens to you, the alliance is done for. I'm sorry, Anfey said with a grin.
What is past, Warner said.
I don't need your apologies, sir. You were a fearless warrior, but now you are more than that. Your own safety isn't the only thing you have to consider now. You have to think about the entire alliance. Even though Warner looked very proud, he was still scared and unsure. Good, Anfey said, slapping the table. Good. I like it.
Warner jumped, then he smiled when he realized Anfey was complimenting him.
I hope you don't take offense to what I say in the future, sir, he said. I won't, don't worry, Anfey said. Can I borrow this for a few days? Of course, sir, Warner said. Are you planning on practicing light magic, Dot?
Maybe, Anfey said with a shrug. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 459, Careful Planning. Chapter 459, Careful Planning. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio.
How strange, Anfey whispered as he flipped through the book. He had been trying to use light magic for a while, but something strange and unexpected happened. In the past, he could manage to control light elements and summon balls of light. They might not have been powerful, but he could always do it. Now, he found that following the book's instructions resulted in nothing. He had tried almost all spells in the book, and not a single one worked. However, when he closed the book and gathered the elements using his own style, he could manage to summon a light ball or two. Anfey frowned and closed the book when the memory of Warner praying sprang into mind.
He grimaced. Did he really need to pray in order for light magic to work? Anfey, what are you doing? Susanna asked as she walked into the room and saw the grimace on Anfey's face.
Nothing, Anfey said, tossing the book onto a nearby table.
Were you out again with Sean and Dalmatian? Susanna nodded.
It's a rare chance, she said.
Practicing with them taught me things I would have never learned otherwise. She paused and glanced at Anfey. Why didn't you come?
They never asked me to go, Anfey said.
I'm not a swordsman. There's no point.
Susanna walked over and sat down next to Anfey, wrapping her arms around him.
You have to blame Ernest for that.
He told everyone that you are too strong to practice with us.
That's why no one ever asks you to come along. Who's the strongest out of all of them? Ernest, Susanna said. Obviously.
Oh, I showed them what you taught me. You won't believe how surprised they were. Of course, we still must depend on our swords in a real battle, but your tricks can give me an advantage.
Anfey nodded.
He knew the things he taught Susanna were useful to him in battle, but to swordsmasters like Sean and Dalmatian, those things were practically useless.
They're still useful, he said. Just depends on how and when you use them. Really? Susanna asked, blinking. Anfey nodded. Susanna, have you realized? Ernest is changing. He's so much more friendly than before. Susanna nodded. You missed it. Sean and Ernest had an argument today. What were they arguing about?
Sean thought that the Knights of Light are only a little bit more powerful than the priests, but Ernest thought that they are more powerful than swordsmen because they can heal themselves.
What do you think? I think Ernest's right, Susanna said.
The Knights of Light may not be as powerful as we are, but they are much better at long fights.
Legend has it that a Knight of Light once fought for 5 days without resting. A swordsman would have never lasted that long.
Anfey opened his mouth to talk, but was interrupted when someone pushed open the door.
Barry walked in. Susanna yelped and jumped back.
Barry smiled at her.
Sorry for the interruption, he said.
It's fine, my lord, Anfey said.
Are you looking for us? Barry nodded. It's time for us to go, he said.
I want you to take care of business here as quickly as possible.
Once the war breaks out, both you and Lady Susanna will be gone.
Don't worry, my lord, Anfey said. We will be there before the war breaks out.
Good, Barry said with a nod. I won't waste your time, then. He nodded at Susanna and turned to leave. Wait. Anfey called, suddenly remembering something. Barry turned back and looked at Anfey. My lord, I've been thinking.
If we can kill Scarlet before the war even breaks out, would it delay or even prevent the war? But
Barry looked at Anfey, then he walked back into the room and sat down across from him.
It doesn't matter if Scarlet's alliance is not as strong as mine, Anfey said.
It is still hard to fracture it. But if we can kill Scarlet, who is the glue that's holding everything together, we would have an advantage.
I know what you're thinking, Barry said.
I'm not going to lie.
We've tried assassinating her before, but she is a very paranoid woman. She is never alone without guards.
Especially now.
She has Manstally and the church's men around her. It is impossible to find her alone and assassinate her.
I can always find an opportunity, Anfey said slowly. You mean? Can we kill Prince Jarek? Anfey asked. Will that do anything?
Of course, Barry said.
But we can't do that yet. He is the weakest of all competitors for the Shansa throne. He won't be a threat even if he takes the throne.
I don't want to assassinate him, Anfey said.
He is bait. If he is in danger, would Scarlet do anything? Barry frowned. Of course, this plan is only at its beginning stage. I need everyone's help to actually execute it.
I need you, my lord, and Ernest, Sean, and Dalmatian.
I want to intimidate Scarlet. I want her to think that we really will kill Jarek.
Hopefully that will prompt her to try to save him, Anfey said. I need information about both Scarlet and Prince Jarek. I need to know as much about them as possible for this plan to work. Including the things that may be deemed irrelevant.
What will that irrelevant information do for you? I need to know more about their personalities, Anfey said.
That way, I can make sure Scarlet will come to rescue Jarek.
I see, Barry said. You have my support.
Of course, you should talk to the others about this.
I can't make the decision for everyone. My army is settled between Logi Valley and Blackwater River.
It's a plain, and perfect for a battlefield. My army is working on setting up a communication portal, and you can speak to them that way.
Anfey nodded. Thank you, he said. Are you serious about this plan? Anfey nodded with a smile. It's the best plan I can think of, if we want to avoid the war. Barry looked at him for a few moments then sighed. I don't like assassinations, Barry said. But if that's what it takes to prevent the war and the death of my soldiers, well, I'm willing to take this chance. Barry smiled at Anfey. If you can assassinate Scarlet, then you have achieved more for Manhwa Empire than I ever will. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 460, Flame of Rebellion. Chapter 460, Flame of Rebellion. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. A middle-aged man was sitting alone in a large cave. He had a flame in front of him and was roasting a rabbit. The scent of cooked meat lingered in the cave. Aren't you bored with this, Desvidia? A handsome young man appeared next to the flame. It's not my fault that you lost your ability to taste and smell, Desvidia said. But I do pity you. What's the difference? Don't tell me you still have an appetite. Only animals eat to quell their hunger, Morgan, Desvidia said, shaking his head. I enjoy the process of making it, the process of eating. I enjoy the taste. Brings me back to the old days. Once in a while, I need to remind myself what warmth and comfort mean. You're starting to sound like Goldman, Morgan said with a laugh. Why are you doing this yourself? Desvidia pursed his lips. The mind magic Anfey released during their fight was so powerful that it cut off all the links he had to the skeleton army. He couldn't bring the skeletons with him when he fled the city. What happened? Morgan asked, concerned. He could tell there was something bothering Desvidia. Do you believe there's someone who can use all the magic? No, Morgan said, shaking his head. I didn't think so, either, Desvidia said, until I met him. But that's impossible, Morgan argued. I saw it with my own eyes, Desvidia said. His control of the elements is incredible. Who are you talking about? Anfey. You went to White Mountain City? Morgan asked, his eyes wide in shock. Are you mad? Desvidia did not say anything. His eyes did not move away from the fire. I heard that Barry had brought Sean, Dalmatian, Stager, and Ernest to the city, Morgan said. Scarlet had the 3 Grand Knights, Jarek's force, Manstally, and the elves. Elysian Empire has a foot in this as well. Morgan paused, looking at Desvidia sternly. Haven't you heard what Master said? No matter who wins this, there will be considerable damage to all sides. We need to weaken them enough so they can do nothing about the Throne of Bones. If we disrupt this, none of US can protect you. I'm not trying to do anything, Desvidia said with a shrug. I'm just curious. I wanted to see if the rumors were true. You just wanted to see, Morgan said mockingly. You wanted to see so badly you lost your skeletons. It's not my fault, Desvidia argued. I wanted to teach them a lesson. And you got a lesson instead, Morgan said, shaking his head. Don't just talk about me. Desvidia said angrily. You didn't find Goldman yet, did you? Everyone knows what has happened except for Master. If Master finds out, can you imagine what will happen? Morgan lowered his head. After a few moments of silence, he sighed and sat down next to Desvidia. You think Master doesn't know? You mean? Desvidia's eyes widened. Then you. They might argue and fight, but the two of them had been together for hundreds of years. Desvidia was worried for Morgan because of their deep friendship. Master won't do anything, Morgan said. He waved his hand and set up a magic barrier to make sure no one was eavesdropping. I'm sad because of that. You're sad that you didn't get punished, Desvidia said drily. Morgan nodded. I think Master must have been furious. The worse the punishment, the happier I would be. Morgan sighed. He picked up a stick and poked the fire. Do you know what it means if Master pretends nothing had happened? What does it mean? Morgan bit his lip. I guess there's no use keeping this from you, he said. Before Goldman left, he came to me. He said if I let him go and Master punished me, he would immediately come back. If Master pretends nothing happens, then what? Then that means Goldman was right. Master was worried that we think he was furious and he took care of everything. That means Goldman's right? You know the Land of Repose? Goldman had been spying on that place. That is a place of death. New lives will be born from those bones and, like the creatures we have, they will fight and kill until only the most powerful remains.
After a few generations, those creatures will become very, very powerful until they gain the most power. The most powerful creature will absorb all lives there and fall asleep again.
Then the cycle will repeat. Morgan paused.
There is no repose in the land of repose.
Do you want this place to become another land of repose?
If this becomes the land of repose.
Disvidya shuddered.
Master must be that hidden creature. He has repeated this cycle until he becomes more powerful than anything else the world.
More powerful than gods.
Then he invades other worlds and creates more lands of repose.
What are gods, Disvidya? Morgan asked, shaking his head.
The power of gods derives from their believers.
Will they ever invade other worlds?
Maybe our world was once invaded by such gods. The two of them fell silent.
After a few moments, Disvidya said, maybe we shouldn't keep building the throne.
No, Morgan said, shaking his head.
Master isn't a patient person, Disvidya. Gulman's betrayal is already too much.
But what can we do?
Disvidya asked. I wish Gulman was here.
I've already asked him, Morgan said. He said we should wait.
Wait for change. Wait for fate to make a decision.
Fate?
Disvidya repeated. I don't believe in fate. If I did, I would never have become a necromancer. I would rather die than be absorbed by some strange creature.
That goes for all of us, Morgan said.
Can Anfey really use all types of magic?
You can go see for yourself, Disvidya said with a shrug.
You mean there really is sacred inheritance?
Of course, Disvidya said.
There were so many of them in the past.
That was so long ago, Morgan said.
Power in this world is sealed away. There will be no sacred inheritance if that seal is still there. Master is the only one. There will be a second one. You and I both know this.
No, Morgan said. Master had already achieved sacred inheritance before he died, or else he wouldn't have been able to fight against the seal either. If someone can achieve sacred inheritance with the seal in place, how powerful will he be once the seal is removed?
Disvidya sighed.
I don't know, he said. You got me interested now, Morgan said.
But we must wait. We are not powerful enough to defy Master. We must be patient and wait.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 461, Explanation. Chapter 461, Explanation. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio.
When Anfey sensed Susanna walking upstairs, he quickly put the stuff in front of him away. As Susanna walked into the room, she looked worried, and he asked in surprise, What's wrong, Susanna?
Anfey, you have to go and help.
Alice and Christian are arguing, Susanna said hastily.
They are arguing in front of many people. No matter what I said, they would not stop. What were they arguing about? Anfey asked. About those businessmen.
After Arlango donated 20,000 gold coins, those businessmen went to see Alice and wanted to cancel their contract with us and volunteered to donate their gold coins to us instead.
Alice was still not happy with it. She wanted them to donate more. The businessmen went to Christian to complain.
Christian thought Alice asked too much, but Alice did not want to give in and started to argue with Christian right there.
Hurry up, you gotta go there, Susanna said. Were the businessmen there as well? Anfey asked. Yes, Susanna said. Don't be silly. Anfey gently tapped Susanna's forehead.
They were just acting to try to fool the businessmen, but they definitely fooled you. Susanna hurriedly covered her forehead with her hand.
She asked suspiciously, Are you sure?
Of course.
Anfey said.
Unless something affects their bottom line, they would not argue. Even if they had a conflict, with you there trying to mediate, they would have stopped arguing.
Damn it! Susanna got pissed. Why didn't they tell me in advance?
I was worried for nothing. I guess, Anfey paused, they thought it was not easy to fool the businessmen, but everyone knows you are honest and upright, so it would look more real with you there with them.
They cannot do this to me.
I am going to find them, Susanna said, grinding her teeth.
She turned around to walk out of the room. Actually, anyone would get pissed if he was in Susanna's shoes.
She tried to calm both Alice and Christian for almost half day, but they actually set her up.
Let it go. Anfey immediately grabbed Susanna's hand.
He said with a smile, If you go there and argue with them, then you are selling them out.
It must have been Alice's idea. Susanna still wanted to go and argue with them. Don't blame her for it. Anfey smiled. If you had known the truth beforehand, would you have acted so real? The businessman could have seen you were acting. Do you think I am stupid? Susanna rolled her eyes at Anfey again. No, no. Who said you are stupid?
You are the youngest top power on the Pan continent. Anfey realized he made the simplest mistake by giving unbiased suggestions. He tried to comfort Susanna immediately. He saw Hagen trying to back away from the door out of the corner of his eye.
Hey, Hagen, you are back. Good morning, Anfey. Hagen greeted him with a smile. Morning? The sun is directly above your head.
It is noon already.
Hagen, you didn't sleep last night, did you? Anfey asked. I went to sleep late last night. Hagen passed a light blue potion to Anfey as he talked. Here you go. Anfey took the potion. What is this? I diluted the sacred potion. In a few days, when the little unicorn starts to have more energy, you can feed him this potion, but don't waste it.
You can just put a drop of the potion on his tongue, Hagen said.
I got it, Anfey said. Oh, Anfey, it's better that you and Susanna administer the potion to the little unicorn. Don't give the potion to those maids. If you find anything wrong, you can see me immediately, Hagen said. Susanna and I will leave in a few days. What are we going to do with the little unicorn? Anfey asked, frowning.
I will take care of the unicorn, Hagen said, but I am not sure if he would listen to me. It would be great if Naya were here, Anfey said. Naya had spent a long time with the unicorn, so besides Anfey and Susanna, it was only close to Naya and little Sholi.
I know. Hagen hesitated for a second and asked, Anfey, what did you do with that bottle of sacred potion? I drank it all. Anfey smiled.
He had told Christian that he used the bottle of potion, but no one else asked about it. Of course, it showed that everyone trusted Anfey a lot. Hagen, as an alchemist, knew better than others how valuable the potion was. He had refrained from asking that question for a long time, but he could not hold it in anymore.
Did you drink it all? Hagen asked loudly.
I was hit by a strange magic and I could not think of anything else but drinking the potion at that critical moment, Anfey said bitterly.
What did you say? Susanna snarled. When? What were the effects of that magic? Hagen asked hastily. It happened a while ago.
The magic, Anfey tried to recall what happened to him, made me feel like I was submerging in melting lava.
Fire elements constantly burning my skin.
I suffered great pain, and my skin even cracked at the end. I released anti-magic Terra, but it only helped with my pain for a short period of time.
When anti-magic Terra disappeared, the fire elements came back. I remember Hui Wei talked about it before. Hagen went quiet for a while.
It must be burning forbidden spells.
Anfey, did Archmage Michael hit you with it? Yes, Anfey said.
I thought burning forbidden spells had disappeared a long time ago.
Hagen frowned. But Anfey, you were so lucky.
I cannot believe you survived burning forbidden spells and the aging curse.
Anfey heaved a sigh.
People with lower levels of fighting ability were scared of whooshing sword radiance and moving elements and waves, because those could easily take their lives. For two people with similar fighting abilities, they felt the material magic was a pain in the neck. It was especially true in physical fights, since their physical fighting abilities were increasingly affected.
As a result, they could both end up dying. Why didn't I know about this, Anfey?
Susanna was worried and grabbed his sleeve as she asked. This was the first she had heard that Anfey had been hit by forbidden spells when they had been separated. Archmage Michael's forbidden spells were never ineffective.
Anfey chuckled. It all passed. I am fine, right?
If Hagen had not asked, he would not have told anyone about it, in case they worried about him. However, right now he felt he had to give them an explanation, since he had to explain why he no longer had the valuable sacred potion. After his explanation, Anfey immediately switched topics. He took something out of his dimensional ring. Hagen, I feel this axe is sealed with magic. Can you check it and see if you can break the seal? Susanna gave Anfey a worried look. She looked like she was about to say something, but swallowed it. Her eyes were moist.
What a big axe. Where did you get it? Hagen commented. He reached both of his hands out to hold the axe. Can you hold it? Anfey smiled. Yes, you can let go of it, Hagen said. Anfey let go as Hagen requested. Hagen suddenly felt a huge amount of pressure on his arms.
He could not hold the axe anymore, and it was falling on Hagen's toes. As the axe was about 15 inches from his toes, it stopped in the air. Anfey had grabbed the axe with his right hand. He knew how much this axe weighed, so he put a lot of force on it when he grabbed it. Pressure radiated to the surrounding area, with Anfey at the center.
F***CK.
Hagen broke out in a cold sweat because he almost lost his toes. He seemed to lose control of his tongue.
He muttered, "What is this damn axe?
I am afraid it weighs a couple 100 pounds. In fact, he had known the axe was heavy. That was why he tried to hold it with both hands, but did not realize he still could not hold it.
I weighed it before. To be more specific, it is 445 kilograms.
Anfey skillfully swung the axe and passed it to Hagen again.
Do you want to try it again? No. Hagen shook his head as fast as a drum toy. It is almost 450 kilograms? What is it made of? It is really heavy. You are the alchemist.
You need figure out what it is made of, Anfey said.
I know this axe is very sharp. It can cut iron and steel like nothing.
I chopped a rock with this axe and did not feel any resistance from the rock. Strange people, like you, can use such a weird axe, Hagen said.
Hagen, what kind of people like to use axes as weapons on Pan-continent? Anfey asked. Are you asking who the previous owner of this axe could be? Hagen thought for a second and said, since this axe is so heavy, some barbarians could have used it.
Some elite beast men and bear druids could have used it as well. Bear druids are strong enough for this axe, but they barely use any weapons.
I see. Anfey was quiet for a while and passed the axe to Susanna. Susanna, can you try it? With Hagen's experience, Susanna was cautious.
She performed combat power before she took the axe from Anfey.
She swung it a few times. It's too heavy and will affect my speed.
It does not affect my speed, Anfey said.
Yi and Black 11 showed up at the door together. Yi gave Anfey a look, and Anfey said quietly, Susanna, can you take this axe to Hagen's temporary lab? I need go out with Yi for a bit. Do you want me to go with you? Susanna asked.
Anfey had become very powerful, and White Mountain City was pretty safe as well, but the story Anfey told Susanna still made her worry something would happen to him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 462, Rangers. Chapter 462, Rangers. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. What is it? Anfey asked.
There were things he could allow other people to control, but there were also things he must see to himself.
For example, Black 11 only reported to him. What he did was out of everyone else's jurisdiction, including Alice's. Do you remember when Lady Susanna was on the run? Black 11 asked. From Manstally? No, before that. Anfey frowned and turned to Black 11. You mean? Black 11 nodded. His Majesty has been investigating ever since he found out Lady Susanna's backstory. We finally found something useful. They are in this city? Black 11 nodded. Anfey frowned and turned to Susanna. Can I borrow the ring? Susanna nodded.
She took off the ring and handed it to Anfey. Anfey grabbed the ring and hopped into the carriage.
Tell me everything.
They are hard to track, Black 11 said, sitting down next to Anfey. It is very hard to investigate them. We've been fighting evil mist for years, but we know practically nothing about them.
These people, well, they are even more elusive than evil mist. They never leave anything valuable. Evil mist may be elusive, but they always have plans and goals. As long as we know their goals, we can think of ways to deal with them.
These people, on the other hand, are a mystery.
Why were they chasing Lady Susanna in the first place? How did they know she has the treasure map? Were they trying to protect the map or take it? Were they hired men or acting on their own will? We know nothing. Susanna said Trajan, the usurper, sent them.
If we know one thing, it is that Trajan didn't send them, Black 11 said.
They were not working for Darius, either. They belonged to an independent organization called the Rangers.
They have several senior ranking members and are a force to be reckoned with. There are a lot of mysterious organizations, Yi added.
They're not the only one.
But whenever a top-level power mysteriously dies, or a nobleman's heir leaves home to explore the world and disappears, it is usually the Rangers' doing.
Interesting, Anfey said. How did you two meet, by the way, A mercenary came to me and told me that someone attacked his group. When he returned to White Mountain City, he saw one of the men who attacked him, so he came to me and wanted me to find the killers, he said. Armin came to talk to me when I was about to leave with the mercenaries. He had a few portraits, and the mercenary recognized two of the men.
We found a few suspicious characters through our spies in Elysian Empire, Black 11 said. I heard they've already arrived at Country of Mercenaries, and I wanted to talk to ye about it.
Where were they? Dancing Night Tavern, Black 11 said. The one Blavi goes to? Anfey asked. He vaguely remembered the name. Black 11 nodded.
I asked the mercenary about the attack, he said, tapping on the seat.
Apparently, they weren't attacked.
They were the attackers.
Because they saw two women among those people and thought they would be easy targets, but... Are we going to Dancing Night Tavern?
Anfey asked, peering out of the carriage's window.
Black 11 nodded. Take your time, Anfey said.
Make sure everything goes according to plan.
I've already made sure, he said. As soon as we send the signal, the entire city will go into lockdown mode. Unless they have a tunnel under the city, they cannot get away. Good, Anfey said, nodding.
By the time the carriage stopped in front of the tavern, it was already noon. Taverns usually have the least amount of business during noontime, which was why a lot of taverns were not even open. However, on that day, there were at least a dozen carriages parked in front of Dancing Night. The bouncer at the door saw the carriage stop and pulled open the door with a wide smile.
Yi nodded at the carriage driver and followed Anfey into the tavern. There were about 30 people and a few performers in the tavern.
The performers were dancing to upbeat music, and their movements were very in sync.
The tavern patrons were chatting with each other.
Alice had banned alcohol in Stormenberg, but White Mountain City was different. Alice did not have as much power here, and she did not want to anger the mercenaries by taking away part of their lives.
Alice didn't want to put Anthony in a difficult situation, and Anthony wouldn't do anything to Alice.
They coexisted in a delicate peace. A young girl hurried over. She was grinning widely and said, "This way, sir."
Anfey glanced at Yi, who shook his head. Clearly, the people he was looking for were not there. He turned to the young girl and said, "I need to see the owner. Anyone who doesn't work here can leave now." Ye's voice drew everyone's attention.
The dancing girls stopped and the music halted.
"Ah, I see," the young woman said.
"You're here looking for a fight."
She turned and hurried off. "Do they not know you here?" Anfey asked, curious. Before Yi could say anything, a woman appeared. She frowned when she saw Yi. "What are you doing?"
The woman began.
"I need to see the owner," he said, cutting her off. The woman frowned. "What is the meaning of this?" "I need to see the owner," Yi repeated. "Now." "I can get him," the woman said curtly. "But I don't know if you are worth it." Anfey frowned. Yi played the most important part in keeping order in the city. Ye's orders were Anfey's orders. Anyone who disobeyed Yi would be disobeying him.
Anfey had always focused on his personal strength, which was why he ignored the fact that Yi had restrictions as well. At least here in Dancing Night Tavern, Ye's orders did not mean as much as they did outside. Before Anfey could say anything, one of the patrons shook his head and said, "The owner of this place is not that easy to see. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 463, Entertainment. Chapter 463, Entertainment. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Anfey felt angrier when he saw people trying to stir up the situation.
Anfey reacted to annoying situations in a unique way.
The angrier he felt, the calmer he would look.
Anfey had a high position and powerful fighting ability. In White Mountain City, and even in Sacred City, no one would challenge him on purpose. Yolanthe even sent a letter to Anfey to ask him to entitle Anthony to be Duke.
He asked Anfey to make his own judgment on that. It was not an exaggeration to say that Anfey had become one of the most important assistants for Yolanthe. In addition, Anfey's fighting ability had reached a level no one could match. No matter where Anfey was, he became the person that everyone tried to flatter.
The nobility in Sacred City was not arrogant as the people here.
Of course, there were many bad people among the nobility, but it was undeniable that noblemen had more chance to get educated than regular people. Any noblemen who were not too stupid would only offend others if it was in their own interest. They would not offend others with bad words or manners for no reason.
They were not that naive to do so.
Anfey didn't say anything, but he had made a decision. He waved his hand, and the bar door was forced open. A group of mercenary inspectors pushed through the two guards at the door. Those poor guards had two shiny swords against their necks, which was why they dared not make any noise to let people in the bar know what had happened.
"Commander Yi, it looks like you are serious about this."
Seeing the big group of inspectors knock the door down and rush in, the woman looked mad. She turned around and yelled, "Big bro, someone is looking to cause trouble for us."
Bro! What happened?
A deep voice was heard from upstairs.
Some troublemakers are here, the woman yelled in a high-pitched voice. Who the F***ck are they? Ozzy walked downstairs in just a few steps.
The whole bar suddenly became quiet. The woman and the customers all sneered and prepared to watch a fight.
Anfey was shocked.
He did not think the woman in front of him was related to Ozzy.
Of course, Ozzy was even more surprised to see Anfey there.
Ozzy stared wide-eyed at Anfey, Yi, Black 11 and the big group of mercenaries.
Bro, Commander Yi does not want to do you a favor.
The woman paid all her attention to the gazes of Anfey, Yi and others, but neglected Ozzy's. She smiled, moved next to Ozzy and held Ozzy's arm to show how close she was to him.
We are all friends. I do not want to give you a hard time, but you have to pay for my doors.
All the customers in the bar laughed.
Ozzy finally realized what was going on from the laughter.
He shoved the woman away and slapped her hard. He snarled, "F***king, forget about your doors." The woman did not expect Ozzy to slap her. She stumbled and fell to the floor.
Bro? After the woman calling him bro again, Ozzy got madder and kicked the woman in the chest.
He tried to shed any possible relationship between two of them, but the woman kept calling him bro and put him in a bad situation.
Why did she have to involve him in this situation right now? Did she want him to die? Commander Ozzy, you look awesome, Anfey said casually.
Ozzy could not recall Anfey talking to him with such a sarcastic tone since he had joined the League of Mercenaries. He was shocked and scared at the same time. His legs felt weak and he was about to kneel down before Anfey. Suddenly, they heard a snarl from upstairs.
F***ck, who dares to hurt my sister?
A person covered in bright combat power shot himself downstairs toward Anfey.
Often things happen with ridiculous or terrible timing.
If that person had come downstairs earlier, he would have seen Ozzy hitting the woman, which would have stopped him from attacking Anfey. If he had come downstairs a bit later, he would have seen Ozzy kneeling down to Anfey, which also would have stopped him from attacking. However, he came downstairs in between these events, which made him doomed.
Anfey raised his hand and called out a firebird.
The firebird shot from his hand at the swordsman. The combat power of the swordsman crashed immediately. The firebird shot into his body, came out from his back with splashes of blood, and hit the bar wall.
A big hole on the wall appeared, while the swordsman rolled on the floor.
When the firebird passed through his chest, the swordsman's body was almost broken in half with only some skin and tendons connecting the parts. The whole bar became quiet again because Anfey had shown how powerful he was.
Moreover, patrons did not think anyone would dare kill someone in the bar. Master. Ozzy kneeled down.
He had been good at weighing people's words and observing their looks to know what was on others' minds. Of course, he knew Anfey was really mad now.
Sensing the magic surges, a few more people appeared on the stairs. Rizka was among them.
He did not look less surprised than Ozzy, especially when he saw the friend who had been drinking and hanging out with him dead in his own blood.
Obviously, Anfey killed him.
Rizka stood there but could not mutter a word.
Master Rizka is here too?
It looks like I am not a good chief commander since I did not give you enough food and clothes, and you have to come here to watch the bar as a side job.
Do you know what watch the bar means? You are watch dogs. Anfey said casually. Rizka's face was a little pale.
He hesitated for a second before he slowly walked next to Ozzy and kneeled down. He wanted to argue, but he knew it was not a good time for that.
Are you happy now? Do you think it is already time to relax and entertain yourselves?
You are quite happy with the situation you are in, Anfey said in a sarcastic tone.
Luckily, others are not like you. Shinbella and Thompson have been practicing sword fighting every day.
Zubin and Feller have given up sleep time for meditation.
I thought everybody should try hard and it would not be a big deal. I just realized how good they are compared with you too. This was really how Anfey thought. No one had tried as hard as Anfey. Even after Anfey passed the level of Dedal, he still practiced as much as before.
That was why he didn't think it was a big deal to see others trying hard every day. It was also the reason no one in the bar had seen him knew him.
Anfey barely experienced any entertainment.
He delegated all the administrative and diplomatic work to Alice. Besides talking to Alice, Christian, Anthony and few others sometimes, and spending some time with Susanna, he spent the rest of his time practicing.
He was like a girl who only stayed home.
It would be strange if people in White Mountain City saw him and knew him. Ozzy blushed, and Rizka felt uneasy, but they kept quiet.
He stopped interrogating Ozik and Rizka and asked, "Yi, when you came in, what did you say?" "Me?"
Yi was shocked for a second when he was called out. "I said this bar needs to be out of service for a while.
We need do an investigation."
And?
Anfey said.
And, Yi recalled, anyone who is not related to the bar needs to leave right away. No one left the bar, so they must have something to do with the bar.
Arrest all of them, Anfey said.
Yi turned around to give the inspectors a look.
Those mercenaries went over to take everyone in the bar.
They never felt they had this much authority when they went out with Yi.
Now they felt they could take anyone with them.
The situation changed too fast.
Most customers were reasonable.
They did not struggle when they were tied up by the mercenaries. Only one customer struggled a bit, but he only struggled, daring not to fight the mercenaries.
"Can't your inspectorate control that guy?" Anfey saw 5 mercenaries struggling to control the one customer. Anfey sneered, "I asked you to take them, alive or dead."
"Kill him," Yi snarled. The mercenaries pulled out swords and stabbed the customer until many holes showed on his body.
Ozik and Rizka were not stupid.
Seeing that Anfey and Yi had brought a large group of mercenaries to this bar, they figured there must be something fishy about the bar.
Seeing Anfey kill 2 people already, they dared not say anything.
Sounds of walking were heard upstairs.
2 girls and 8 young men walked downstairs.
The girls were twins. They looked adorable, maybe not as beautiful as elves, but definitely good-looking for humans. The looks on their faces showed they must have thought there were fights downstairs, and they wanted to come down to give a hand.
Seeing the situation, they dared not join the fight.
They had their hands on the shafts of their swords. They gazed at the woman on the floor and the dead bodies.
They looked a little angry and sad.
"It's 2 of them," Yi suddenly said.
"Which 2? Anfey said.
"The first and third one from left."
Black 11 pointed. He saw the portraits too. "Take them," Anfey ordered.
Knowing their decent fighting abilities, Yi went to take them himself, accompanied by more than a dozen mercenaries. Seeing Yi and his team pressing down on them, the young men immediately pulled their swords out and released their combat power. The 2 mages behind them released Magic Dome, posing that they were ready for the fight.
One of the young men asked loudly, "Master, did we do anything wrong? You killed over 100 mercenaries."
"It was not a mistake. It is a crime," Black 11 said coldly.
"Master, do you have any proof?" the guy yelled.
"They attacked us first," one of the girls screamed at the same time.
"Good, at least you admit you killed over 100 mercenaries," he said. "You can say whatever you want to say. No one would know who started the fight anyway. We are telling the truth."
That girl still did not realize her mistake. Even though her mistake would not change the result, mistakes were mistakes.
No matter they admitted they had killed those mercenaries or not, they would be taken away. Truth?
"It would only be truth if I say so," he said calmly and pulled his sword out. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 464, Old Business. Chapter 464, Old Business. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio.
The young men formed a circle around the 2 girls and the mages.
Their attitude was clear. They would not submit easily. Anfey turned to Ozik and asked, "Is there anyone important above us?" Ozik shook his head. "All right," Anfey said. "Leave us." He glanced at Anfey, then left quietly with his men.
He waved his hand and the mercenaries in his inspectorate began shoving the patrons out of the tavern as well.
"This is your last chance," Anfey said, raising his arm and summoning a raging storm of elements.
Even without the help of the ring, Anfey knew that the most powerful of the group should be the woman Ozik had beaten. She was more powerful than Ozik and was just pretending to be defeated. Even if he destroyed the tavern, she would still survive. He just needed to leave one person alive. Anfey didn't care if these people died or not. He founded an inspectorate because he needed a branch to keep the mercenaries in the city from violating the rules. Even though the inspectorate was new and its duties were still unclear, it was still very important and no one should disobey it. The patrons clearly knew who Yi was and what kind of power he wielded, which was why Anfey was very angry. He could not allow Yi's power to be questioned, because that would be an act of questioning his power. Suddenly, a voice called out and Anfey stopped moving.
"Wait," a middle-aged man appeared and hurried over. "Wait."
The young men all moved out of the middle-aged man's way. "Put those away," the middle-aged man said. The young men looked at him, then reluctantly put their weapons away.
The middle-aged man turned to Anfey and said, "What is it you need with them?" "We will cooperate." Finally, Anfey said, someone sensible. He looked at the man while turning the ring in his hand.
What did they do? The middle-aged man asked carefully.
Did they offend you, my lord?
They killed 100 mercenaries and refused to cooperate with me, he said, walking over.
I need them to come with me.
We were attacked first, one of the girls argued.
The middle-aged man waved his hand and silenced her. He turned to Anfey and said, I apologize, my lord.
They are still young and too brash.
Of course you can take them.
He turned to the young men and waved his hand. The young men sighed and began slowly moving towards Yi.
And her, Anfey said, tossing a cup towards the woman who was sitting on the ground.
The woman's body suddenly twisted, and she jumped to the side.
The cup hit the floor and shattered.
Of course, the man said, of course.
And you? Anfey said.
I need to search this place. The middle-aged man frowned.
I don't recall breaking any laws, my lord, he said.
You were hiding fugitives.
The middle-aged man sighed. I do not know when I have offended you, my lord. Do you enjoy ruining people's lives? Don't act too innocent, Anfey said. What would those dead mercenaries think?
The man turned to the young men and said, I've always said don't be so brash. Don't make a decision you will later regret.
Don't try to do anything, Anfey said, shaking his head. Rangers. Rangers, the middle-aged man repeated with a frown. I don't know what you're talking about, my lord.
Don't play the fool with me, Anfey said.
Treat others like you want to be treated. If you cannot do that, you have no right to talk about anything.
I am very confused, my lord, the man said.
I really have no idea what you're talking about. Let me tell you, Anfey said. My wife's name is Susanna. After Trajan's rebellion, she left Grus with her younger sister.
She had a treasure map with her, but she was attacked, and half of the map was stolen.
The man watched Anfey calmly. His expression did not change at all.
The young men behind him clearly were not good liars. As soon as they heard Susanna's name, they turned to each other and began muttering under their breath. The treasure map belonged to her teacher and was a secret.
I don't know how you found out about it, but I want to know.
I know you're not peaceful people because you also resort to violence. If Susanna were not as powerful as she is, there will be not justice for her or her sister.
You watched in shock.
Susanna had never ordered anyone and had no officers, but she was still very important and held an important spot in a lot of mercenaries' heart.
The mercenaries began getting very angry when they heard Anfey say that these people once attacked Susanna.
You have no right talking about justice, Anfey continued. You only speak of it when you cannot fight your way out of a situation. You are part of the church.
I didn't know anyone could be as despicable as you.
I do not care what you say, but I will take you and those people with me today and I will search this place. The middle-aged man frowned. You mistake me for someone else, he said.
I really have no idea what rangers are.
You will know, Anfey said.
You either come with me or give me an excuse to kill all of you.
Fine, the middle-aged man said, shaking his head.
We will go, since you choose not to believe us.
He waved his hand and the mercenaries hurried over, tying up the middle-aged men and the young men. They even tied up the girls as they brought them out of the tavern. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 465, I want to have a family. Chapter 465, I want to have a family. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio.
When the supervision group of mercenaries took the people back to their station, Susanna, Alice and few others had received the news and come over.
They saw over 50 people arrested, including some elf dancers. Those elf dancers did not even have the chance to change their clothes.
Their bodies shivered in the chilly spring.
Anfey, what happened? What made you so mad? Alice smiled. Mad? Not really. Anfey said in a low pitch. He gave Yi a look. Yi understood what it meant immediately. He turned around and walked to those criminals. All of you follow me. I have something to say. Anfey walked into the room first. Alice and Susanna looked at each other before they followed Anfey in.
Everyone took a seat, but Ozik and Rizka did not dare to sit. They just stood in the center of the room.
Can you guys tell us what is going on with you in that bar?
Anfey said with a serious look.
Rizka, you go first. Commander Ozik invited me there. He said. Rizka looked like he did not know if he should continue. What? Too embarrassed to say? Ozik, do you want Rizka to continue? Anfey asked. You can say it. Things have already gone sour. I do not want you to be blamed for nothing you have done. Ozik muttered. Rizka smiled bitterly. Ozik said he likes a woman and asked me to help him to check if she is good. Is that it? Anfey was shocked. Yes. Today is the first time I went to that bar. I did not think. Rizka said.
Anfey went quiet for a while and said, Rizka, I am sorry. I made a mistake today, but I hope you can understand that I could not ask you anything in that situation.
I have to ask you when we are back.
This was the strength of Anfey. When he realized he was wrong, he would admit it right away without giving excuses.
Does it mean I am okay now?
Rizka shrugged. He patted hard on Ozik and said with a suggestive tone.
Ozik, now it's your turn. Good luck.
The complicated and dangerous situations had helped these rookies grow so much and so fast. Even though they matured in different speeds, but it was undeniable that they all changed a lot. How Rizka reacted showed his intelligence.
After Anfey apologized, he neither said it's alright, nor acted like he was wronged. Both reactions seemed inappropriate. If he said it's alright, he seemed to agree that Anfey made a mistake on him. It would be even worse if he acted he was wronged. Ozik actually was forgiving, otherwise he could have argued with Anfey back in the bar. He chose to dodge away from Anfey's apology. Rizka did not complain about Ozik even though he was dragged down in this situation. He was half serious and half joking when he patted Ozik's shoulders. He tried to help Ozik by reminding everyone in the room with his action and words that they were friends and fellows who went through thick and thin together. It's your turn, Ozik. What is your relationship with the bar?
Anfey could not help giving Rizka a long look before he laid his eyes back on Ozik.
Master. Ozik said in a low pitch with a sad look. You know me. I was an orphan.
I was forced to become a mercenary when I was 14 since I did not have any other ways to make living.
I was only a swordsman apprentice. I could not join any mercenary groups.
For the sake of my own safety, I could not join any of them either.
That was why I was by myself.
Ozik had been thinking about what to tell Anfey on the way back to the station. When Anfey asked him to talk, he was able to vividly tell his stories.
Why? Susanna asked in surprise. Wouldn't it give you safety if you joined the mercenary group? In fact, Susanna asked on purpose. It was obvious that Anfey was interrogating Ozik. Susanna wanted to light up the atmosphere a little bit.
She felt bad for Ozik since he had been very respectful to her.
Every time when Ozik saw her, he always greeted her madam. He was very helpful and royal to Anfey as well. She wanted to help him.
Madam, when you went out for your internship, you were already a senior swordswoman.
That is why you did not know the nasty things for the lower-level swordsmen. Ozik said sadly. A decent amount of people registered to be mercenaries every year, but what happened to them later on? How many of them survived?
If I were a swordsman, I could be very helpful for a mercenary group.
They would respect me.
I was only a swordsman apprentice back then. No one cared about if I was alive or dead.
I could be humiliated by others as entertainments, or be used as a bait for magic beasts.
In fact, I have done the same thing to lower-level swordsmen after I built my own mercenary group.
Anfey rolled his eyes.
He did not think this had anything to do with the bar, but he did not care about interrupting Ozik.
I have done many things and suffered a lot since I was 14. I started to try to build my own mercenary group after I became a swordsman.
I have worked very hard for the past 20 years.
I am over 30 years old now. I want to have my own family now.
I hope to have a woman who can take care of me and care about me.
Ozik said with a sad face.
If I waited few more years, I probably could not even see my child growing up.
Anfey, what Ozik said is a big issue. Alice looked like she thought of something. I have collected data.
It showed that less than 1/3 of the mercenaries married in the League of Mercenaries.
This is so strange.
Everybody knows that mercenaries are a dangerous profession.
The male and female ratio is really imbalanced.
In the White Mountain City, the number of females is twice as much as males.
I do not understand why those mercenaries are not married. Master Alice, there are many factors contributed to it. Yi smiled bitterly.
As a mercenary, he knew the limitations for being mercenaries.
Tell me about it, Alice said. It could not be explained with a few minutes. It is pretty complicated. Yi said in a low pitch. It is not a good time to talk about right now. Okay, can you write a report and give it to me whenever you have time, Alice said. Yi was shocked for a second about Alice's request. He wanted to slap himself for talking too much.
Anfey, this issue needs to be resolved. Alice said seriously. Only if we could give mercenaries a family, they would feel settled. Our welfare system needs to be better as well. For example, if a mercenary died, we should give money to his family to help with their life. In addition, we could build magic and swordsman academies to give mercenaries' kids chance to learn. Everybody started to chat. Anfey could not help himself slamming on the table to get everyone's attention. We should be talking about the bar. We are off topics now. Everyone laid their eyes back to Ozzik. Ozzik said with a bitter smile. Blavi and I went to that bar often. I got drunk twice there. Julie took care of me and... Which one is Julie? Anfey interrupted Ozzik's talk. That one, Ozzik said. The one calling you bro? Anfey asked. Yes. Ozzik lowered his head and said, she has been very nice to me. One time, she took care of me the whole night. When I woke up the next morning, I saw her nodding off at the bed. Master, you have no idea how I felt at that moment. That is why you are willing to be her watchdog? Anfey said coldly. After noticing Anfey sounded cold again, Ozzik lowered his head even more. He did not dare to continue his story. Anfey looked at Ozzik for a while and heaved a slight sigh at the end. His anger towards Ozzik had gone. Anfey had Susanna and got his own personal happiness. He cannot just allow himself to have a partner and stop his followers to have their own. It was not wrong for Ozzik to date that woman or guard the bar for her. Anfey has said in the bar that he would treat others as he wanted to be treated. If Susanna ran a bar and someone went over to mess her up, Anfey would definitely fight for her. He should not blame Ozzik for this reason. The mistake Ozzik made was he could not tell the real purpose in that woman. In fact, anyone, no matter men or women, once they fell in love, their intelligence seemed to go down. It was not fair to blame Ozzik for that. Ozzik was Anfey's big helper. Now he started to talk about having a family on the table. Anfey felt bad for him and could not punish him for that reason. Ozzik, do you really want to get married? Anfey said slowly. Yes. It was hard to believe that Ozzik blushed after he said yes. There are girls in the League of Mercenaries. Why do you have to look for girls outside the League? Anfey sounded calmer than before. This time you are wrong about that woman. Break up with her. It would not do you any good if you keep seeing her. Master, I know she is not the right woman for me, Ozzik said. Do you really know? What Ozzik said made Anfey angry again. Master, that woman is so bad. She tried to sabotage my relationship with Yi in front of my face. Ozzik yelled. What did she mean when she said Commander Yi did not want to do me a favor? I am not stupid. Not mentioning she is in trouble, even she is okay now, I would not see her. Good, at least you still care about your friendship with Yi. Anfey smiled. Anfey, I think Ozzik already knew he made a mistake. We should forgive him. Susanna tried to convince Anfey to let it go after seeing Anfey smiling again. No, I cannot just let it go. Anfey said slowly. Ozzik, it is lucky that we found it early. What would have happened if we did not find it early enough? You would have made a huge mistake. To make you learn, I will punish you with 10 whips. Yi, you will give him the 10 whips. Do you agree, Ozzik? Yes. Ozzik knew the issue was finally resolved, at least became a history for him. Alice, I arrested a group of customers. Later, can you go and bluff them first and then release them? Anfey asked. Why did you take the customers? Alice asked. I did not only take them, but also killed one. Anfey said in a low pitch. They did not show any respects to the supervision group and dared to stir up in the bar. I think they must have a special relationship with the bar. Then why are you asking me to release them? Alice asked. We can arrest them again after I release them now. Anfey smiled. Yi, do you know what I meant? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 466, Tricks. Chapter 466, Tricks. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. What we know right now is that Alice was the one in charge of the League of Mercenaries, Scarlet said, leaning back in her chair. I do not know why they trust her so much, but I am sure that you know she is too ambitious to be in charge of just a few thousand mercenaries. With 3 top-level powers, the League of Mercenaries will band together much quicker than we expected. What do you think, Your Royal Highness? Prince Jarek sat next to Scarlet, staring off into space.
He didn't say anything because he did not know what to say.
If he disagreed, then he would put Scarlet in a difficult situation. He did not want to do that because she was so loyal to him. If he agreed, it would weigh on his conscience. He was the one who suggested marrying Alice to ensure an alliance with Tiger of Tao mercenary group. He couldn't allow Scarlet to kill her. Anfey is too powerful right now, Scarlet said. He fought with Dysvidia and did not lose, we cannot do anything to him. Both Susanna and Anthony are master swordsmen, which makes them unsuitable targets. Susanna may be Anfey's wife, but her death wouldn't do anything to the League of Mercenaries. Anthony already handed Glory Mercenary Group off to his son, so there is no use killing him either. If we kill both Anthony and David, then we risk Anfey reaping the benefits, and we cannot let that happen, Scarlet murmured. We cannot take on a top-level power, my lady, one of the men said quietly. I know, Scarlet said. She turned to Prince Jarek and said, which means the best target is Alice. Jarek's hands shook. He knew that Scarlet said all that for him, in order to prove that Scarlet wasn't going to kill Alice because of their personal conflict. Killing Alice was the best option for them at the moment. He also knew that Scarlet had already made her decision before the meeting began. The League of Mercenaries is still young, which means it still has a lot of flaws. That traitor Kumaragosha is Anfey's head of guards, but Alice doesn't have a single guard. It is very easy to take her out. Jarek pursed his lips. Alice is what's keeping that league together, Scarlet said. As soon as she's dead, the city will fall into chaos. Anfey wasn't experienced enough to run a city, which means he would be tied to White Mountain City for a while. If he's there, Susanna will be there. Anthony, of course, will never leave White Mountain City. That will make our lives so much easier. Can't we? Jarek took a deep breath and said, can't we defeat them on the battlefield? I don't like the idea of assassinations. You don't like it? Scarlet repeated mockingly. Really? Believe it or not, they are probably looking for ways to assassinate us at this moment. Scarlet. Jarek said with wide eyes. Don't worry, Your Highness, Scarlet said. They can't touch me. Alice is a buffer between Anfey and Christian. A nation cannot have two kings. With Alice gone, Anfey and Christian must face all the difficulties that may arise when two parties vie for a certain position. Scarlet stood up and began pacing around the room. What does that mean? That means that they have to divide the power between the two of them, Scarlet said. Which would result in more conflicts, Jarek said. One of them will get less power and become upset. They'll hate each other. Probably not, Scarlet said, shaking her head. They are good friends. I don't think they will ever hate each other. But one thing is inevitable. If they split power, the mercenaries will take sides as well. That will divide the league into two parties. Anfey's party would be filled with powerful mercenaries. But the upper class will never know the struggles of the lower class, and vice versa. If the two sides fight, that will surely put a rift in their relationship. A rift is easy to create and hard to mend. Christian doesn't have his own men, does he? Jarek asked. He doesn't because it's unnecessary, Scarlet said. The League is working now because Anfey and Christian are working together. The mercenaries don't have to declare allegiance to one of them because there is no need for that. Scarlet paused and smiled at Jarek. If there is a rift in their relationship, if the mercenaries realize the two are not as friendly as before, then they will start choosing sides and Christian will have his own mercenaries. Maybe not, Manstally said. I've seen them. They are as close as brothers. Even if the mercenaries are divided, I am certain Anfey and Christian would find ways to mend their relationship. Friendship can change, my lord, Scarlet said. For example, you and Bruzeriano. Manstally frowned. Bruzeriano was once a very good friend of his, and the Druids always say as long as he and Bruzeriano are alive, the Druids will be powerful again. As time went on, though, Bruzeriano thought Manstally was too violent, and he thought Bruzeriano was too indecisive. Their friendship did not end well. Scarlet knew what she had to do to benefit herself and her empire, but she did not know what kind of people Christian and Anfey were. It seemed like Christian was kind and honest. He did not care about power. Even as Anfey tried to push him into positions of power, Christian was reluctant. Anfey seemed to be good at analyzing a situation. He knew Christian and trusted him. He had been rejecting friendships, but the friendships he developed were more precious to him than anything. Anfey may be an evil man, but he still had goodness in him. He still had kindness in his heart. Christian was kind, but he had his plans. He was not afraid of intrigue. Christian was ready to do whatever it took to get what he wanted. Do you know what you need to do?
Scarlet turned and asked the men in the shadow.
When you get to White Mountain City, you should try and contact Nishiva, Scarlet said.
She will cooperate.
But, one of the men said hurriedly.
She's been saying some inappropriate things.
She already has Anfey and Anthony's attention. If we try to contact her, we risk exposing ourselves.
Nishiva is Anthony's wife and his son's mother, Scarlet said.
She is in a relatively safe position.
She is not a fool. As long as you are careful, you will be fine. Yes, General, the men in the shadow said.
All right, Scarlet said with a wave of her hand.
You may leave now. Manstally smiled at Scarlet.
He admired her tenacity and her brilliance.
If Alice died, Anfey would investigate. What would he do when he found out Nishiva was involved?
Anfey wasn't the type to let the murder of his close advisor go, but if he did do something to Nishiva, it would damage his relationship with Anthony and David. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 467, Old-Time Servants. Chapter 467, Old-Time Servants. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Master. Ozik limped over. Keep it to yourself.
Anfey did not know whether he should cry or smile. You were punished with whips instead of being hit with sticks.
What happened? Your legs were not broken, were they? Ozik complained immediately. No, master. Ye did not do me any favors.
He whipped with full force. I can take off my shirt to show you if you do not believe me. I don't care if he did you a favor or not.
You do not have to worry about me blaming him for that. Anfey gave Ozik a playful look.
I punished you to set an example for others, not to test your friendship with ye.
How could such a shameful thing be an example for others? Ozik asked bitterly. We will not talk about it. Anfey signaled the front door with his chin. Are those criminals okay? Did you get a chance to see your date?
Master, she has had nothing to do with me since that day.
Ozik immediately put on a serious look.
She is just a criminal to me now, with bad intention towards our league.
Can you really control yourself that well? Anfey suddenly smiled. I heard about your story from Yi. I actually can understand you now. My story? What story? Ozik was shocked.
I heard you were starving when you were about 14 years old. You went to steal some food at a businessman's house and got caught at the scene by the hostess. However, she neither reported you to the patrol nor gave you a hard time. Instead, she took out a lot of food to feed you. In the end, you even had sex with her.
Since then, you have had special interest in the women around 28 years old. Is that right? Anfey smiled. Yee. Ozik Stomp let his foot out of anger and embarrassment. His face was beet red. Commander, I had to tell Anfey, he said.
Master felt it was odd why you would like Julie when we have many prettier and younger girls in the league.
Master kept asking me.
I did not dare not tell him. Black 11, Zubin and few others standing behind Yi tried hard to hold their laughter.
Anfey asked Yi in front of Blavi and few others.
He did not like to gossip, but Blavi really enjoyed it.
Soon, the upper-level administrative team all knew Ozik's story.
Master, you should not joke about it, Ozik said with a low voice, looking sad.
What's wrong? Anfey was shocked for a second. Oh, right, didn't you go to see her a lot when her husband went on business trips? Why did you stop seeing her? I asked Yi, but he did not know.
She was killed by her husband, Ozik said with a low voice. In fact, she did not have to die, but she tried to signal me and asked me to run. After a few days, I heard she died from disease.
She was not sick.
Her husband must have killed her. Anfey was shocked inside. I am sorry, Ozik. It was such a bad romance.
Forget about it. It's history now.
It is not a secret anymore since everybody knows about it.
Ozik looked up, and then around the room.
He said slowly, I just hope no one will joke with me about this. This was the first Ozik talked in such a serious tone since he joined the League of Mercenaries. It seemed that everyone had something they wanted to keep to themselves. Black 11, Zubin and others all put on serious looks and apologized. Others say I am mean and bad, but it does not matter to me. I learned a lot from her.
Whoever treats me well, I will return to that person even more. I could even pour my whole heart out.
Ozik walked to the door, opened it and went outside. From Anfey to Black 11 and Zubin, they did not know how to respond. They felt they had better comfort him after Ozik calmed down. Anfey walked into the jail, with Yi and Black 11 right behind him. This was a high-security jail. It was so secure that all the criminals had no privacy at all. A gigantic iron cage hung in the air with 4 mercenaries underneath to guard it, which completely removed the possibility of escape. Over 20 people were kept in 2 iron cages. The cage with females seemed to be roomier, since there were only 3 of them in it, 2 girls and the so-called manager. The so-called manager was the woman Ozik had been dating. Anfey kept dancers and waitresses in a better place, even though they were rude. Anfey did not want to vent his anger out on them. After the investigation, he would let innocent people leave. People usually did not know how important freedom was until they lost it. Some people might disagree. They might think lives were more important than freedom, since without life, there would be no freedom. On Pan Continent, after people with weak telepathy died, their spirits would disappear quickly. It would be pointless for them to understand this principle. 3 women all looked tired and sad. They had enjoyed a good life, so they could not stand life in jail. They could not sit or lay down too long, otherwise their bodies would become restless. They could not even use the restroom freely. There was only a wood bucket in a corner without anything to block it. Whenever one of them walked to the wood bucket, dozens of mercenaries in the room would follow that woman. Of course, the other 2 women tried to cover her. It was undeniable that this was inhumane, but this world was developed in terms of magic, not in terms of humanity. It seemed impossible to talk about humanity in the slavery system. Men did not have a good life either. People usually did not like to talk about height. They felt their height was determined by the genes from their parents and they had no control over it. It did not seem matter to them whether they were tall or short. However, the men liked to compare the size of their private parts. One middle-aged man became the joke of the mercenaries. Mercenaries liked to call him Little Birdie at dinner. Even those 3 women knew what Little Birdie meant. The middle-aged man was a mentor, so the girls did not know whether they should laugh about it, be mad, or ignore it. They could only pretend they did not hear. Seeing Anfey walk in, the middle-aged man suddenly stood up. He yelled in anger, "Master Anfey, what do you want to do to us? It's been 3 days. When will you let us leave?" "Little Birdie, shut the F***ck up," a mercenary yelled before Anfey could say anything. Those young men did not dare to laugh, but G and Black 11 did not have to hold in too much. Suddenly, people started to laugh. Someone even joked, "Little Birdie, tell us how small it is." "This small." The mercenary got excited when he saw Anfey smile. He held his little pinky out and covered the bottom half with the other hand. He said, "As small as little kid's snot." "Okay, enough." Anfey waved his hands to stop everyone from laughing. "How could we let you go if you don't admit who you are? If we never admit it, would you keep us here our whole lives?" The middle-aged man was annoyed by the laughter and forgot to speak with respectful language. "That would make it too easy for you," Anfey said. "To be honest, the place you kept your secrets were highly secured. We sent out an alchemist and over 20 mages to find it. We did not open your secret chamber until 3 days ago." The man looked shocked. He sounded a little frustrated. "Master Anfey, I do not know what you are talking about." "Don't worry. I will let you know later." Anfey took a seat on the chair a mercenary carried over for him. Anfey took out a stack of papers from the dimensional ring. He said slowly, "Really, my league has many talents. We have an alchemist and mages who can remove your magic defensive array. We also have a knowledgeable guy who helped us read those ancient languages. Last but not least, we have a person with super memory. She is our CEO, and she can memorize everything she reads in high speed. She helped me find out all the important and suspicious information. Now I already know who the Rangers are." "Anfey, I am not that guy," Hui complained. "How could you give compliments in such a sh*tty way? Who said I was talking about you?" Anfey smiled. He laid his eyes back to the middle-aged man. "In fact, I respect your courage and willpower. I even like your strategies, since this is a world that follows the law of the jungle. Unfortunately, you should not have attacked my wife." "Master, I really do not understand." The man gave one last try, but he looked very desperate. "Actually, it seems that we are meant to meet each other," Anfey said. "You have 2 hubs. One is in White Mountain City, which I control now, while the other is in Violet City, which is also my feudal estate." The man's lips were trembling, but he tried to keep silent. "Don't you understand? For the past 1,000 years, my loyal minus servants." Anfey suddenly looked sharp and cold. "Oh, my bad, the offspring of minus servants." The middle-aged man looked pale. He felt weak and started to fall to the ground. Luckily, the young men held him up.
Yi asked in surprise. Master, which minus? He followed Anfey, but did not know what was written on the paper.
It seems that there is only one well-known minus, Anfey said. If your top powers were all in White Mountain City, I probably would not have been able to catch you. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 468, Personalities. Chapter 468, Personalities. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. They're working with Evil Mist? Black 11 asked, shocked.
Of course not, Anfey said, shaking his head. A long time ago, Minus was just a reclusive supreme power.
Like your teacher? Anfey nodded.
Yes.
How did you know that? The middle-aged man asked. You didn't invent that language, did you? Hui Wei asked. Of course we can read it. What else do you know? The middle-aged man asked, turning to Anfey.
A lot, Anfey said. I know that Minus was living near Violet City. He built a secret palace, but he released all of his servants before his death and forbade them from speaking about the palace. The descendants of the servants are scattered all over the world, but you still maintained communication. But because the servants wouldn't speak of the location of the palace, you have lost that knowledge. That is why you have 2 communication stations, one in Violet City and one here, because there are very few rules in the country of mercenaries.
Your presence will be harder to detect. Yi and Black 11 listened in shock.
Not only they, but even the young men and women did not know much about the secrets of the Rangers. Anfey glanced at Yi, who waved his hand and dismissed all the mercenaries in the room. Minus had a special weapon, I heard.
The Wheel of Fortune.
With the Wheel of Fortune, he was able to find the wealth left by his predecessors, and that was why he became a supreme power. I didn't believe in fate before, but I do now.
If you hadn't attacked Susanna, I would have never noticed you.
You know, that tavern has been around since the founding of White Mountain City. I'm impressed how well you were able to conceal your tracks.
The middle-aged man looked at Anfey but did not say anything.
Minus was a very powerful and brilliant man, Anfey continued. But he is also a lonely man. Perhaps because he was too lonely, or perhaps because he began practicing dark magic, he split into 2 personalities in his later years. Sometimes, he would be fighting himself.
Himself? Anfey nodded. He knew a lot of things we do not.
One of his personalities became convinced that fate is at work.
Everything is predetermined. The other personality believed the complete opposite.
That personality believed that fate wasn't real and he needed to fight against it.
I believe his mind was quickly deteriorating then. You mean his mind power, sir?
No, Anfey said, flipping through the diary in his hands, his mind.
I believe he was going mad.
This is the diary of one of his maids.
There are some important things in here. What does it say? Black 11 asked.
She said that before he dismissed all of them, he would often wake up during the night from nightmares. These nightmares were apparently so bad he would wake up screaming.
He began sleeping with the Wheel of Fortune under his pillow.
She would find him clutching the wheel and shaking, as if he had seen some terrible things in it.
Anfey paused and flipped a few pages.
She said he once asked her what made her happy. She told him that serving him made her happy and asked him the same question. He told her that ignorance was a blessing and he wished that he had that. Minus was very kind to his servants, which was why the maid dared to joke with him.
She said that dogs knew nothing about that world. Were they happier than humans?
Minus, donning a serious expression, told her that ignorant dogs were much happier than he and he wished he was a dog.
Hui Wei, Yi, and the middle-aged man nodded. Minus must have seen something horrible.
Then the next chapter recorded Minus sending the servants away, Anfey said. Alice believes that Minus must have made an important decision, and sending the servants away was only the first step. Maybe he was just trying to die in peace.
Minus was a supreme power, Anfey said, shaking his head. He was a supreme power. What do you think scared him so much that he would have continuous nightmares and wish he was a dog? Maybe he saw gods, Hui Wei suggested.
He was a supreme power, which means he was closer to gods than any of us.
Maybe he broke through the seal. He was only responsible for translating and analyzing the text and did not know what Alice had said about those texts.
I think it was himself that he was scared of, Anfey said.
Think about it. Who taught Morgan, Disvidia, and Goldman? Alice believes that Minus' final decision, whatever it was, failed. After he died, he was somehow revived and became a necromancer. You're saying that the future that terrified Minus so much will come true because of Minus? I don't know, Anfey said, shaking his head. I really hope not. But I know that Minus' final attempt worked. Right now, Minus cannot remember where the Wheel of Fortune is. How did you know?
Eddie and Hana were looking for it, Anfey said. He purposely withheld the information about the labyrinth Erder discovered under Violet City.
What should we do? Black 11 asked. Minus controls Greenwich Island. We can't attack the island.
What we need to do is talk with the Rangers, Anfey said, turning to the middle-aged man.
Minus gave his most trusted servants an order. The order will come into effect should he ever return as a necromancer.
He wants you to destroy him, and he left a way to completely destroy his soul.
But this spell isn't written down anywhere. It's passed down from generation to generation.
The middle-aged man was staring at the floor, and the young men and women were staring at him in shock.
In the beginning, you enjoyed peaceful lives.
Minus taught you special ways to practice your power. No matter what happened, you would have enough power to protect yourself, Anfey said. But after the necromancer Minus the First appeared, you immediately began looking for him. You've been practicing and increasing your strength for thousands of years.
You never gave up looking for him.
This is why during every single war against the dead there would be mysterious men and women appearing and fighting the necromancers.
No one ever found out who these men and women were, but it was you, wasn't it? They were rangers.
What is your goal, my lord? The middle-aged man asked.
You should know, Anfey said.
I respect your resilience and determination, but you have to realize you are not alone in this fight. The entire world will band together against Minus the First and necromancers. Plus, this war must have done considerable damage to your strength and numbers.
You can't do this by yourself.
I can't make this decision, the middle-aged man said. Then find the ones who can, Anfey said.
I need to talk to them.
He turned to Yi and said, release them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 469, Value. Chapter 469, Value. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Commander, why are you here? Where is the master? Yi asked.
Master and Madam are behind me, Ozek said.
He pointed diagonally behind him. You can go see yourself. I am not going to go with you. Master has been giving me lessons whenever he gets a chance.
I do not want to look for troubles myself. He looked around and found no one was around them, except for Black 11 behind him.
He said, Commander, that day.
Yi felt he owed Ozek an explanation since it involved Ozek when he surrounded the bar. Yi was promoted on Ozek's recommendation and treated him as a brother. He had been busy putting out fires for the past few days.
He could not squeeze in any time until now. If he waited a few more days, his explanation would seem pointless. You do not have to explain. I know.
Ozek patted Yi on the shoulder and smiled.
No, Commander, let me explain. Yi tried to explain immediately.
I got a complaint from a mercenary that someone attacked him in the bar for no reason. I was ready to do an investigation on the bar and then Black 11 came to see me. I did not know it was not an ordinary bar till then.
Commander, you were very close to the people in the bar.
I was worried they would sense something fishy and all escape if I let you know I was coming. If that had happened, I was afraid Master Anfey would be enraged.
I know. You did not have to explain. I said I knew.
Ozek shook his head as he smiled. In fact, I am not very talented, but I am good at evaluating people. Yi, we have been friends for a long time.
How could I not know you?
Don't you remember when I wanted to seek help from Moramach, you told me it would be wrong to seek help from others? You said no matter whom we seek help from, it would not be better than having our own freedom.
How about now? Was I wrong?
Yi went quiet for a moment and smiled.
You were right. I was wrong. That is why I stopped you from explaining to me.
I know you were in an awkward situation, Ozek said.
Commander, back then, did you know Master Anfey would make such huge accomplishments in subsequent days? Yi smiled. No. I would be a prophet if that were the case. I just knew Master Anfey was great. He was not a mean and unforgiving person, so... Ozek said. Did you say this to me? Anfey pushed the door open and walked in. Do you hate me for punishing you with a few whips? Susanna followed Anfey and smiled. She understood Anfey well.
If Anfey still joked with Ozek, it meant he still treated Ozek as his trusted brother. If he were disappointed in Ozek, Anfey would act politely and nicely to Ozek instead. Master, I do not dare, Ozek said bitterly. Why are you two here? Anfey looked at the shiny silver axe as he talked. He sighed. Anfey felt lonely for not having an opponent to practice fighting with. He went to see Susanna immediately after he got the axe back from Hagen. He wanted to check the power of the axe. After one strike, Susanna refused to practice fighting with him. Of course, Susanna did not worry about hurting Anfey. She cared about her sword. Anfey's axe had the power to cut everything. If Susanna held in there for a while in the fight and won, her sword would definitely be ruined no matter what. Black 11 stepped forward and said quietly, Master, please forgive me. The issue concerning the Rangers was so important that I passed the news back to Sacred City without your permission. Black 11 had the chance to ask permission from Anfey, but he did not do it. If he had asked permission from Anfey, but Anfey had not allowed him to send the news back to Sacred City, he would have been ruined. He still had the chance to try right now at least. Was it worth you reporting to me? Anfey was shocked. Huh? Black 11 did not know how to respond. I said yesterday that wiping out -I is not only the Rangers' aim, but also mine. This is the common aim of all intelligent people on the Pan-continent. You should have let our king know about it, Anfey said. Black 11 thought Anfey would get mad, or at least be suspicious of him because it was obvious Black 11 worked for both the king and Anfey. He could not hide such a big issue from Anfey, so he chose to take the consequences after he reported to the king. After hearing what Anfey said, he felt relieved. Yi, what's up with you? Anfey looked him over and smiled. I noticed that you two have been so intimate. You guys are together all the time, no matter where you are. Yi did not know whether he should cry or laugh. Intimate should not be the word to describe the relationship between Black 11 and him. It did not sound right. He pretended he did not heard it since it was from Anfey's mouth. Master, according to the roster on the paper, after a thorough analysis, we did not find them sharing anything in common. If there has to be one, they both lived a long life. Long life? Anfey put the axe back into his dimensional ring and fell into thought. Yes. Take the maid who kept the diary for instance. She complained in the last few diary entries that she could not see things clearly after her 90th birthday. She even made a fool of herself a few times after that, which also proves she lived for more than 90 years, Yi said. Anfey, do you think those Rangers will work with you? They are so proud, Susanna asked in a low voice. Anfey shook his head. I don't know. In fact, I do not have any specific plans yet. I am just going to go with the flow for now. If they could be recruited into our league, I will definitely take them. If we could only work together instead of having them join our league, it would be a better choice for us anyway. What if they are playing games with you? Susanna asked. Playing games? Do you think I would be taken advantage of? Anfey smiled. Their royalty and courage for the past thousands of years touched me, which is the reason that I am trying to work with them. If they gave up this last chance, nothing would hold me back. They have attacked you before. Now I am trying to work with them. In fact, I do not feel good about it. If they play games with me, it is exactly as I would wish. Anfey, don't think about me, Susanna said gently. Without them, I would not have had a chance to meet you. Maybe I should thank them for that, Susanna said. Thank them? How do they deserve thanks? Anfey looked cold and sharp. No matter whether we are working together or fighting together, I will have to get what I want. What do you want? Susanna asked in surprise. Minos is a great man. Anfey said slowly. With the help of the Wheel of Fortune, he received a lot of nice things, including the experiences, lessons and relics from ancestors. I remember when Hui Wei saw it, he was very angry. He said he had searched a lot of relics, but could not find anything useful. They were all emptied by Minos. Neither Hui Wei nor Minos were the only people who knew about the relics, he said. They could have been taken by others. We do not know who else might have, but we know Minos did, Anfey said. It proves my guess is right, otherwise he would have become a saint. His stuff is not that useful to me, inspiring at most. However, to you guys, they could be. Before Anfey finished talking, everyone felt their hearts pumping fast. Did Anfey mean that their fighting ability would improve if they could have those things? Master, yesterday you said that most of the inheritance was lost in the battles. I think so too. Many of them were just on senior level, but none of them was a top power. How useful would their stuff be for us? Yi asked. Have they had any top powers before? Anfey asked. Well, yes, Yi said. So, even if their inheritance was lost, it does not mean there is no value in their stuff, Anfey said slowly. Maybe they just could not understand them, or they did not know how valuable those things were. I agree with Master, Black 11 said excitedly. Violet City was far from White Mountain City, which was in chaos. Sheriff Herder was gone for no reason, which became sensational news in the city. The previous city master was sick in bed. There was no leadership in the city. Luckily, there were two people in high positions in the city. One was Miss Naya and the other was Miss Shelley. Naya was the daughter of Archmage Saul, and Shelley was the sister-in-law of Anfey. Any of them could turn around the city if they wanted to. Even though neither Naya nor Shelley had any experience managing a city, they had to take over anyway. Naya was a little better than Shelley handling the job. She did not have a specific plan, but she worded her orders with "for whatever cost, even if you have to dig out the whole city," otherwise in other forceful words. If Anfey and others were there, they might have found Naya funny and cute. However, she was very serious about this job, and the patrols and troops did not think the same way as Anfey. Herder finally came out of his coma. He slowly opened his eyes. He tried to turn his head to see the magic transmission portal behind him first. When he turned his head back to see what was in front of him, he was stunned. Herder found himself lying in a beautiful and gigantic room. It would not be an exaggeration to say it was a palace. Dozens of magic for everlasting magic lights were hung on the walls. About half of the magic for everlasting magic lights were out, but even with less than half of them lit, the place was very bright. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 470, Qualifications. Chapter 470, Qualifications. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Your Majesty, this is a risky move, the old man said quietly to Yolanthi. Yolanthi frowned. He turned to Saul and asked, "What do you think?" "This is the first time I heard about the chameleon unit, Your Majesty," Saul said. "I am not qualified to give an opinion." He paused and smiled. "I can, however, talk about this issue from another angle. Dumange has been serving Scarlet, and he is one of the most powerful mages in the world. His lightning spells are nightmares for all of his opponents. Anfey may be a two-discipliner, but..." Saul's voice trailed off. Clearly, he didn't think Anfey was qualified enough to take on Dumange. "Scarlet has the supreme armor," the old man added. "Even though it ranks after the azure armor, it is still not a good idea to underestimate it." The old man paused and sighed. "I've seen that armor before. The only place not protected by supreme armor are the eyes." Yolanthi nodded but did not say anything. If Dumange is there, even if Anfey could get close to Scarlet, he will only have one opportunity. Scarlet is a senior Silver Knight. She won't be sitting around and waiting for him. Dumange won't be the only one protecting her, either, Saul said. If Manstali or Fernando is there, well, I believe that it is impossible for anyone to kill her if she is protected by so many top-level powers. "I agree, Your Majesty," the old man said. "We cannot use the chameleon unit right now. If Anfey fails, the unit will be exposed. We cannot allow that to happen." "We're all old now," Yolanthi said with a sigh. "The future of Mayho Empire lies in the hands of the younger generation. If we can't provide aid, the least we can do is encourage them." "You mean?" "Tell Anfey about this," Yolanthi said. "I want him to make his own decision. What if he insists on killing Scarlet? Then we let him. This is too risky. We all did risky things when we were young, didn't we?" Yolanthi said, shaking his head. "Anfey isn't someone who would rush into a decision. I trust that he will plan out his every move before committing to the plan." Saul and the old man sighed and nodded. In White Mountain City, Sam brought a man to the meeting room to meet Anfey. The middle-aged man who was referred to as Little Bird, Sam walked into the room and nodded at Anfey. "This is the man that can make a decision?" Anfey asked Sam. White Mountain City had reopened its trade routes and became busy again. The merchants and mercenaries had clashed a few times since the reopening of the routes. Investigation showed that the merchants had done nothing wrong, the mercenaries had started the arguments. Alice wanted to punish them, but she needed to run the decision by Anfey. Sam nodded. "This is Lord Robert," Sam said. "Lord Robert, this is the head of the League of Mercenaries, Lord Anfey." "Sit," Anfey said. "I've heard rumors," Robert said, "about your rudeness, sir." "You're not that important," Anfey said with a shrug. "You're a guest. Isn't it natural for you to respect me? Such rudeness will not earn you any respect, sir." Anyone who treats me with respect, I will treat with respect, Anfey said.
Sit. Robert sighed. Is it true that you have sacred inheritance? Anfey looked at Robert with a frown. Are you questioning me?
No, Robert said.
This is a question I need an answer to. It is vital to my response. Anfey blinked, then nodded. Robert nodded.
He sat down and dismissed Sam. Realizing that Robert wanted to speak alone, Anfey waved his hand to dismiss the mercenaries.
Kumaragosha nodded at him and ushered the mercenaries out of the room.
Kumaragosha was standing outside the room when he saw Alice hurrying over. She smiled at him and was going to push open the door.
Wait, Kumaragosha called. Lord Anfey wants to be alone, my lady.
Why?
Alice asked.
This was the first time someone stopped her from seeing Anfey because she, like Christian, didn't need to report beforehand to meet with Anfey. He's speaking with the Rangers, my lady, Kumaragosha said.
I see, Alice said.
Even though Anfey didn't talk much about the Rangers, Alice knew how important they were to him.
Do you want to wait here, my lady? Or come back later? Kumaragosha asked. Lord Anthony has an important guest, Alice said with a frown. Anfey needs to greet the guest himself. Who is it?
Kumaragosha asked, curious. Normally he wouldn't be nosy, but he cared about Alice. Alice glanced around and whispered into Kumaragosha's ear, Batusaman sent someone over.
They're at Lord Anthony's right now. So Storm Mercenary Group wants to join the League as well? Kumaragosha asked.
The League had already become Kumaragosha's new home and he cared very much about its health. Maybe, Alice said with a smile.
Maybe they have further plans. Who knows?
Kumaragosha, you trust people way too easily.
Kumaragosha smiled. My lady is wise.
Alice shook her head. What did I say before?
Treat me as you would a sister. Ah, yes, my lady.
Alice rolled her eyes. She saw Kumaragosha as an older brother, but clearly Kumaragosha didn't see her as a sister.
Why don't I go talk to Lord Anfey? Kumaragosha asked. No need, Alice said. The Rangers are equally as important. I will wait.
The wait was longer than Alice had expected.
She grew bored and went to run some other errands. By the time Kumaragosha sent someone to fetch her, it was already dusk.
Because Anfey was so interested in the Rangers, Alice became interested in them as well, but she didn't want to appear to be reaching above her station. Alice walked into the meeting room, and her attention turned to the stranger. She felt that he looked familiar, but she did not remember where she had met him before. Back when she was back in Shanzhou Empire, she would meet hundreds of people every day. It was no surprise she did not remember who Robert was.
Do you know each other? Anfey asked.
He looks familiar, Alice said.
No, Robert said, shaking his head.
Just, she reminds me so much of a Shanzhou princess.
I almost made a mistake.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 471, Looking Better. Chapter 471, Looking Better. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio.
Alice leaned back in the chair behind her desk. She rested her cheek on her hand with her right elbow on the arm. She was quietly in thinking. Robert was an acquaintance of hers. When she was 16 years old, she went to pacify an uprising by farmers as Edward VIII's representative. She almost died on that trip, but luckily the lower-level and intermediate-level leaders did not really want to fight against the Empire. Under their protection, Alice was not only safe, but also stopped the riot.
Robert was one of the intermediate-level leaders.
After that trip, Alice started to worry about her future because her father, Edward VIII, went against his own promise. After the peasant army was dismissed, Edward VIII killed most of the leaders who had agreed to work for the Empire. Only a few of them escaped after they heard the bad news that their peers had been killed. By the time Alice found out, she was not able to help them. When others needed her, she could be a leader with great power. However, when others did not need her, she was just a weak girl without any power. How could she protect others if she could not even protect herself? Anfey had said that a person was stupid if he kept doing the same thing over and over and expected a different result. Alice believed it. Because of her previous lessons, she secretly trained dwarves and gnomes after she joined the League of Mercenaries, even though Anfey did not think they were any good. She did not want to burn her bridges even after she decided to join the League. Alice was very careful to train the dwarves and gnomes in secret. Anfey had not been informed that the dwarves and gnomes had formed an organization in Moramach. If dwarves and gnomes were brought above ground, they would be weak compared to regular army.
However, they could secretly and skillfully move around underground. Without their permission, no one could go into the underground city.
The underground city was also the last secret place Alice kept for herself.
She did not plan on betraying Anfey.
She did it only for her own safety.
If she had to betray Anfey, it would be based on premise that Anfey betrayed and dumped her first.
She knew the secret underground city would not keep her safe for more than a few days if Anfey wanted to attack her with his strong power. However, she would rather die in the underground city than be controlled by others. Working for Anfey was her only and last option. If she worked for him with all her heart but in return was betrayed and deserted, she would be totally disappointed with this world and would not care if she died. Now, with the rapid development of the League of Mercenaries, her power was getting stronger and stronger. She managed more and more people in the League. Therefore, she seemed to be more involved in the League. Maybe because the League of Mercenaries was such a new organization, it was quite different than the gloomy countries that had existed there for many years. Many things that were disdained by so-called politicians touched Alice. She had never seen those things before in her country.
What stood out the most was sincerity.
All the leaders of the League of Mercenaries treated each other with sincerity.
They rarely had any office politics.
Anfey with Christian, Ozek with Yi, and Hui Wei were Hagen were like brothers. However, in Alice's country, she only saw brothers fighting for power. Christian sometimes fought with Alice because they held different opinions on things, but he never tried to ruin her reputation.
He only wanted to find the best solution to the problem. Chief of Staff Hui Wei always tracked her and reported it to Anfey.
He did not mean to spy on her. Every time when she struggled with a case or dealing with a person, Anfey always appeared in time to support her.
Susanna came to talk to her a lot.
Susanna never posed as the wife of Anfey in order to preach to her, but rather chatted with her as a friend.
Susanna always felt bad coming to bother her, so she always asked Alice if she was bothering her or distracting Alice from the work.
Anfey had talked to Alice a few times to ask her to only pay attention to big issues and delegate power to other people to handle little things. He told her that everyone only had so much time to manage every day.
If she kept being too detail-oriented, she would be exhausted to death.
He also told her a great man in history died from exhaustion. Alice did not know which dynasty the man Anfey talked about was from, nor where he was. Anfey had always appeared to be aloof when they were alone, but she knew he cared about her, which already made her quite happy. Another reason she got involved more with the League was the crush she had. There was an old saying that all young men had crushes for girls, while all girls secretly craved love.
Young girls usually paid attention to the best guys around their age.
Even though a girl knew it was just a secret and bitter crush, she would rather be alone than date any boy. Alice had better taste than regular girls.
She could not fall for just any ordinary guys.
Unfortunately, Anfey had already found his love.
Alice saw Robert.
Even though Robert did not hide his history, she was still scared, because the few peasant leaders who ran away and survived definitely hated her very much.
They even planned to assassinate her.
They believed in Alice's promises and chose to work for the Empire.
Edward VIII's crime was unfairly put on Alice.
In those peasant leaders' eyes, they must have thought she was a mean and vicious woman. Anfey did not tell Alice what he and Robert had been talking about, but Alice could tell Robert posed as if he had less power than Anfey. She was afraid Robert might say something bad about her to Anfey and ruin the happiness and trust she enjoyed now. Anfey had a sophisticated mind, but Alice did not even consider whether Anfey would believe Robert because she panicked. Her door was pushed open. A middle-aged mage was brought in by mercenaries.
Alice looked up and smiled. "Mr. Hessier, what is going on?" Anthony trusted Hessier a lot.
Hessier was also a commander of a squad under Anthony's mercenary group. She had seen Hessier a few times before.
"Master Alice, how are you?" Hessier bowed. "Commander asked me to bring a few people in. It's urgent." "Is Master Anfey here?" "Don't you know Anfey had an appointment to fight Manstally? He has already headed off." Alice smiled. In fact, Anfey needed to go to the headquarters of Death Roaring Legion soon after he received an urgent mail from Barry. Anfey was going to leave tonight. Alice could not let anyone see Anfey at that moment.
"Master Anthony told me to speak with you if Master Anfey were not here," Hessier said quietly. "Master, they are outside."
"Should I let them in?" "Yes." Alice nodded at the mercenaries.
After a while, 2 men in swordsman uniforms were brought in by mercenaries. They smiled and acted very humble.
Alice did not feel like anything was wrong.
She was the CEO with a lot of power, so many people were nervous in front of her.
"What is going on?" Hessier looked around first and seemed to be hesitant to talk with mercenaries around. You guys can leave for now.
Alice waved her hands.
Hesier was Anthony's henchman, so she believed she could trust him as well.
White Mountain City was a safe place. Alice never worried about her safety. The mercenaries left the room. Hesier said slowly, "Take the letter out and show it to the master."
One of the swordsmen walked to Alice. He took out a letter and carefully put it on the table.
Alice picked up the letter. As she was ready to open it, the swordsman suddenly threw himself at Alice. He covered Alice's mouth with one hand and squeezed her neck with his arm. Alice was shocked and scared. She immediately tried to kick the desk to make some noise, but a magic screen appeared and covered the four of them underneath it. In the blink of an eye, Alice's arms were tied tightly behind her back. She laid on her stomach on the floor.
Her kicks looked weak. Master Hesier, the general said this woman was the trouble. We have to kill her. A swordsman talked to Hesier with a sinister smile.
Alice's heart dropped after she heard their conversation.
Alice wondered what general they were talking about. Hesier shook his head.
Don't forget, your army is still in the Blackwater City and your supply chain has been cut off.
Our madam has the say on this issue now.
The swordsman prepared to reply, but the other swordsman gave him a look.
The facts supported Hesier.
At that moment, the army with several 100,000 people needed supplies from Elizan Empire.
No one knew whether Princess Nishiva represented Elizan Empire's royalty. They did not want to take the risk.
You guys wait outside first.
Hesier signaled them by pursing his lips.
The two swordsmen smiled bitterly. They glanced at Alice and unwillingly moved outside of the magic screen.
One of them turned around before he walked out and said, "Master Hesier, please make it quick." Hesier walked around Alice, again with a sinister smile on his face.
A magic crystal appeared in his hand.
My princess, I believe you have seen this before.
What a luxury.
Alice was not in the mood to talk with Hesier.
She struggled to move her arms to try to break herself free. She kept knocking the floor with her feet, hoping the mercenaries outside the room could hear her. Unfortunately, all the sounds were absorbed by the magic screen. As Hesier chanted in a deep pitch, the magic crystal lit up.
This memory magic crystal will record what is going to happen between us. Wow.
Your pubic hair looks so clean.
You look like a virgin. I am so lucky. Hesier touched Alice's smooth cheek as he talked.
After hearing what Hesier said, Alice got so angry that her eyes seemed to pop out. She almost passed out from the rage. When intelligence fought with force, intelligence seemed so weak.
Right now Alice could only struggle.
She tried harder to make noise with her feet to the floor. She even tried to knock the floor with her head.
Don't be like this. It hurts me too when I see you hurting yourself. Hesier laughed exaggeratedly.
He bent down and grabbed Alice's hair. A bottle of potion appeared in the other hand. He poured it into Alice's nostrils.
Alice choked and trembled from it.
Hesier talked to her in a nicer way this time though.
Be good. Suck it all in.
It will make the movie more entertaining.
If others could tell you are forced, it would lose the fun of it,
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 472, Ambitious. Chapter 472, Ambitious. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio.
Even though she was trying very hard not to breathe, she still inhaled some of the potion. Her chest slowly grew heavy and the heaviness slowly spread to the rest of her body.
She grunted, trying to fight against the feeling the potion brought upon her.
Her body arched, as if enduring great pain. Hesier was a mage and was Anthony's advisor. He had a lot of relationships, but he had never found any woman as beautiful as Alice. He reached out with a hand, wanting to grab Alice's shoulder. Alice's body began shaking. She was shaking only because she was in great pain. Even a situation like this did not dull her mind. She knew what Hesier's potion was, and she knew she must remain conscious in order to keep the potion's effects from taking over. She bit down hard on her tongue, hoping the pain would keep her awake. When the pain wasn't enough, she bit herself again and again. Blood seeped through her pursed lips. Alice knew that she was on her own. The only way she could get through this was to be strong. Her tongue was burning with pain, but she had no other choice. She had to stay conscious.
She did not want to give up now. Hesier laughed.
He knew that Alice was only an apprentice mage and did not worry. He walked up to Alice and untied her. Alice was shaking even harder without the ropes restricting her movements. She wrapped her arms around herself and was shaking violently.
Hesier knew his time was limited. He grabbed Alice's leg, dragging her closer to him.
Alice clenched her teeth and curled up tighter. Hesier spotted a dagger hidden under Alice's dress, but he trusted the potion was potent enough to make Alice forget about using the dagger. Before Hesier could do anything, he suddenly felt a sharp pain and his entire body numbed. Anfey had given the dagger to Hui Wei to give to Alice. Even though it found its way to Entos first, it eventually ended up in Alice's hands. At that moment, it was the dagger that saved Alice. The dagger's numbing effect was not as powerful as before, but it was enough to numb Hesier. Alice cried out and pushed Hesier off of her. She gripped the dagger in her hand and slashed at him. Alice had never practiced with the dagger, and it was difficult for her to control the weapon, but she did not care.
As long as it kept Hesier away, it was good enough. She brought the dagger down on Hesier's face, slamming it into his eye socket.
Hesier opened his mouth, but could not make a sound.
Even if he could, no one would hear him.
The 2 guards he had were outside, and he had set up a magic barrier so no one would hear anything.
The guards couldn't see or hear anything that was happening inside.
Alice did not care how precious the magic dagger was.
She ripped the dagger out and slashed at Hesier's face.
Blood sprayed onto her face and body, but she did not care. As Hesier died, the magic barrier he set up disappeared as well. Alice took a deep breath and stumbled to the ground. "Help!" she screamed.
Shinbella was responsible for Alice's safety that night.
She had been very busy during the day and had taken a nap after her shift, which was why she was late. She learned that Alice was talking with a mage from Blory mercenary group after she arrived, and it did not worry her. Until she heard the scream. If it had been Christian or Zubin or the other mages, they might have hesitated and tried to make sure they did not make a mistake. Shinbella, however, was a swords master. Her reflexes were very fast, and responding to screams was second nature to her.
As soon as she heard Alice's scream, she kicked down the door.
Inside, Alice was huddled on the ground, half naked. A man with a bloody face was lying on the ground next to her. 2 swordsmen were standing around her with their swords out. Shinbella lunged towards Alice and grabbed her before the swordsmen's swords could reach her. She dashed towards the door with Alice. The swordsmen's swords left 2 long gashes on her back. She quickly determined that the 2 were intermediate swordsmasters. She waved her sword angrily and bright sword radiance enveloped the 2 swordsmasters. Scarlet's plan was a good one, because the League was still young and unstable.
Now was the best time to kill Alice. However, Scarlet was too ambitious. She wanted to kill Alice and cause conflict between Anfey and Anthony.
She wanted to get Neshiva involved, because she knew that it would be difficult for Anfey to punish her without angering Anthony and David. However, Neshiva had a different plan. If Scarlet and Neshiva had agreed on a single plan, then Alice would have been dead.
Anfey and Susanna were already away from the city when they felt a strong surge of magic. The 2 looked out of the carriage's window just in time to see a fiery cloud rise above White Mountain City. Recognizing the distress signal, Anfey and Susanna glanced at each other, then jumped out of the carriage and dashed back towards the city. By the time they reached the city, Christian and Zubin were already waiting for them.
"What happened?"
Anfey asked with a deep frown.
"Assassination attempt on Alice," Christian said, looking at Anfey and Susanna.
"Zubin will take you to Alice, Anfey. Susanna, can you come with me?" Susanna and Anfey's eyes widened.
They had just left the city.
"Those people went that way?" Anfey asked angrily.
"Susanna and I will take care of it," Christian said hurriedly.
He rose into the air and streaked away. Susanna glanced at Anfey and left with Christian. "What happened, exactly?" Anfey asked Zubin.
He felt something was off with Christian.
"There was an assassination attempt on Alice," Zubin said. "Don't worry, though. She's safe now.
Someone fed her some aphrodisiac. Warner and Hagen have been treating her and said it won't cause lasting damage.
She will be fine in no time." "Was she injured?" Anfey asked.
He was very anxious because he knew how important Alice was to the League. The League could run smoothly as long as Alice was there to take care of everything.
"She almost bit her tongue off," Zubin said.
"She did it herself.
Other than that, she is fine."
"Christian."
Anfey started, then sighed.
"They'll be fine, I'm sure.
Come on, I want to see Alice, Dot.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 473, Release. Chapter 473, Release. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. White Mountain City was barricaded up until City Hall.
Besides mercenaries from the League of Mercenaries, no one else was on the streets. The news that Alice had been the victim of an assassination attempt shocked everyone in the city. The leaders in the League all came to City Hall, whether they were on duty or not. Even the ones who had just finished duty came to the City Hall without any rest. Anfey suddenly noticed that many people peered at him with strange looks, but at that moment, he did not have time to ask them why. Zubin and Anfey walked to Alice's bedroom together, but Zubin stopped at the door.
Anfey, I am not going in.
It is not appropriate for me to go in at this moment.
Anfey frowned.
He wondered why everyone was weird, including Christian, the people in City Hall, and now Zubin. He needed to figure out the reasons later.
Anfey did not respond to Zubin.
He pushed the door open and walked into Alice's bedroom after he nodded at Zubin. Alice's bedroom was simply decorated, but very clean. She had been like this since she was little. Civilians worked very hard from early morning to late at night for a few silver coins. For some larger families, a few silver coins were not enough to feed everyone. Alice felt she would have committed a crime if she simply spent hundreds of gold coins on luxuries. Besides a dresser, a desk and a chair, there was no other furniture in the room.
The bed was not even where it used to be.
Where the bed had been was a mess now. There was a magic screen in the room, which blocked everything underneath it. Anfey walked straight into the magic screen without any hesitation, but he was stunned by what he saw. Alice was like the sleekest fish, constantly rolling and moving on the bed. Her clothes had been ripped badly. Her skin showed through the rips.
Anfey could even clearly see her nipples.
Her dress and undergarments had been rolled up to her stomach. Her long and smooth legs rubbed and wrapped against each other. Her fair toes curled together at one moment, stretched out at other times. Her hands were busy as well, touching and rubbing every part of her body that her hands could reach to. She even left fingerprints on her smooth and fair skin.
Anfey had kept himself cool.
This scene did not really shock him. Alice constantly opened and closed her mouth. Sometimes she sounded like she was weeping, while other times she sounded like she was moaning, sighing, and screaming. No matter what she sounded like, the only clear word from her mouth was just Anfey's name. Even though Alice made unclear noises, Anfey still heard what Alice was screaming about. What shocked him more was the bright redness on her face. Every time Alice screamed, she broke her wounds. Bright red blood oozed out from the corners of her mouth after every scream. If the potion continued to affect her, or if she did not exhaust herself to death, she might not be able to continue screaming. Then no one would know if Alice was in pain.
Alice might look like she was having fun, or having heavenly joy.
Alice cared about her stability a lot. She worked very hard for Edward VIII to try to get her father's affection. She thought her father could find her a good man to marry if she could get more affection from him. After her hope for a good marriage was crushed, she decided to run away from the marriage without any regrets.
She used to be scared by Anfey because he was too smart and had unpredictably high fighting power. From another point of view, what scared Alice about Anfey were also the qualities that made Anfey stand out.
As she felt close to Anfey, all the good qualities Anfey possessed became bright fire, while she was a moth darting into the fire. She knew she would not get Anfey's love, but she still threw herself into it without any regrets.
Aphrodisiac was just an excuse. It gave Alice an opportunity to release her depression without anything holding her back.
Every scream came from the bottom of her heart. She was expressing her wishes and dreams. Without this opportunity, Alice would not know how much feeling she had for Anfey for the time they were together. Neither would Anfey know how much he owed to this girl for the love she had for him. Alice did not think she was playing by herself. She thought Anfey was comforting her, touching her, and kissing her. She even thought she was having sex with Anfey. Alice looked happy because she did not know all of these were her illusions. Her clenched toes, stretched arms, and moving body all showed she was happy and enjoying it. Shin Bella had been taking care of Alice since morning. Christian was aware that the stability of the League of Mercenaries would get affected if there were any conflicts between Anfey and Susanna. The fewer people knew about this, the better it would be. Even though Shin Bella was hurt, she was still the best person for this job. Shin Bella was busy wiping the blood from the corners of Alice's mouth. It seemed there was more blood oozing out. Shin Bella saw Alice scratch herself and leave red marks on her body as Shin Bella held Alice's feet down. As she tried to hold Alice's hands, Alice's legs were rubbing, wrapping, and clashing together. Shin Bella looked like she needed a helper. Seeing Anfey show up on the magic screen, Shin Bella felt very awkward. As a woman, so she did not want Anfey to see this scene. In fact, Anfey felt a little awkward too. Anfey remained quiet for a while to calm himself. He asked quietly, "Why didn't you hold Alice with magic? Hagen said it would not work." Alice had to vent her desires, otherwise it would hurt her body.
Shinbella lowered her head. Hagen said the potion will be effective for a while and then Alice will be fine.
Anfey did not know how to respond. Alice's scream had made Anfey feel bad. He turned his head and saw the blankets on the floor. Anfey bent over and picked the blanket up to cover his uneasiness and put it on Alice.
"Don't," Shinbella said immediately. Unfortunately, she was too late.
The softness of the blanket seemed to make Alice's desire even more stronger. She looked like she was being shocked when the blanket touched her. She held the blanket close to her and rode on it. She stretched the blanket tight by pulling on both ends by her hands and legs. Alice made satisfying sighs.
She sounded like she was crying. "Ah, Anfey, ah." Anfey was shocked for a second.
He intended to cover Alice. He thought putting the blanket over her would not make her feel too awkward in front of Shinbella in the future. Anfey was not there for Alice when she was in trouble.
Anfey felt he had the responsibility to protect Alice if he was with her.
He did not think it would make the situation worse. Anfey immediately reached his hands out to try to take the blanket away from Alice.
He finally understood why Shinbella did not want Alice to have the blanket on her.
He was a little rough when he tried to pull the blanket away from her.
He pulled a little too hard.
He did take the blanket away from Alice, but the force made Alice slightly open her eyes. Alice screamed and cried out of surprise and happiness. She threw herself on Anfey and held tight to Anfey's waist area with her head around Anfey's crouch, rubbing him.
Anfey unconsciously wanted to push Alice away.
As he put his hand on her shoulder, he suddenly paused. He dropped his hand instead. If Alice did this to him when she was sober, Anfey would not care about her. He might have scolded her or said something sarcastic, but Alice was just a sick person with a crazy mind and indulged herself in the sexual desires and illusions. Besides, Anfey should take most of the responsibility for the assassination attempt. It would be a shame and ridiculous if Anfey blamed Alice's tragedy on his enemy. Why didn't Anfey have a better security system to protect Alice? Why didn't Anfey anticipate that Alice, with weak fighting ability but heavy responsibilities, would become the target of his enemy? If Anfey could think of assassinating Scarlet, his opponents could definitely have used the same strategy on him. At this moment, Anfey felt terribly guilty. Alice could be safe now because she was quite lucky. However, Alice's fortune was not an excuse for Anfey to forgive himself. Perhaps Anfey felt bad, or perhaps for some other reason, Anfey did not push Alice away. He let Alice rub herself against him. "Master, I am leaving," Shinbella said anxiously.
"No," Anfey said firmly. He had to keep Shinbella there to make sure there would not be rumors about Alice. Smart people like Anfey also could make mistakes.
In other words, Anfey was a little selfish. He could only think about this issue from his point of view, but forgot the justice Alice should receive. There would be rumors and gossip about Alice no matter what. Anfey thought things were bad at this moment because Alice had lost her mind. Anfey thought he could shake off everything with Alice after Alice felt better. Anfey thought he had the girl he wanted to love and protect, and Alice would have her man someday as well. However, could he really shake off everything with Alice? Christian asked Susanna to do something on purpose, while Rizka and others acted so weird. Could Anfey really feel he had nothing to do with Alice? It did not matter what Anfey thought of the relationship with Alice, because Alice had tried to crawl on Anfey without caring about anything. She exhausted herself so much that she almost fell on the floor.
Anfey had to hold Alice. Taking this opportunity, Alice held tight onto Anfey. Alice made many acrobatic moves while holding Anfey's arms. Whenever Anfey tried to let his hands go, she would immediately fall to the ground. After she climbed on Anfey like a vine, she would behave better. Of course, she would behave better only in a manner of comparison. Anfey's muscular body seemed to give Alice a secure feeling. Her arms and legs did not move as much and fast as before. She wiped the blood from the corners of her mouth on Anfey's face. In a moment, Alice painted Anfey's face with her blood. Shinbella did not know if she should cry or laugh at what she saw. She felt bad for Alice's tragedy, but Anfey still looked too funny with blood all over his face. At the same time, she felt a little anxious. It was so rare that she had taken a break earlier that day, because she never took any breaks. If she could have gotten to Alice earlier, this would not have happened. Without knowing how much time had passed, Alice started to get calmer and finally fell into a sound sleep on Anfey's shoulder. She still wrapped her legs around Anfey's waist. Anfey sat down on the bed to make Alice more comfortable. He held Alice's slim waist. This position made them look like they were having sex. "Master, the effects of the potion seem to have gone away now." Shinbella looked happy. Anfey moved Alice a little bit. He finally felt relieved when he saw no reaction from Alice.
Anfey slowly turned his body sideways to carefully put Alice on the bed. He reached his hands behind his back to take Alice's legs down.
Looking from behind, they still looked like they were having sex. Anfey grabbed Alice's feet to spread them open.
He had to open her legs, otherwise he could not get out. Standing behind Anfey, Shinbella blushed at this scene.
Shinbella felt her heart pumping fast.
When Shinbella saw Anfey ready to leave after he put the blanket on Alice, she reminded him, "Master, I think you will want to clean up the blood and teeth marks on your face."
Oh? Anfey laughed awkwardly. He had to laugh to cover his uneasiness.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 474, Decisions. Chapter 474, Decisions. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio.
Tell me, Anfey said, looking at everyone in the meeting room.
The thing you were going to take care of. Christian began with a frown. That's urgent, Anfey said.
Which is why I need to leave as soon as possible. He paused and looked around. Which is why I want to see a plan before I leave.
This is difficult, he said, shaking his head. Hesier was well liked. He had a lot of friends in the city, he sighed, but it's not his friends I'm worried about. What is it, then? Nishiva, he said. Nishiva? Anfey repeated.
The name sounded very familiar, but he couldn't recall who it belonged to.
She's Anthony's wife, he said with a sigh. Are you sure?
I'm certain, he said.
Hesier's wife is just a normal woman.
I don't believe she was capable of lying to me.
Where is she now? She's dead, he said. I needed Eddie to make sure she was telling the truth. Anfey sighed. Hesier's wife must be innocent, but Hesier put Alice in danger, and he needed to do everything it took to find out more about Hesier and his motives. Did her story check out?
It did, he said.
What did she tell you?
A lot of useless things, he said. But she did tell me that Nishiva came to find Hesier a few days ago and spoke with him alone. They talked a few times after that, and she gave Hesier a memory crystal. She told me that Hesier had showed her the crystal and was very proud of it. I don't think I need to prove anything further, but...
Does this mean Anthony is a part of this? Blavi asked hesitantly. Blavi's words made the atmosphere in the meeting room even more tense. If Anthony really was involved in this assassination attempt, they couldn't just let him get away with it. But with Anfey and Susanna out of town, could they take down a top-level power like Anthony?
I don't think so, Anfey said, shaking his head.
Anthony is a careful man.
His plans are meticulous.
If he really was involved in this,
I don't know how he would do it, but his plan would not be this sloppy. At least, he wouldn't let you find out so much about it in this short amount of time.
I agree, he said.
Anthony and David supported my decision on take Hesier's wife and investigate his friends. I don't think I could have done it this easily without their support.
Anthony's plan wouldn't have such blatant flaws, Anfey said, shaking his head.
He wouldn't use his own wife as bait either.
Whoever made this plan is sloppy. Hesier must be an idiot. Does he think we will just let him go? Well, we almost got fooled by an idiot, so
we need reform, Anfey said. We need to examine ourselves.
What did we do wrong? How did we allow things like this to happen?
Maybe Anthony is behind this, Christian said suddenly. He purposely made such a sloppy plan because he knew that we wouldn't attribute such a plan to him.
Maybe, Anfey said. But I don't think it's likely. News about Alice has already spread throughout the city. Anthony and David have helped Yi, which means they know. Shouldn't they at least come and visit her? They didn't, because they are conflicted. When you found out Nishiva was involved, they found out as well. If Nishiva really is involved, they should bring her to us, shouldn't they?
If he purposely led us to her, he had nothing to worry about.
He didn't come because he is conflicted. If he really gave up his wife, the mercenaries would lose respect for him and his son. David has just taken over Glory Mercenary Group. He needs the mercenaries' support. They didn't come because they don't want to give up Nishiva.
They also know that we will want to punish Nishiva.
This is why they haven't come to visit Alice. Christian frowned and nodded. Another thing. What is Anthony's goal?
You saw how happy he was when Barry announced that he should be a duke.
You can't fake that. Anthony is satisfied with his current status, which is why he turned Glory Mercenary Group over to David. He wants Glory Mercenary Group's achievements to be David's.
Killing Alice does not benefit him at all, Anfey said.
He smiled at the people in the room. Anthony should know a memory crystal is not enough to buy Alice's loyalty. What about Nishiva? Sante asked loudly. Sure, he wants to protect his wife, but what about Alice?
He's right, Blavi said, standing up.
Anfey, let's go. We need to arrest Nishiva. Ask Christian, Anfey said.
I can't make that decision, Dot.
Why me? Christian asked, surprised.
With Alice gone, you are in charge all of internal affairs, Anfey reminded Christian.
Christian looked at Anfey and shook his head slightly. Anfey frowned.
He didn't like politics and enjoyed revenge, but he also knew that revenge was the least viable plan at that moment.
Demanding Anthony to hand over Nishiva was not a good plan. Christian. Sante said hurriedly. Say something. We must wait, Christian said. Anthony will come to his senses. I believe he will give us a satisfying answer. So we wait? Sante asked angrily. What will we tell Alice when she wakes up? Anfey, say something. Blavi said. He didn't like Christian's decision and wanted support from Anfey.
I support Christian, Anfey said, shaking his head. He saw Christian's expression and knew he couldn't let Christian take the blame for this decision alone.
Hagen said Alice will wake up soon.
Let's wait until she wakes up and make a decision, but
what if Alice is insistent? If she insists. Anfey took a deep breath. Then you can destroy Glory Mercenary Group. Anfey.
Christian said, surprised.
Anthony is a duke now. You can't just do that. Anfey shook his head.
He could serve politicians, but he would never take part in politics.
An eye for an eye. Only then would he be satisfied.
Who will be charge of Alice's safety?
Susanna asked.
Kumaragosha will be her personal guard from now on, Anfey said. Shinbella, I know this will be difficult, but I want you to stay as close to Alice as possible at all time.
Yes, sir, Shinbella and Kumaragosha said in unison.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 475, Revenge. Chapter 475, Revenge. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio.
3 days later, Anfey drove to a remote village in the wagon at noon, which was less than 50 miles from the headquarters of Death Roaring Legion.
Anfey was not worried about the issues in White Mountain City. If Anthony did not do it, then White Mountain should not be a serious trouble now. Moreover, he had sent people to get Marino and Entos. Marino had power and reputation, while Entos was a very close friend of Anfey. With their help, League of Mercenaries should not be in any dangers. Barry and Ernest came to the same little village in the afternoon. Meiho Empire had secretly placed many spies in Shansa Empire. Shansa Empire probably did the same thing to Meiho Empire. Even the Death Roaring Legion might have spies in other countries. Barry and Ernest could not let Anfey into the headquarters. For reasons of safety, Barry did not even bring a bodyguard with him.
In fact, Anfey and Barry had seen each other recently.
They skipped over the courtesy of greeting and got to the topic quickly. Barry asked, Anfey, I heard your CEO had an assassination attempt against her and Anthony's wife was involved? Yes. Anfey nodded. Is Alice all right? Barry asked. She is okay, but it scared her a bit, Anfey said. That's good.
Barry paused before he continued, I have seen Nishiva at the appointment ceremony in White Mountain City.
My comment about that woman, how to put it into words?
She appeared to be tough, but feeble in essence. She made sarcastic comments about me in front of everybody. After I got mad and smacked the table to confront her, she got scared and never said anything afterwards. Of course, she was scared.
You are the general of the Empire, a godlike warlord.
Anthony is a top power, but he is no comparison with you, Anfey said with a smile.
Didn't you get my point? Barry frowned.
I meant she does not have guts to do things like this.
Someone must be behind her to stir things up.
The person behind Nishiva has to be from here. Anfey lifted his chin and pointed to the north.
Are you saying it is Scarlet? Barry asked.
No one else but her, Anfey said.
You are right.
It has to be her, Barry said, and then went quiet.
Mr. Barry, is everything ready here? Anfey asked.
Yes, but I cannot give the order, Barry said.
What do you mean? Anfey asked.
The king said you have to give the order, Barry said seriously.
Before you make any decision, I need to let you know our plan first. Okay. Anfey nodded.
Prince Jarek learned somewhere that he should visit civilians, Barry said. When he was in a good mood, he would always generously give money and offer help to people. When he was not in a good mood, he would just comfort people in words to brush them off. After he came to the country of mercenaries, Prince Jarek still kept this habit. Now the disaster of death spirits has passed, so survivors have come back to their hometowns. They provided Prince Jarek a good opportunity to showcase his habits. The chief commander's plan is to create some conflicts when Prince Jarek tries to show his generosity and kindness to people. Our people who are inserted onto Jarek's team will kill those mercenaries who make trouble. Our disguised mercenaries will find more mercenaries to join the fight and surround Jarek's bodyguards. We will rush out of the encirclement to look for help from Scarlet, and then it would be your time to join the fight. How many bodyguards does Jarek have? Anfey asked. Not many. Jarek is not very talented. He is not that important to others either. People do not find him very valuable. No one even planned to do anything to him, so he is used to dress casually to show that he treats himself as a regular person. We should have no problem attacking him, Barry said. Anfey shook his head. Jarek might not have value to others, but he definitely means something to Scarlet. Without Jarek's help, Scarlet would not be who she is now. If no one else cares whether Jarek is dead, I think Scarlet would. I guess there must be some top powers among his bodyguards. Anfey, I think you are putting the cart before the horse, Barry said. Without Jarek's help, are you sure Scarlet could not be who she is now? Well, Anfey was shocked. Without Jarek's help, Scarlet could get help from other princes. Do you think any of them would refuse to help her? Especially after Scarlet made a name for herself, there was a rumor in Shansa Empire that no matter which prince would marry Scarlet, he would be the future king, including the youngest brother of Jarek, a 9-year-old boy, Barry said in a low voice. Anfey did not reply. He just attentively listened to Barry. Shansa Empire has not had any real good generals for many years. The debut of Scarlet seemed to meet the image of a good general by generations of soldiers. That is the reason she could gain control of the military in such a short time. Barry continued, why do you think Edward VIII sent out the Griffin aerial unit? It is because Scarlet got support from all the princes, soldiers, and citizens for the fight. For hundreds of years in the history of war between Shansa Empire and Manhwa Empire, Shansa Empire had more losses than victories. Even when Shansa Empire surrounded our Blackania city, they had to run back to their country at the end. Everyone in the Shansa Empire wants to win so badly. Did you say Scarlet already has control of the military? Anfey suddenly remembered something. Then what is the point for us to fight her? Won't Edward VIII fight her soon? What is going to happen to us in this battle? Barry asked quietly. If we lose this battle or win it with many casualties, if Edward VIII regains control of the military or Scarlet overthrows him, it would become pointless. We cannot wait that long. In addition, necromancers are still watching us and waiting for the opportunity to fight back. We need to end this battle as soon as possible. But, if the situation is like you say, Scarlet might not even come to save Jarek. Even if Jarek dies, she could seek help from other princes, Anfey said bitterly. She will come to save Jarek, Barry said with certainty. First of all, our people would spread the news that Jarek is in trouble. Everyone knows Jarek and Scarlet are a couple. Scarlet has to go and help Jarek. Jarek truly loves Scarlet. It is true that Jarek is not very talented. Think about it, what does it mean to Scarlet? Can she give up on Jarek? Barry continued, Anfey, you need to worry about other issues instead of this one. The most terrifying person around Scarlet is Dumange. He is an Electric Series Archmage. His magic skills are phenomenal, especially Lightning Guard. It seems to be the nightmare for all the non-magical fighters. Lightning Guard? Anfey asked. A cloud of gas with metallic color will appear above his head when Dumange releases the Lightning Guard magic. The gas cloud releases powerful lightning balls extremely quickly to attack the target Dumange locks onto with his telepathy, Barry said in a low voice. Let me reiterate that lightning balls are super fast. In the blink of an eye, you could be attacked a few to more than a dozen times. Don't forget, lightning balls have paralyzing effects. If I had to fight with Dumange, I might still be paralyzed even after he kills me. Anfey could not help frowning. The more terrifying part is Lightning Guard is just a materialized magic, which means that he could release other magic, even forbidden spells, after releasing Lightning Guard magic. I see. Anfey nodded. Won't he difficult to deal with? Barry asked. Anfey shrugged. The more challenging the task, the more excited I get. You are. Barry smiled bitterly. After talking about Dumange, let's talk about Supreme Armor.
It was armor of a male golden knight.
After Scarlet got it, she asked an alchemist to tailor it to her.
It fits her very well now. Supreme armor? Anfey asked. Don't overlook armor.
For example, if Ernest and Susanna fought, Miss Susanna would have an advantage at the beginning because she would be wearing azure armor, while Mr. Ernest would not even have soft armor on him. Barry said slowly. I am not sure how strong the defensive ability of Supreme Armor is, but the Chief Commander told me that he may not be able to pierce through the Supreme Armor after crashing the combat power on Scarlet first.
Anfey recalled Susanna's azure armor and nodded to show he understood.
Supreme Armor covers Scarlet very well. The only exposed body parts are her eyes and nose. Barry thought for a moment before he continued. Besides, Scarlet is a senior Silver Knight.
She already has really quick reaction without any doubt.
You only have one chance to attack her.
You need to be really careful.
If you were attacked by lightning balls and got paralyzed after being targeted by Duman's telepathy, you would be paralyzed and had no chance to even open your dimensional ring.
What else? Anfey asked. Barry was shocked for a second. Scarlet not only has Dumange. Manstally, Fernando or others might come with her.
The only people who could help you are Ernest, Sean, and Dalmatian.
I have tried my best. At this moment, do you still want to assassinate Scarlet? Anfey went quiet for a moment and smiled.
Of course. I still want to take revenge for Alice if for no other reason.
Anfey, you should not joke about this issue, Barry said with a serious voice. I never joke about my life, Anfey said. You? Barry did not know how to respond to Anfey. In fact, he did not think Anfey could do it.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 476, Motivation. Chapter 476, Motivation. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Susanna leaned against Anfey's shoulder and watched the night sky.
Anfey turned and saw the moon reflecting in her bright, clear eyes. She had been running around with Christian for a few hours and had not seen anyone. She was curious, but she did not suspect anything because she trusted all her friends.
Anfey had always said that his home was wherever she was. Now Susanna understood this as well.
No matter where they were, no matter how dangerous their future would be, she was content because she was close to Anfey.
Susanna snuggled closer to Anfey and smiled.
Anfey reached over and rested an arm on Susanna's shoulder.
After that night, he was certain of Alice's feelings for him.
That was part of the reason why he left White Mountain City in such a hurry. He needed to meet Barry, but he also wanted to get away before Alice woke up to avoid any awkward situations. No matter how strong Alice's feelings for him were, it could not compare to Susanna.
Susanna's love was unconditional.
She was willing to give away everything, even herself.
In a way, Susanna was like Shinbella. Shinbella fell in love with Manlin, and she even gave him the mercenary group she worked so hard for. Manlin's betrayal nearly destroyed her.
If she didn't hate him as much as she did, she might not have survived.
Anfey didn't want Susanna to become another Shinbella.
He loved her too much to put her through anything like that. Alice's words the other night had moved Anfey, but he quickly calmed himself down.
He wasn't worried about the rules. He believed in an eye for an eye, and he knew no one could stop him if he wanted revenge. However, he must convince himself first. Anfey, Susanna said, straightening herself. What is it? Anfey said, turning to Susanna. Why do you want to kill Scarlet? Susna asked.
I agree with Lord Barry.
It's too dangerous.
I need the motivation, Anfey said.
Having a goal motivates me to be better.
The only thing exposed by that armor is the eyes, Susanna said.
Scarlet won't be sitting around, waiting for you, either. She will fight back, you know. If you can't do it, come back. Promise me. I already did, didn't I? Anfey said, smiling.
I need a formal promise, Susanna said, her expression grave.
All right, Anfey said. I promise. I will not risk my life for this.
If I miss that one chance, I will immediately get myself out of there.
He looked at Susanna and asked, do I look like someone who does not care about his life? Susanna looked at him for a few moments, then nodded. Really? Anfey asked, his eyes wide. I would never risk my life unnecessarily. You have to believe me. Susanna giggled.
She knew him well and knew he wouldn't risk himself for an impossible goal.
Anfey's eyes widened.
You were just joking, he said.
Of course I was, she said.
She leaned closer to him and pecked his cheek.
Anfey grinned.
This side too, he said, pointing to the other cheek.
You can't miss the other one. Susanna smiled and kissed his other cheek as well. Anfey's grin grew wider.
And the lips, too, he said hurriedly.
Can't forget that.
Susanna rolled her eyes. I'm serious right now, she said.
I am too, Anfey said. Do you not want to kiss me? Susanna sighed.
Fine, she said, shaking her head. She moved closer and left a quick kiss on his lips.
Anfey laughed and held her closer to him.
Susanna leaned her head against his chest, her eyes again watching the night sky.
Anfey looked at the snow under the tree and sighed.
I am a count, he said, shaking his head, but I'm always sleeping in trees.
Susanna looked up and rolled her eyes.
You can't blame anyone but yourself for that, she said. You're the one who insisted on assassinating Scarlet. I'm only doing it for our future, Anfey argued.
Future? Susanna frowned.
But our future is secure, isn't it? I have two choices, Anfey said. One is to display my strength and scare all my opponents.
Another is hide my power so my opponents would underestimate me.
I like the latter, but we cannot hide any longer. We have already made a name for ourselves.
The more we hide, the more enemies we will have, and there will be more threats to my future. Anthony would have never worked with us if I hadn't killed Michael.
If he really wanted to go against Michael, he would have done it himself, or he would have sent someone to talk with us. Instead, he waited until he was certain he would pick the winning side.
I see, Susanna said, nodding. I'm not mocking Anthony, of course, Anfey said. I would have done the same thing. Michael isn't enough.
I still need to display my strength, and Scarlet is a good choice, I think. She can bring as many guards as she wants. If I want to kill Scarlet with hundreds of guards around her, then we can make them scared of me.
That will make things so much easier. So you're certain you can do this?
No, exactly, Anfey said, shaking his head.
What about a plan, then?
You can't plan for these kind of things, Anfey said, shaking his head.
It's all luck.
A plan will have flaws no matter how good it is. No one can predict the future, which is why I rarely plan for this kind of thing.
I see, Susanna said. What can we do, then?
I just need you guys to distract them, Anfey said.
Manstally knows you, Susanna said. He won't be distracted by us.
Don't worry, Anfey said. He found a piece of charcoal in his dimensional ring. He crushed part of the charcoal and smeared the powder on his face.
Susanna giggled.
I can turn into someone else with this, Anfey said. I have to stay away because if I get too close, someone can tell something is off. Of course, by the time I get close enough for them to tell something's wrong, it will be too late.
Are you certain?
Of course.
I can do better, I think, but this is the best I can find.
If that plan doesn't work, you have to come back, Susanna said.
You have to get away.
Scarlet is no match for Barry.
You don't have to risk yourself. Again? I need you to promise me.
I promise, Anfey said, nodding. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 477, The Song of Torment. Chapter 477, The Song of Torment. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio.
It was not an easy task to ask others to come to a certain place within a certain period of time. When Prince Jarek slowly walked into this little town with his paramilitary unit, he did not realize how much calculation and time were involved in this plan. This was just the beginning of the Song of Torment.
The town was about 80 miles away from Blackwater City.
Even though it was not too far from Blackwater City and Scarlet's headquarters, it was not close either. Any other time, Prince Jarek would not have come here. He heard Blackwater City protected the towns around it during the disastrous time of death spirits. As a result, people in those towns tended to be on the side of Tiger of Tall mercenary group. The towns a little further away from Blackwater City seemed to have different stories. Prince Jarek paid a lot of attention to the current situation. No matter what others thought of him, Jarek wanted to develop a course of action for himself. Even when there were no opportunities, he still offered others some precise and honest suggestions to try to prove he was a capable prince. Jarek took just over 100 people with him, but he still drew a lot of attention from the town. After a while, a group of mercenaries came out from the town to welcome Jarek. Jarek took the lead and jumped off his horse. He tried to wear a polite and warm smile as he approached the group of mercenaries. In fact, Jarek was never the center of attention. Even though many people did not think highly of him, it did not mean he could be played by anyone. Some people with bad intentions might be able to lure him to there, but it was still hard to change Jarek's thinking and his principles.
After a short conversation, Prince Jarek and the mercenaries became acquainted. Jarek did not talk about business. He only mentioned that he had come for a visit.
The group of mercenaries was the temporary manager of the little town. When they determined Jarek was an honorable prince, they looked very respectful and warmly welcomed him.
Jarek planned to pay a short visit to get to know the little town and go back to Blackwater City.
The group of mercenaries had some senior-level professionals among them. They were very hospitable towards Jarek.
Jarek liked to learn from the wise rulers of the history books. Wise rulers had certain strengths.
For example, they were all good at detecting their subjects' hardships and recruiting geniuses in different fields. Even though Jarek only came to know them superficially, he started to become interested in these mercenaries.
He happily agreed to stay for the night.
"Boss, look, that girl is peeking at you," a paramilitary soldier said quietly. This comment helped to start the scheming.
Gaza was shocked at first and turned around to take a look. He saw a girl nervously look away.
For some reason, women in this town were either old or ugly.
None except that girl was attractive to Gaza.
She had a pretty face and looked a little shy.
She was a real eye-popper.
There was a saying that red flowers needed green leaves to show off the flower's beauty.
After seeing old and ugly women, Gaza could not help gulping hard after seeing that girl.
It seemed inappropriate for Gaza to stare at the girl with so many people around.
Gaza had to turn back.
The paramilitary soldier whispered in his ear, "Boss, she is looking at you again."
Gaza turned around really quick to take a look this time. Gaza and the girl looked into each other's eyes.
He could clearly see that the girl was blushing. The girl was so shy that she lowered her head and squeezed through the crowd. "Boss, it would be great if I could be as handsome as you," the paramilitary soldier said with jealousy.
"No matter where you go, many girls like you. Boss, go after her."
"I think she must have a crush on you," another paramilitary soldier said with a smile.
"Stop it.
Don't forget we are the paramilitary of Prince Jarek," Gaza said with a serious tone.
"Boss, don't you like her? Great.
I will take her if you don't like her," the first soldier said with a smile.
"I will ask around about her."
Gaza felt mad but funny at the same time when he saw the soldier turn his horse around and leave the squad.
Gaza felt it would be inappropriate to say anything. This guy. Gaza had not been part of the paramilitary unit for long, not even half a year.
He fought with his brother for the throne, so he did not get along with his brother. He was at a disadvantage in a fight.
He asked people if he could be a captain in the paramilitary unit. He tried to look for ways to move up. When he first came to the paramilitary unit, Gaza was still very impulsive. He was forced to join the paramilitary unit, so he was not good at controlling his temper.
As a result, he was bullied and rejected by his peers. Luckily, a few soldiers sought help from him and became his hatchet men. With their help, he was able to escape from dangerous situations. After he was more stable in the paramilitary unit, those two soldiers became his hatchet men. He did not want to scold them over such small things.
What happened next was nothing exciting. They went to have lunch and then dinner. The economy in this town seemed pretty good.
The food was not gourmet, but they had meat and wine with their lunch and dinner. Compared with the poor living conditions in White Mountain and Blackwater City, this little town seemed a bit like heaven.
Gaza was just a captain and could not eat at the same table with Prince Jarek. The mercenaries in the town arranged another place for them to have dinner. The soldier who went out to ask about the girl did not come back to the squad until it was dark. Seeing the grin on his face, Gaza could not help thinking of that beautiful girl. He pretended it was just a casual question. "You have been gone for a long time. What information did you get?"
"Yes, her name is Esther.
She is a such poor girl.
I heard she was attacked on the night of her wedding. Her husband's whole family and her own parents all died in that attack. She was left alone," that paramilitary soldier said quietly.
"I see." Gaza could not help sighing.
He remembered her being very timid and shy like a scared rabbit.
"What a poor girl, Dot.
So I decided to save her tonight," the soldier said with a weird laugh.
"My guess is she is still a virgin." "Do you know where she lives?" another soldier asked in surprise.
"Of course.
Don't you know who I am?"
"How can I not get the information I want?" the mercenary said.
Gaza looked a little stiff for a while before he said anything.
People usually felt uncomfortable and confused when they saw their ex-girlfriends with new boyfriends. This was especially true for Gaza, since he did like that girl.
Gaza was the child of a royal family, so he was very proud. He got along with his hatchet men, but he actually looked down upon them a little.
He thought they were too low, always fantasizing about humping girls. He was sad to know that. So what if you know where that girl lives? Another soldier said with a frown. She likes our captain. Do you want to force her? The problem is our captain does not like her, the soldier said carelessly. If someone is going to have her, why can't it be me? So what if I use some force? What's the big deal? Gaza was not sure if it was because he had some wine or because he thought that girl was really beautiful. He felt a fire in him. He did not want to show it too obviously, so he cleared his throat and said, "Don't do that to her. She has already had a hard life. You'd better behave yourself." "Boss, if you are interested in her, I will not do anything to her," the soldier said unhappily. "Someone would rape her if not me because she has such a beautiful face. Why could I not have her?" "Who said our boss is not interested in her?" another soldier replied. "Boss, what do you say?" "Well..." Gaza was a little hesitant. He was not very smart, otherwise his brother could not have forced him to leave his family. He had not been part of the paramilitary unit for very long, so he had very limited experience. If he had been working in the paramilitary for 7 years, he might have sensed something fishy. Unfortunately, his hesitation was only because he did not want to make it look too obvious. He was too concerned about how he looked in front of others and did not sense anything unusual. "Boss, she is such a poor girl. You are not married yet. Why don't you take her back? From the way she looked at you, I guess she might even be willing to be your maid." Another soldier smiled. "You would be doing a nice thing if you could keep her safe." This statement confirmed Gaza's thinking. Gaza thought that soldier was right. If it were him, he could protect that girl. Seeing his soldier so horny, he felt that the soldier could not give that girl anything. He probably would just dump her after having sex with her. Since they had been drinking, nobody noticed 3 people were missing from the paramilitary unit. Someone knocked on the front door of a lonely wood house in the south end of town. After a while, a person in white clothes walked out and opened the door for them. When they looked into each other's eyes, Gaza felt his heart pump faster, while the girl shyly lowered her head. She did not look like she was about to close the door on them. There was a saying that trouble would come if you were involved with a widow. However, the people involved with the widow did not mind such trouble. "Don't you want to invite me in?" Gaza asked gently. That girl turned sideways to let Gaza in. She closed the door behind her and followed after Gaza into the woodhouse. Whether or not her acting was professional, everything happened naturally after the candle went out. Moaning and pounding sounds came from the room. Unfortunately, misfortune could be a blessing in disguise. As Gaza was reaching the happiest moment, the door was kicked open. Gaza heard a guy howling, F***CKU. "How dare you do this to my wife, .. The girl under Gaza had been enjoying the sex and moaning happily, but now she started to scream at the top of her lungs, "Help! Help me!" If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 478, Sword. Chapter 478, Sword. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. A team of around 1,000 soldiers headed down the path quickly. Scarlet was among them, riding with the cavalry. 2 hours previously, scouts had reported that a nearby town was under attack from the mercenaries and needed support. Scarlet was surprised, but she could still tell the scouts appeared strange. After some questioning, she found out that one of Jarek's soldiers had forced his way into a farmhouse and assaulted a woman. The woman's husband returned and the soldier was killed in the conflict. The soldier's friends attacked the woman and her husband, killing the husband and injuring the woman. This act angered the mercenaries in the town and they demanded justice. Scarlet thought that the soldiers should shoulder the consequences themselves, but she needed to get Jarek out of there. Jarek was a prince, and she was the only one important enough to go negotiate for him. The soldiers were marching very fast because Scarlet was very worried. She needed Jarek to stay safe for the rest of her plan to work out. Because what his soldiers had done was wrong, Scarlet didn't tell anyone where she was headed and only brought her own soldiers with her. Behind Scarlet, a large mage was waving his arms. With every wave, lightning swept out around him. The soldiers had already covered half the distance. Just then, they spotted a strange scene. Lightning on the ground was being drawn to a point not far ahead. "Wait," the large mage called. Scarlet frowned and waved her hand, halting the march. "What is it?" Scarlet turned and asked. "You will see soon," the mage said. He raised his hand and whispered something under his breath. A bolt of lightning fell from the sky and struck where the lightning gathered on the ground. A large hole appeared in the ground and a figure appeared in the hole.
The figure was holding an axe but did not move.
The soldiers were all very well trained and could tell that this figure was not friendly. The soldiers in front raised their weapons and lunged at the newcomer. Sounds of soldiers' shouts filled the air. Combat power burst into light around and before Scarlet.
"That's Ernest, Sean, Dalmatian, and a young woman," the mage said.
"It seems like Barry takes you very seriously." "The woman must be Susanna, Dumange," Scarlet said, frowning at the figure in dark.
"Is that Anfey?"
Anfey changed his appearance, but everyone knew that he and Susanna were always together. Scarlet was one of the smartest generals in the world and figured out who he was very easily.
"Is it?" Dumange asked, frowning. "Doesn't look like him."
Ahead, the man with the axe was fighting several soldiers. He wasn't losing, but he wasn't winning, either.
"Did you see him when he first appeared?"
Scarlet asked.
"This is an act. I can tell."
"I see," Dumange said, nodding. The fight had caught the soldiers off guard, but seeing Scarlet and Dumange so calm and collected boosted the soldiers' confidence. "General, we should have brought the griffins," one of the squad leaders said to Scarlet. Scarlet glanced at the leader but did not say anything. The squad leader knew he had said the wrong thing and fell quiet. Scarlet had wanted to bring the griffins, but she couldn't. The Griffin Knights were part of the Shansa King's personal guards, and she did not have enough power to command them.
If the knights found out what had happened, Prince Jarek's reputation would be damaged.
She had a plan already. After she got Jarek out of this situation, she needed to change his personal guards.
"Put on an act," Dumange said. "Then let them in." "Are you sure about this?"
Scarlet asked, putting on her helmet.
"Of course," Dumange said. "If Nuyoheim can do it, so can I." Scarlet nodded and told a soldier to give the order.
"Be careful, my lady," Dumange said.
"Anfey is likely here for you."
"Don't worry," Scarlet said.
"I have a backup plan in place." Dumange nodded with a smile.
"Still, be careful," he said.
"Watch out if he teleports."
The fight had begun, but anyone could tell neither side was fighting with everything they had.
Susanna and Ernest knew that they couldn't fight too hard because they needed to create an opportunity for Anfey, not eliminate Scarlet's force.
Even though neither side was fighting as hard as they could, it was still clear that one side was on the defensive and the other on offense. Suddenly, Susanna and Ernest both jumped into the air and lunged at Scarlet.
A moment later, Sean and Dalmatian joined as well.
Scarlet gripped her reins and Dumange summoned a shield of lightning. They knew that Susanna and the other swordsmasters were only distractions.
The one they needed to look out for was Anfey. However, Anfey did not join the attack.
Instead, he remained where he was and kept fighting the soldiers.
Dumange frowned but did not hesitate.
Instead of focusing his attack on Ernest, Dalmatian, or Sean, he focused on Susanna.
Several balls of lightning flew towards Susanna.
The soldiers around Scarlet summoned their combat power and ready to defend her against the attacks.
Susanna was struck by the ball of lightning.
Her body froze and fell from the sky.
Dumange took this chance and summoned more lightning that struck Susanna.
A few soldiers around her raised their swords and attacked her as well.
Scarlet watched with a frown. She knew that killing Susanna would be a good strategy.
If Susanna died, Anfey would try to avenge her, and that would give Scarlet a chance to kill him.
Anfey knew that Susanna was well protected and wouldn't be harmed.
He was fighting the soldiers, but he was paying close attention to Scarlet.
As soon as Scarlet's attention turned to Susanna, he disappeared from the fight. A few seconds later, he reappeared under Scarlet's horse. He thrusted his sword out, piercing the horse's body and stabbing Scarlet through her leg. The sword traveled up her leg and stopped in her chest. By the time Scarlet realized that something was wrong, the sword had already stabbed her through her heart. A scroll fell from her limp fingers. Anfey pulled his sword out, picked up the scroll, turned and called, "Let's go, Ut."
Everyone thought that the weakness of Scarlet's armor was the face, but forgot that the bottom half of her body wasn't as well protected. It was a weakness that was often overlooked, but it was a weakness nonetheless. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 479, Game and New Territory. Chapter 479, Game and New Territory. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio.
After learning the suicide attackers had returned to headquarters, Barry traveled a dozen miles to welcome them back.
Anfey, Susanna, and others all looked very happy.
An impossible mission became possible with their hard work. They deserved to have happy smiles on their faces.
"Did you do it?" was the first thing Barry asked. "Marshal, didn't we send people to report to you?"
Dalmatian was a little surprised.
I just want to double check. Anfey, did you really do it? Barry asked.
I am guessing they are thinking about the funeral they should hold for Scarlet, Anfey said with a smile.
Great, great. Barry laughed.
Unexpectedly, he turned his horse around and rode back to the headquarters, leaving these triumphant soldiers behind him. He had only spoken 3 sentences meeting Anfey. Professor, Anfey jumped off the horse and greeted Saul respectfully.
Anfey's upbringing was very traditional.
He held the principle that he needed to respect his teacher no matter how powerful he became. In some cases, some teachers could be than family.
Barry has many things to handle since Scarlet died.
I hope you don't think he was rude, Saul said with a smile.
He was a bit shocked and asked Susanna, "Are you hurt?" "I was only wounded a little bit." Susanna acted as respectful as Anfey.
Anfey, you made such a great contribution to the Empire this time, but next time don't act so reckless.
Saul sounded a bit mad at Anfey. Why did you think it was okay to use Susanna as a bait? We have many other ways to kill Scarlet.
You do not have to take such risks. You know you would rue the day if anything happened to Susanna, Saul said, getting angrier as he spoke. His voice even trembled a little when he mentioned the phrase rue the day.
Anfey was a little shocked. He put down his head and said, "Yes, Professor. I know I made a mistake."
He had never seen Saul upset like this. Anfey suddenly remembered the questions he had not been able to answer for a long time. He always wondered what kind of person Saul's wife was and why he never heard Naya talking about her mother.
Yolanthe did not have a queen either. What were the reasons for this? Did Christian, Wester and Grandin have the same biological mother?
Anfey had these questions for a long time, but did not know whom to ask and also felt inappropriate asking these kind of questions.
"Professor, I requested the task." "Anfey actually did not want me to take the risk," Susanna immediately said in defense of Anfey. "Silly girl. You never have your own opinions on anything. You have always done whatever Anfey asked you to do. How can I not know that?" Saul heaved a sigh. "Okay, let's not talk about this. Everybody is so happy today."
Sean hurriedly changed the topic. "Oh, right, Master Saul, Scarlet had 2 very strange nights with her.
They are very powerful. I think we should find out more about them."
"Master Sean, are they Gold Knights?" a captain in Barry's team who had followed Barry out to welcome Anfey asked. "No, they are neither Gold Knights, nor Knights of the Light. I did not sense any death spirit on them, so they should not be Knights of Death either."
"How to put it? They left us a very weird feeling. They fought like barbarians."
"They fought with great physical stamina, but their fighting ability was very strong."
Sean raised his left arm. "This is what they left. If Master Anfey did not save me, I would not be able to come back alive. Let's go."
"We can talk after we get back to the headquarters," Saul said quietly.
Sean had changed the topic on purpose, but Saul looked like he was trying to avoid responding.
After they got back to the station, Saul asked Anfey about the details of the assassination.
Anfey did not hold anything back.
He told Saul everything that had happened in the assassination.
Saul looked a little weird.
Anfey chose a very special body part to attack, but the effect of that attack was obviously very successful. If Anfey had attacked other parts of Scarlet, Anfey might not have been able to come back with such a victory. "Professor, Master Barry seemed to have qualms about Scarlet."
"Why is that?" Anfey asked quietly. "I could not figure out the reason."
Saul was quiet for a moment before he said slowly, "It's time for you to know the secret now.
We have to talk about another person first before we get to that secret. Who is it?" Anfey asked. "Gulman," Saul said. "Gulman?" Anfey tried to search for that name in his head. He asked in surprise, "Is he one of the 3 master necromancers?"
"Even though we in church people claim to fight against necromancers, we all know there are good necromancers, just like there can be despicable people in the church," Saul said calmly. "If there were ever any necromancers who never hurt innocent people, it would be Gulman, even though he practiced the evilest plague magic."
Anfey opened his mouth wide in surprise. He never thought Saul would think so highly of Gulman. Gulman has lived for about 600 years.
Because of his long life, he was so bored that he read every single book on the Pancontinent. We cannot compare to him in terms of knowledge.
Saul smiled. What could he do after he read so much?
Gulman spent 50 years creating a game so he could kill time.
50 years might be all the time we have in our lives. Game? Anfey asked.
It is new territory for us, but Gulman only treated it as a game, Saul said quietly. You only know Gulman is a necromancer, but do not know his other professions. He is also an alchemist, a philosopher, a bard, an astrologist, and an amazing general who has never lost a battle.
General? I never heard stories about Gulman in battle, Anfey said.
The strategic plan of this disaster of death spirits was made by Gulman about a dozen years ago. Many people think we once again beat necromancers and are very close to victory.
However, what is the truth? Saul sighed. In fact, Gulman won.
Death spirits are everywhere on the Pan-continent and troubled the whole Pan-continent as they took their time and built their base on Greenwich Island. Our king has sent spies there, but they could not even get close to Greenwich Island. The gloomy and chilly wind around the island only proves that it has become the paradise of the death spirits.
Anfey went quiet.
We have to gather all the forces on the Pan-continent and attack them as soon as possible if we want to destroy the paradise of death spirits. Unfortunately, although our king thinks so, other kings may not agree with him.
Our king has sent people to find out what other kings think.
They all think it is not a big deal to give death spirits a piece of land, and instead treated our empire as their biggest enemy, Saul said bitterly. Necromancers used to find it hard to have their own place on Pan-continent.
They had to hide all the time.
Every time they started wars, they brought us disaster. If they could have a piece of land of their own on Pan-continent, their power could grow a lot stronger in a short period of time. If our king could show more of his sincerity, he might be able to win other kings' trust, Anfey said.
Sincerity?
Saul shook his head. We could not work with either Edward VIII in Shanxi Empire or Philly II in Ellison Empire. They are very short-sighted. If our king shows them his sincerity, it would only give them a chance to stab us in the back.
Anfey went quiet again.
It is our future problem.
We do not have to talk about it now. Let's talk about Gulman, Saul said slowly. Gulman spent 50 years making a magic badge.
Once the magic badge was started, it could bring people into a world that was an illusion but also felt real, with no civilians, royals, or churches. There are only warriors in that world, all kinds of warriors. For example, there are barbarians, fanatical warriors legion and griffin aerial units from Shanxi Empire in that world.
Gulman finds it fun to enter that world.
He led one legion to attack another one day, and the next day he could lead the losing team to attack the winning team. He even united legions to fight against other united legions. It is just a game to Gulman, but it is such an accomplishment to us. He created his own world, even though it is an elusive world.
Anfey, do you understand what I am talking about? Isn't it like internet? Anfey was more than understanding it.
He was familiar with that elusive world.
Wasn't it an internet game? Anfey wondered. 20 years ago, Barry met Gulman. He entered that world with Gulman's invitation. Saul sighed.
I heard from Barry that the terrain in that world is similar to Pan-continents.
It even has all kinds of cities. Barry chose Blackania City as his city. He had a fight with Gulman to protect his city. Barry miserably lost his first battle.
He thought it was because he was not familiar with that world. The soldiers he commanded were very dull. They did not think on their own or have good judgment. Barry had to command them with his telepathy, which Barry was not quite comfortable with.
For the next dozen battles, Barry lost every one of them.
Gulman only commanded Griffin aerial unit to harass Barry but made him lose half of his team in the last battle.
What does this have to do with Scarlet? Anfey suddenly realized something. You are right.
Scarlet was Gulman's student, Saul said slowly.
Scarlet has been living in such an elusive environment. She commanded troops on many more battles than Barry.
In addition, Gulman left Barry with such bad memories that Barry rarely talked about it, but we all know about it.
Why didn't Master Barry kill Gulman? Anfey asked. When they first met, Gulman covered his death spirit in a special way.
He also changed his look. When Barry knew who he was later, Barry did not dare, actually no one dared to hurt a mage who knew disastrous forbidden spells.
Don't forget, Gulman practices plague magic.
The forbidden spells he releases could wipe out a country, Saul said bitterly.
Besides, Gulman has gone against -I and stopped working for necromancers. The enemy of our enemy is our friend. In addition, everyone admires Gulman for his wisdom. I do not want to admit it, but I have to.
At least, Barry already admired Gulman very much.
I really do not know what to say. I killed Scarlet.
Anfey smiled bitterly at Saul.
Would Gulman? Gulman seemed to be the best of the three master necromancers, according to what Saul said.
If Gulman came to take revenge for Scarlet, Anfey could not imagine what would happen to him.
He did not think he could fight against Gulman at this point.
No, he would not. Saul shook his head. Goldman claimed a long time ago that he would not be involved in any conflicts on Pan-continent. In fact, we have known about Scarlet for a long time. That was why we paid attention to her right away after her debut.
For a long time? Anfey asked.
Yes.
Goldman told Barry that he recruited a girl as his student.
She is the daughter of the Princess Regent of Shansa Empire. He also asked Barry to be careful and not lose any battle to his student.
Saul was a little sentimental. Do you know why our king took the risk of ruining his reputation to attack Princess Victoria?
Why?
Anfey asked. One reason was to see if Goldman could keep his promise.
Another reason was to cut off the protection of Scarlet.
With Goldman's instructions, Scarlet would definitely be a good general. Princess Victoria was very good with politics. If Mother were in charge of politics while her daughter was a general, what do you think would happen?
What happened later?
Anfey asked. After Princess Victoria was killed, Scarlet cried to Goldman to ask for his help, but Goldman refused to help.
Even though Goldman had quite an ugly face, he always looked kind and nice. However, Goldman acted very cold that time, Saul said quietly. He said he only wanted to be a teacher passing down his knowledge.
He did not want to be anyone's tool or weapon. Why did he choose Scarlet to be his student? Anfey asked. Well, I do not know. Maybe he was influenced by astrology, Saul said. Professor, who else knows about Goldman? Anfey asked.
This is top secret, Saul said quietly. If the king did not give me permission to tell you, I would never talk to you about this.
Goldman has turned against -I.
We not only have to bear with him, but also protect him. I think Edward VIII must know about it too, otherwise it would be hard to explain why he suddenly fully supported Scarlet.
Does Goldman only have one student? Anfey asked.
I think he has 2 students, at least 2. Saul thought about it for a little bit. Barry mentioned that Goldman told him Scarlet only studied war strategies, while another kid learned his knowledge.
Unfortunately, we will never find out who that student is if Goldman does not want to talk about it. Anfey went quiet for a while. Professor, I think you think too highly of Scarlet.
Oh?
Saul asked. You are right, that world is amazing, but illusion is illusion. The real world is more complicated than that world. The king holds the same idea as you.
We have looked at the report of Scarlet's battle when she wiped out the rebels.
She planned seamlessly. The fighting itself was very good as well.
Barry said if it were him, he could have done no better than Scarlet. However, we did see the weakness of Scarlet recently. In other words, the weakness of Shansa Empire. Her coordination ability was not great. She did not have full control of the United Legions. The trust and support she gained was very limited, otherwise she would not have had to force the border to open and enter the country of mercenaries with force. The most important thing is Shansa Empire is no match for us. They had to unite with others.
Saul waved his hand and smiled. Let's not talk about Scarlet. She is already history, isn't she?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 480, Normal People. Chapter 480, Normal People. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio.
Scarlet's body was placed on a large table.
Her eyes, already dull, were half open.
Without her armor, she appeared much younger than her age. Outside, the army camp was in chaos.
Her death was a devastating blow to the Shansa army.
Every soldier now must fight for their own future. Some insisted on avenging, while others believed they should retreat to preserve the army's strength. The argument lasted all night long, yet no agreement was reached. Prince Jarek was in a very difficult situation. The soldiers may be arguing, but they all had allies.
Prince Jarek was the only one who was truly alone. He sat in the corner of a tent, saying nothing.
He knew that Scarlet had died because she left to save him. After Scarlet's death, he became the de facto leader of the army, but he could not go visit her. Last night, Manstally tried to see Scarlet's body but was attacked by Scarlet's mysterious guards. Now, no one was allowed near her body. A dark shadow appeared in the army camp and floated towards the tent with Scarlet's body.
A gust of wind blew open the tent's flap, and the dark shadow slipped into the tent without anyone noticing. Aside from Scarlet's body, there were 3 men in dark clothing.
Seeing the dark shadow, the 3 men knelt to greet the shadow. The shadow floated towards Scarlet's body. He was a very thin man, his cheeks and eyes were sunken. His skin was very pale, as if he hadn't seen the sun in years.
Leave me, Goldman ordered. The 3 guards stood and left the tent. Goldman reached out and stroked Scarlett's face.
He was one of the smartest men in the world, but he had made so many mistakes. He was the only person who could understand his own burdens and pain. He knew how much the necromancers contributed to the world, and he pitied them. He believed that the necromancers were only fighting for survival. He was seeking immortality as well, because he had so many questions and he had so much to learn.
He needed time.
He had become a necromancer so he could answer those questions.
Who would have thought Minus's goal wasn't to preserve but to destroy? Goldman could not allow that to happen, which was why he betrayed Minus.
He had thought Barry was his friend, which was why he told Barry about Scarlet and why he pushed Scarlet to the position she was in. He was proud of her and wanted his friends to see how good she was.
He never thought Barry would do anything to hurt Princess Victoria.
Princess Victoria was another one of his friends, and he had known Victoria before he knew Scarlet. Victoria never showed any degree of disgust towards him, even though she had plenty of reason to do so. She respected his intelligence, and they would often have long conversations. She listened to him and was the one who made him feel like his hard work was worth it.
Victoria died because of him, and every time Goldman recalled Victoria, his heart would ache. He couldn't blame Barry and chose to keep his distance.
He understood why Barry did what he did, but he could not forgive Barry. Goldman sighed and reached for Scarlet's left hand. Before he could touch her hand, he stopped. His eyes flickered. He was hesitating. He had known Scarlet for her entire life, and he knew very well that Scarlet's emotions towards him had stopped at respect. Even though he tried hard to treat her well, his coldness when Victoria died had angered Scarlet. He doubted that she had forgiven him.
Goldman was very hesitant.
If he revived her, he would face everything he had been running away from.
But if he didn't, what would he say to Victoria? What about his promise to her? Goldman sighed and grabbed Scarlet's hand.
He found the ring on Scarlet's finger and tapped it a few times. The ring was plain, with not a lot of decorations. After Goldman tapped it, however, the shape began to change. The gemstone blinked a few times, and a red pentagram flickered into existence.
The pentagram was surging against the surface of the gemstone, moving and contracting as if it was a human heart.
A surge of magic spread across the land. It was a surge only necromancers could feel.
Desvidia and Morgan were the first to sense the surge of magic.
Even though they were far from the Shansa army camp, they still felt the surge as if it was right next to him. The two of them widened their eyes and glanced at each other. They both saw fear in each other's eyes. "He's mad," Morgan whispered.
"Goldman, you're mad." "Mad? Why would you use the Ring of the Undead?"
Desvidia glanced in the direction of the army camp, his brows furrowed together in a deep frown.
The surge spread across the ocean and reached Greenwich Island. A broken skeleton raised its head and howled in excitement and anger.
Red veins appeared under Scarlet's skin. The ring's power was still sealed away, and Scarlet's injuries were very grave, but something was still flowing through the red veins as if it was trying to save her. The veins began to pulse faster and grow larger. As the power of the Ring of the Undead was unleashed, Scarlet's body began to glow red. "I hope I'm right," Goldman whispered, looking at Scarlet's face. Life began to return to Scarlet's body, and her eyes flickered open a few moments later.
She pushed herself up and saw Goldman.
She frowned and tried to sit up, but she could not control her body just yet. "You came," she said. She did not appear surprised by Goldman's presence.
"Do you know why I chose you to be my student?" Goldman asked softly.
"Because you foresaw my fate in the stars," Scarlet said. "Yes, and I also said I saw you as the ruler of Shansa Empire."
"That is what motivated you, isn't it?" Goldman paused. "Do you know why I stopped talking about reading the stars?"
"Why?"
"Because something went wrong," Goldman said.
He picked up a small pebble and tossed it into a bowl of water next to the table. "Because like the water, someone appeared. Their appearance has disrupted the alignment of the stars. Which is why my readings before are untrue now. You need to take care of yourself."
Goldman looked at Scarlet.
He was more than her teacher. He treated her the way he would treat his own daughter. He wanted to her stay safe. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 481, Plan. Chapter 481, Plan. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio.
A spring breeze blew over the prairie, which was still covered with snow. Spring usually signaled the beginning of the year, and a very important time to farmers. The spring breeze was warm and filled with hope. However, the powers on Pan Continent felt depressed by this spring breeze. Many people had realized that the situation on Pan Continent could turn for the worse as the spring breeze arrived.
Saul and Anfey chatted as they walked on the prairie.
After Anfey assassinated Scarlet, Barry did not immediately take action to start the battle. It was because wars could not be rushed.
Instead, everything had to be prepared well in all areas for the war. In addition, Barry was waiting for Yolanthi's order to start the war. Saul and Anfey had been spending a lot time together talking about magic when they were free. Of course, Saul instructed while Anfey listened.
They also talked about issues in Manhwa Empire, about which there was more discussion than instruction.
Professor, I thought our best time to attack Shansa Empire was after Scarlet died. Why didn't our king give the order to start the battle? Anfey asked quietly. He thought Barry would give the order to attack Shansa Empire right away. He did not know then that Barry had to get permission from Yolanthi first. However, there was no news from Yolanthi for more than a dozen days. He started to get impatient.
Because the king had so many things he had to consider, Saul said.
In fact, that is the reason I asked you to join me today. Really? Anfey asked. Anfey, do you know who our king thinks is the toughest opponent? Saul asked.
Scarlet and Shansa military, Anfey said.
Saul shook his head. No.
Shansa Empire and our empire could not compromise with each other.
Shansa Empire could only be conquered or conquer us. Those Knights of Light give our king a headache. Could they turn the situation around with the influence and power they had? Anfey asked. You probably do not know about it.
We cannot afford to not have churches. No matter whether we face the threats at this moment or look at the situation in the future, churches will be absolutely necessary. Many people in the church did things that made us angry, but they do not want to see the whole continent turning into a paradise for death spirits. This is the very essential difference between Knights of Light and others, Saul said slowly.
Does the king want the Pope to change his opinion? Anfey asked.
The Pope would never make any mistakes. Even if he did, they would not be counted as mistakes. The followers of the church would not agree that their Pope could make any mistakes, Saul said. You probably did not notice the church only sent the Knights of Light Legion to us while their priests stayed with them.
Didn't Fernando bring a group of priests with him? Anfey asked.
The priests in that group were not popular and have no power in the church.
There are only two real priest groups.
One is Fanatical Priest Group while the other is Glory and Praise Priest Group.
Fanatical Priest Group is the main priest group in the Church of Light, while Glory and Praise Priest Group is the core of the church and even of Church of Light.
Slambria was the vice commander of Glory and Praise Priest Group.
I see. Anfey thought quietly.
Knights of Light has always been connected to priests since Saint Robin showed up on the Pan Continent, Saul said. There have been over 60 popes after Street Robin. Every one of them was picked from the archpriests. Knights of Light never had the chance to be picked, no matter how powerful or loyal to their beliefs they were.
This is the rule made by Saint Robin.
It is not fair to Knights of Light. I believe there must be geniuses in the Knights of Light, Anfey said. They could not become Knights of Light if they thought it was not fair, otherwise there would be flaws in their beliefs, Saul said. This rule was made by Saint Robin. He thought Knights of Light were just the weapons of the priests to help cleanse the sins.
He never believed weapons could walk themselves to the altar. Why did not they send the priest groups to us? Anfey asked.
Because the priest groups had problems with each other, Saul said with a sigh.
Robin was very weird.
He seemed to want to divide his followers into two parties on purpose.
He never seemed to want union and harmony among the followers.
He even stirred them up and caused them to argue. What was the purpose of that?
Anfey asked. Who knows?
I do not know, Saul said with a smile. I only know the two parties in the Church of Light have been giving tit for tat for a long time.
One party is very radical.
They think the church needs to have supreme power, even the power to constrain the kings to better spread the glory of God. The other party thinks God led Robin to this continent to protect human beings. In other words, they could only be humans' guardians instead of rulers.
Which party did Slambria belong to? Anfey asked. Slambria's attitude was more radical, Saul said. Anfey shook his head. I did not see it.
He did not seem radical.
Attitude is different than principle. Saul then asked out of curiosity, you did not hate him that much, did you, even though he almost hurt Susanna?
Anfey shrugged, then smiled.
Things were different then. He acted like a copycat.
In addition, it is not necessary to hate a dead guy.
Saul chuckled. Archpriests are different than archmages. They are rare on this continent. The death of Slambria hit the radical party hard.
In fact, many people in the church cried out against it when Fernando led some knights and priests to unite with us. They claimed that this could have been the beginning for the Church of Light to take control over the whole continent. They demanded to send the main force to fight, but their proposal was vetoed.
Even though the death of Slanbria was such sensational news, they could not send the fanatical priest group and Glory and Praise priest group over. They only sent Knights of Light. "Professor, why are you telling me these things today?" Anfey asked. "Is Warner in the League of Mercenaries now?" Saul asked. "Yes," Anfey answered. "Is Book of Life with him too?" Saul asked. "Yes." Anfey nodded. "Professor, do they want to take back the Book of Life?" "The Book of Life is the lifeblood for the Church of Light, but they did not say they would take the Book of Life back. They sent one guy over. He only wanted to see Warner," Saul said slowly. "Only one person?" Anfey asked. "Yes," Saul said. "Does that person belong to Slanbria's radical party?" Anfey asked. "Anfey, you think too much. We are both officials of the king. You are also my student. Let me put it this way. Your attitude on issues represents my attitude. Our attitude represents the king's attitude," Saul said. "We would only be able to work with the radical party if they could forget about Slanbria. The problem is whether they could stop working with us. The answer is no." "Professor, I understand what the king meant. Does the king want to try to work with them again?" Anfey shook his head and said, "The radical party must be against it. How could we work with them?" "That depends on how much the church wants to work with us. The changes following the disaster of Death Spirits offered a wonderful opportunity for us. In addition, our king has wiped out the Dark Moon Magic Legion in Elysian Empire. The Griffin aerial unit could fly around to mess around, but they would not dare to attack our military." "How many magic academies does Elysian Empire have?" Saul continued. "We only have a few. If they had about 5 years, they could rebuild a magic legion. That is why our king said we are racing against time. The king's plan is to wipe out the main force in Shanxia Empire this spring and start full attacks on Shanxia Empire in the summer. We need to finish the battle with Shanxia Empire and take it over in fall, or before the end of the year at the latest. We need let our soldiers rest and get full training in the winter, because Elysian Empire is in the far north and is used to the cold weather. When it gets warmer, we could take advantage of the weather to start the battle with them." Anfey just listened to Saul. It was not appropriate for him to interrupt Saul and say his piece. He did not know how to interrupt either. The king has made his decision. He will make it clear no matter what it will cost him. "Therefore, we are giving our full loyalty," Saul said calmly. "If churches refuse to work with us, or are not as loyal as us, our king would do anything necessary. He does not mind making Church of Light part of the history on Pan-continent." "Anfey, don't worry. They would not ask too much." Anfey chuckled. "I am just worried that churches would go back and forth. I do not worry about others." "Don't you worry that they would ask for the Book of Life back?" Saul asked with a weak grin. Anfey shook his head with smile. "It never belonged to me. I don't want to be a priest anyway. Okay, let's not talk about this now." Saul looked at the headquarters in the distance. "We have received news that many officials and soldiers in Shanxia Empire got into a big argument. Some supported the idea to fight back at any cost, while others thought it would be wise to retreat immediately. It seems that the negative feelings got the upper hand. A large number of soldiers fled Shanxia Empire. Manstali and the officials in Shanxia Empire fought, so Manstali led druids back into Blackwater City. Fernando and the other 3 Archknights left United Barracks with Knights of Light Legion as well. They retreated over 100 miles and set up their camp next to the Blackwater River. All of this proves they were not far from falling apart. So, Anfey, after you meet with the representative from the church, why don't you go back to White Mountain City with him? You can take your League of Mercenaries to the north. Whatever you do afterwards, I will not intervene." "I got it, Professor," Anfey said. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 482, Prelude to War. Chapter 482, Prelude to War. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. A gray figure appeared on the balcony. "You're wrong this time, Your Majesty." Yolanthi was sitting on a chair and staring at the sky. His face was filled with sadness. The figure hesitated, then said, "I apologize for my intrusion, Your Majesty. Are you thinking of, Dot?" "Don't worry," Yolanthi said, turning to the figure. "What did you want to say?"
You're wrong this time, the figure said. Without Scarlet, the Shansa army is in complete distress. They lost all of their will to fight, and their alliance is no more. Manstali has already returned to Blackwater City and the church has made its decision as well. I see, Yolanthe said with a smile. You overestimated them, the figure said. Scarlet's death didn't encourage the Shansa army to fight. On the contrary, it ended the fight before it even began. Without Manstali and the Shield of Light Legion, the Shansa army will not be a threat to us anymore. Yolanthe slowly stood up and glanced at the sky again before turning back to the figure. He paced around the balcony as if something was troubling him. Yolanthe rarely displayed his emotions like this. The figure took a step forward and asked, Is something wrong, Your Majesty? You don't know how rulers behave, Yolanthe said, shaking his head, which is why you cannot tell what I'm thinking of. You cannot tell what Edward VIII is thinking of either. Edward has a lot of flaws. He's weak, he's greedy, he's cowardly. But don't underestimate him. Even the most cowardly man can be brave when he is forced to be. Edward is a king. I didn't believe he could take the death of his best general this easily. He was very angry when he learned of Scarlet's death, the figure said, nodding. My source told me that he was so angry that he killed a few servants in his rage. He is clearing panicking now. He knows that without Scarlet, he stands no chance against us in this war. She was his last hope. Edward isn't panicking, Yolanthe said with a smile. You're too excited, my old friend. Think about this. We all think he is weak, but we are the only ones who can say that. No matter how weak he is still, in the end, the ruler of an empire. There is no way that he reacted to such news like that. Then, if what you just told me is true, then this situation just became much more suspicious. If Edward is really a weak and useless man, how did he become the ruler? How did he keep his throne for all these years? You're saying he lost Scarlet, but he still has the army. It's been a week, why isn't he doing anything about the army's chaos? You're saying this is an act? I don't know, Yolanthe said. But I do know that this is unusual. Scarlet took more than 3/4 of Shansa Empire's army with her. I don't think Edward would be this calm and doing nothing if 3/4 of his army is in chaos and can be easily destroyed. The army can't get back to Shansa Empire either. Their path is blocked. Edward is putting everything he has on the line. We cannot let our guard down right now. What are they planning? Elizan Empire is moving their armies as well. Some of the Shansa army fled toward the northwest. We thought they were going to Elizan Empire. No way, Yolanthe said, shaking his head. I don't think Edward would let Elizan Empire control 3/4 of his army. What are they doing, then? Is this a trap? I don't care what they're doing, Yolanthe said. What's important is what we will do. It's finally time to grant Myrich's wish. He'll be excited, the figure said. What about General Barry? Let him do whatever he wants, Yolanthe said, shaking his head. I have a letter you need to deliver. The figure bowed his head and nodded. The 3 master necromancers had their first meeting. They hadn't met in more than 20 years, but none of them said anything. After a few minutes, Morgan broke the silence. Gulman, are you ready to come with us? I'm not going back, Gulman said, shaking his head. Morgan shook his head and smiled. I've always thought you had already unleashed the power of the Ring of the Undead. Listen to me, Morgan. I don't want you two to go back, either. Morgan and Desvidia stared at Gulman, their eyes wide with shock. Do you think that's possible? Desvidia recovered first and asked coldly. He couldn't imagine publicly betraying Minas. Do you trust me? Gulman asked. Gulman, I do, Morgan said. You're my friend and I trust you. But I can't do that. You have to come with us. I know what you're thinking, Gulman said. But you're too naive. What do you mean? Morgan asked. He knew that betraying Minas was inevitable, but he still didn't want his friends or himself to be the first ones to do so. Minas began doubting you too after I left, Gulman said. He's giving you the cold shoulder, isn't he? Morgan and Desvidia glanced at each other but did not say anything. Especially you, Morgan. You're in a very dangerous position right now. What are you trying to get at, Minas knows that you aren't doing everything in your power to track me, Gulman said. But did he do anything? After I'm dead, you're next to go, Morgan. Morgan frowned. What about me? Desvidia asked, frowning. If Morgan and I both betray Minas, do you think he will trust you? Do you think you can remain loyal to him?
If we are dead, you won't last long.
I sealed the power of the ring away, Gulman said.
I'm the only that can undo that seal. Which is why Minus will try everything in his power to keep me here.
Which is why he will find out about our conversation.
Gulman paused and looked at Morgan and Dysphidia. Tell me, do you still want me to go with you?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 483, Pleasing. Chapter 483, Pleasing. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Master Anfey, you do not seem to be in the mood to talk to me.
A middle-aged man in priest gown leaned against the wagon wall, a sluggish smile on his face.
Master Stan, please do not misunderstand me. Anfey smiled.
As you know, I have to take the League of Mercenaries to the north to fight with Manstally after I get back to the White Mountain City.
How do I explain it? The Tiger of Tall mercenary group has had total control of Blackwater City. I barely get any information about Blackwater City.
Manstally got support from the elves, but I still have no idea what kind of power he has.
I have a lot of pressure on me, so I am thinking a lot now. I hope you are not feeling neglected. I am so sorry if you feel that way.
I heard about the story how you had deep conflict with Manstally.
Stan laid his eyes on Susanna. In fact, he should be the one feeling anxious.
Your League of Mercenaries fame stretches far. Your league already has dozens of thousands of mercenaries right now, and there will be more mercenaries willing to join your league. With the support of General Barry, I cannot imagine how Manstally will be able to match you.
He has elves, Anfey said calmly.
Elves have been quiet for so long, no one would know what powers they have accumulated.
I think what you said is right, but not completely, Stan said. Master Stan, are you saying? Anfey encouraged Stan to explain. Elves' passions have been on arts. They never liked wars. Stan smiled.
They are bewitched by their ambitions, and bravely came out of the forest.
However, don't forget most elves are meek.
They love and cherish life. Phrases like taking up the positions to fight or not afraid of risking their lives do not fit elves.
Really? Anfey asked in surprise.
In fact, a bloody and cruel battle could crush them.
Stan twisted his whiskers. Elves are a very special race.
Their bodies are as weak as are their mentalities. If you can conquer their bodies, you are winning their mentalities as well.
Let me give you some examples.
As you know, many royals and businessmen like to domesticate elves and take them as sex slaves. Some humans were enslaved as well, but many of them fought against their owners, and even killed them.
Have you ever heard any elves who killed their owners? They are too weak. The only radical movement they would take would be ending their own lives.
Elves think the reason they were taken over by humans is because humans are despicable and shameless, but I think it is because only the fittest survived.
You are an archpriest. I did not know you were interested in this. Anfey looked a little shocked.
I know you have known Slandria for a while.
What do you think of him? Stan did not answer Anfey's question, but asked one instead.
Well, it's not appropriate for me to make any comments about him, Anfey said.
He is a hypocrite.
I am different than he is, Stan said.
Are you saying you are a real gentleman? Anfey asked casually. No, I am a sincere jerk. Stan smiled.
I talk about issues and state my opinions clearly, on the table.
It is just easier for everyone. You do not have to try to figure out, then, how I think of things in the future. I will tell you. Anfey could not help laughing.
He changed the topic immediately.
However, there are special elves. For example, Hotchbinny. You are right. Hotchbinny is daring and confident. She is indeed a special one. Stan smiled. Do you think she could change the personality of elves with her own efforts? Hard, very hard. Anfey sighed.
It is not just hard.
It is impossible.
Stan shook his head.
If you want to beat elves, you have to crush their confidences first.
If you could crush their confidences, most elves would change their ideas of fighting with you, even if Manstally still wants to fight with you, or if Hotchbinny does not want to make any compromises. Of course, the bloodier the battle will be, the more effective it will be. I do not think it will be a difficult task for you to do, with what I know about you.
Right, but it is not an easy task, either. Anfey went quiet to think for a second and said, Master Bruzeriano has been very nice to me.
Without him, I would not be who I am today.
If Master Bruzeriano asked me to stop, I think I would. Anfey was being honest about it. Besides Saul and Ernest, he respected Bruzeriano the most.
Without the heart of nature, he definitely would not accomplish so much. What Saul and Ernest gave him just helped him start the journey, but what Bruzeriano gave him was the key to becoming a saint.
You are really hesitant about it. It does not seem like you. Stan smiled. I agree that Master Bruzeriano is very honest.
Because of his honesty, he cannot stop you from exacting your revenge. Anfey quietly listened to Stan without interrupting him. Manstily asked Druids to attack your wife, and they almost got her. If Bruzeriano could not stop them back then, he cannot ask you to stop your revenge now, Stan said in a low pitch.
Manstily is a very utilitarian and ambitious person. How could he give up his dream? He cannot. Would Hotchbinny back out?
As far as I know, one of her sons was killed in an attack. Even if she did not have any problem with you before, the hatred between you and her is there now. Manstily is able to command druids, while Hotchbinny enjoyed good fame among elves, but they both have been very aggressive toward you.
Master Bruzeriano could not ask you to keep making compromises. In fact, Stan did not tell Anfey the true reason why he thought Bruzeriano would not stop him.
The key to this problem is that Anfey had become one of the brightest stars, after he killed Archmage Michael and beat Dysvidia, one of the 3 master necromancers.
Everyone was sure that Anfey would have a bright future.
Anfey was still so young, surely he would become a supreme power, like I in the legend, in the future.
It would be the stupidest move for anyone to become Anfey's enemy.
Stan believed Bruzeriano had to bear with the pain of not being able to come out to convince Anfey to stop the revenge on the elves, no matter how cruel Anfey could be to them.
Bruzeriano already had built such a good relationship with Anfey.
He had to maintain this good relationship for the long-term interests of the druids and elves. Anfey would not only become a supreme power, but also would become an important official of Yolenthi.
Yolenthi trusted Anfey. Yolenthi had showed his strong determination to start the war, before the disaster of the death sprites ended completely.
It made sense that the good relationship with Anfey would help with the future development of the druids. Manstily and Hotchbinny were in a situation where they had to continue with their plans. They made the mistake of being Anfey's enemies, so they had to continue to fight with him.
If they could not completely destroy Anfey, they would suffer in the future. Of course, Stan could not tell these things to Anfey.
He was the representative of the church. His position was higher than Anfey's. If he told everything to Anfey, it might make him sound like he was kissing up to Anfey, which was not good for the negotiation in the future, and would give Anfey the chance to look down upon the church.
He held different ideas and principles than Slambria. He did not want to be involved in politics.
His enemies were never the kings, but the goddess of nature. He could not help that Bruzeriano had the advantage in the situation, but he could let Bruzeriano enjoy every benefit by himself. He wanted to make up for his mistakes, and to reduce or get rid of the hostility Anfey had toward churches, and thus, rebuild a relationship where they could trust each other again. Therefore, he had shown his sincerity to Saul, before he came here to see Anfey.
It looks like you know druids and elves very well, Anfey said in a low pitch.
Not really, but I have worked with them for the past several decades.
I am familiar with them. Stan was quite humble about this.
Anfey was deep in thought for a little bit, then changed the topic.
He asked in a low pitch, since you are so sincere about it, I will be the same. Let me put everything on the table. Why are so interested in Warner in my league?
Stan claimed himself to be a sincere jerk, but that was just a way of saying he was humble.
Anfey ignored using the phrase jerk when he referred Stan.
Stan had been very nice, so there was no reason for Anfey to stir anything up. Even though Anfey paid careful attention to his wording, he did not show too much respect for Stan through his actions. In fact, Anfey's attitude toward people and issues had changed after he broke through his limits. Anfey did not change his attitude toward Saul, Ernst, Barry, his friends and a few others, but did he change his attitude toward others? Others seemed to be okay with Anfey's changes. Anthony and Stan were older than Anfey, but they never demanded that he automatically respect them. In this world, where only powers prevailed, powers talked.
Age did not seem to matter that much.
Master, the Book of Life is a holy object for the church, so we feel it is necessary to talk to Warner.
What kind of priest is Warner?
Stan smiled bitterly when they got a chance to talk about the Book of Life.
What if he could not make you happy? Anfey asked. Master, the problem is not making us satisfied, but us. Stan said it in a very strategic way. The us definitely included Anfey.
Stan made it very clear that he would not force anything to change. He only wanted to find a middle path for both parties.
I am glad you said it that way. Anfey smiled. Oh, Master Stan. I have some questions about Light Series magic. May I ask you? You can perform Light Series magic? Stan asked in surprise.
In fact, he faked the surprise. It was not a secret anymore that Anfey could perform light series magic. This was another reason that he wanted to build the relationship with Anfey. The pace of their conversation got faster as the wagon traveled further.
The atmosphere improved. Stan's knowledge and experience on light series magic far surpassed Warner's.
Anfey was so eager to know, while Stan was happy to answer his questions.
The atmosphere could not have been better. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 484, Imprisonment. Chapter 484, Imprisonment. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Bastard!
Get away from me, a middle-aged woman screamed, gripping lattice on the window.
I demand to see Anthony right now.
Despite her screams, the mercenaries guarding her carried on with their duties as if they could not hear her.
It's been 3 days, a voice said coldly. Haven't you screamed enough? Anthony walked into the yard below the window, his face gloomy.
You? Nishiva has been demanding a meeting with Anthony for 3 days, but when he was standing before her, she did not know what to say. She stared at him then spat.
I never took you for one so cruel. Me? Anthony asked, shaking his head. You are my wife. I never wanted to put your life in danger. You, on the other hand, wanted to kill me. I did everything for you. For me? Nishiva, look at me and tell me. Have you ever thought of me?
You are here, sure, but everything you did was for Ellison Empire.
I can't see how killing Alice would ever benefit me. Do you have any idea what would happen if we piss of Anfey and his people?
So you're scared of him? Nishiva said with a frustrated laugh.
You're scared of him. So you put your own wife in prison. You're not just cruel, Anthony, you're a coward.
I'm not a coward, Anthony said.
I did what I did so I wouldn't be manipulated anymore. Don't push me too far, Nishiva. I don't want to do anything to you. Really? Nishiva said, laughing. Sure. Come kill me. You really think I care?
Kill me, then go lick the boots of your new masters.
I can't believe I agreed to marry you. Neither one of us had the choice, Anthony said, shaking his head.
It was purely political, Nishiva. I thought that at least you would be helping me after our marriage, but clearly I'm wrong. Nishiva stared at Anthony, her knuckles white from gripping the lattice too hard.
I worked for Ellison Empire, what did I get? I worked for Anfey, and what did I get?
Even you must agree that Ellison Empire is way too stingy, yet you still spent years trying to help it.
Why? Anthony sighed and lowered his gaze. Nishiva, you are my wife. If I'm just Anthony, I would throw away everything to help. But I'm not just Anthony.
I am also the leader of Glory Mercenary Group and I'm responsible for the lives of thousands of mercenaries.
I can't abandon them just because of you. Nishiva watched Anthony in stunned silence.
Out of the corner of her eyes, she spotted her son David walking in behind his father.
She reached out and called, David. David, help me.
David saw her and froze. He looked at her, his eyes filled with sadness, then lowered his head hurriedly.
I promise you, no one's coming to save you, Anthony said. Of course, I can also promise you that no one will come and hurt you. David, are you ready? Yes, Father, David said quietly. Bring them in, Anthony said. David turned and shouted an order. Around 50 people were ushered into the yard.
They were all dressed differently and were different ages, but they were all bound.
These are your achievements, aren't they? Anthony said.
I must apologize, but none of them can leave here today. He waved his hand and the mercenaries he brought with him all drew their swords. The mercenaries present had all been following Anthony for years and all knew better than to question him. A few minutes later, the last of the mercenaries returned his sword to its sheath.
Nishiva looked at the bodies in horror. To be honest, what happened yesterday was worse, Anthony told Nishiva. Of course, you're my wife, and I don't want to cause you any discomfort. He paused. This is the last time you'll see me. I won't come here again, and you won't leave here again. He turned to David and said, let's go. Anthony departed from Nishiva with sure steps. Nishiva screamed and cursed his name, but none of the curses were enough to turn him around. Christian pushed his way into Alice's room and saw that she was busy with ledgers. Alice smiled at him and returned to the numbers. Shinbella nodded at Christian. Alice's safety became a topmost priority, and was followed by dozens of mercenaries wherever she went.
Shinbella had been staying close to her as well, no matter where Alice was. It was her neglect that had given the assassin a chance to get close to Alice, and she did not want that to happen again. Christian smiled at Shinbella and sat down on a chair next to Alice.
How are you doing? How's your throat?
It's better, Alice said.
Still can't raise my voice, but it could be worse. Do you need something? Christian nodded. Anfey's coming back. I see.
Christian pursed his lips. It's clear after that night that Alice liked Anfey, and to Christian, the more she acted like didn't care, the more she cared. Anthony killed a lot of people, Christian continued.
Why?
He said that they're all people from Elizan Empire, Christian said.
Anthony has shown his stance. I think we can trust him.
We need to work with him to ensure peace.
He's instrumental in inviting Batusaman here. I don't think Batusaman will work with us if Anthony isn't working with us. If we turn Anthony away, it could be disadvantageous. What did he do with Nishiva?
He imprisoned her, Christian said. He got 2 alchemists to seal off the tower he is keeping her in.
He's serious. Nishiva's from Elizan Empire. She's a thorn in our side.
But there's no way Anthony will kill her, Christian said. Killing her servants and imprisoning her is the most he can do. Let me finish, Alice said with a smile.
I agree. I'm fine as long as Anthony stops trusting Nishiva. You don't want to do anything else? What else is there to do? Christian nodded.
All right, he said. If Anfey's unsatisfied with this situation, you should try and talk to him. You're the victim, and your words will weigh more than ours. I trust him to make the right decision, Alice said with a shrug.
He's always sensible. But sure. I will talk to him if he wants to do anything else. You don't understand, Christian said.
You don't know what he said when you were unconscious. Christian knew that Alice liked Anfey and that telling her what had happened would only fuel her fondness.
However, he also knew the more she repressed it, the stronger her feelings would grow.
He wanted to take another approach in quelling her feelings.
What did he say?
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 485, Position Changed. Chapter 485, Position Changed. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio.
All the mercenaries got excited and none of them looked scared or worried when Alice told them the next plan. This might contribute to Anfey's all-time victory impression the mercenaries had on him.
The mercenaries did not think the Tiger Mawao mercenary group could pose any threats to them. Of course, the leaders in the League of Mercenaries were not as optimistic as regular mercenaries.
Alice, Christian and others all sat in the conference room, discussing the next plan.
As everyone was discussing, Anfey pushed the door open and walked in.
Anfey was in the conference room at the beginning of the meeting, but he was called out by Black 11.
What happened? Christian looked up and asked Anfey.
Violet City is in trouble, Anfey said.
What happened? Christian asked. Everyone was listener-ins in their conversation.
Ozek and Shinbella did not know about Violet City, but Christian and few others were very familiar with Violet City since it was Anfey's feudal estate.
Sharif Erder was missing.
Luckily, former city masters Araben and Naya were there, otherwise Violet City would be a mess, Anfey said.
How could Erder be missing? Did anyone? Chrysatin asked. Shouldn't. Anfey shook his head.
He knew Erder must have troubles in the underground maze, but he could neither go back to Violet City at this moment, nor tell anyone the secret about the underground maze or ask anyone to help Erder at this moment.
Anfey got to know many secrets about necromancers. The seclusive house Minas had was actually in Violet City.
The underground maze must have something to do with Minas, so Anfey could not tell this secret to others. He had no trust issues, but he needed to hold more information in his hands.
If one more person knew about the secret, the higher the chance they would run into troubles. How could he be missing? Christian asked. Anfey, did you give him something important? Could he betray you? Anfey shook his head again. He would not.
Erder knew the secret about the underground maze, but Susanna did not.
It did not mean Anfey trusted Erder more than Susanna. Erder found the underground maze first.
Anfey could have covered the secret by killing Erder, but he did not want to do that just to cover a secret. Anfey was cold, but not vicious to that degree. In addition, Erder was a righteous guy, which could be told by the way he treated the former city master.
He was loyal to Anfey and a very capable person.
If such a righteous person betrayed Anfey, it would be no one else's fault but Anfey's own since he misjudged him.
If none of them was the reason, Anfey, what do you think would be the reason for him to be missing? Christian asked. Let's not talk about it for right now. It is pointless since we are not able to go back. Anfey had a weak and bitter smile on his face.
Alice considerately changed the topic after she saw Anfey did not feel like continuing the topic.
Anfey, no one agrees with your plan. You forced it to happen when you attacked White Mountain City. You almost died in that battle. I cannot believe you want to go to Blackwater City now. We will not let you and Susanna scout for us again. Yes, Anfey, it is not necessary. We have over 20,000 mercenaries now.
With the help of Anthony and David's Glory Mercenary Group and over 20,000 Shield of Light Legion soldiers allocated to us by General Barry, Manstally and Tiger Taw's mercenary group are not our match. I can just confront them if it is necessary, Christian said.
White Mountain City is different than Blackwater City. I admit it was a little risky back then.
I only wanted to assassinate Archmage Michael first to get rid of our biggest scourge.
Think about it, what kind of soldiers are we dealing with in Blackwater City?
No matter if they are druids or elves, it would be no different than committing suicide if they wanted to release Nature Series magic to me.
I can dismiss their magic whenever I want to or even attack them with their own magic. If it were a fight without magic, do you think they could stop me? Anfey explained.
Anfey, we all know you are very good, but it is not necessary to scout Blackwater City, Alice said.
It is necessary. Not mentioning us, even Master Barry does not know about the situation in Blackwater City. I heard the druids and elves have control of Blackwater City.
It is really hard for any outsider to get into Blackwater City and obtain information on its people, but they know everything about us. Only if we know our enemies as well as we know ourselves, we could win every battle. At this moment, Manstally knows us very well, but do we know them as well as they know us? Anfey asked slowly. Long and Ling are no secrets now. How many mercenaries in the League of Mercenaries have seen them? Anfey shook his head. We could not guarantee every mercenary is royal to us. It would be riskier to have Long and Ling do it. They might not be able to come back once they get into Blackwater City. Christian and the others looked at each other. The upper level of the League of Mercenaries was a democratic organization. Everyone was liberal about expressing their ideas and believing what they believed.
Everyone had developed a habit to trust and listen to Anfey.
Besides, Alice's movement of cult personality towards Anfey played a role in this. If a person told the same lie 100 times, he would believe in his own lie. Once Anfey insisted on something, everyone would agree with him in the end.
Okay, if you insist. Christian smiled bitterly. When will we leave? We cannot leave too soon.
At least we have to wait for Batusaman's decision, Alice said in a low pitch.
Batusaman? Christian asked.
Yeah, Batusaman showed interest in us, but was a little hesitant. Right now, we are about to battle with Tiger Taw's mercenary group.
He cannot be so hesitant anymore.
His decision would mean nothing if his decision were made after the battle is finished.
My guess is he will make his decision in the next few days. Alice smiled. Batusaman will be trouble someday, Hui Wei said with a frown. Our king has titled 2 dukes. Does he have to title a third one?
In terms of closeness, Master Marino has agreed to work with the Meiho Empire.
In terms of the power, the Storm Mercenary Group is not as great as the Glory Mercenary Group and Batusaman is not as great as Anthony. How could Batusaman be titled Duke but not Anthony? Anthony will be pissed about it. That is why I said he would be trouble in the future. There is one more reason why Batusaman is not as good as Anthony. After the titling ceremony, Anthony was not the commander of the Glory Mercenary Group anymore. He passed it on to David.
Anthony is planting the seed for their futures and it shows his stance that he would give up control of the Super Mercenary Group as Master Marino did.
Would Batusaman be willing to give his Super Mercenary Group up?
We have no control over what would happen in the future, Alice smiled. Right now, it seems that having Batusaman on our side is very good for us.
We not only have one less enemy but also get stronger. You will be in charge of the case of Batusaman. I will not get involved. You will be on your own. Alice, can you pack up so you can leave together with us? Anfey asked.
Last time when they traveled to White Mountain City to fight, he asked Alice to stay in Stormenberg because many newly joined mercenary families needed Alice to help them settle down.
Those families were still in Stormberg.
It would not help with the situation to have Alice stay here. Besides, Anfey was worried about Alice's safety. It was better to take her with him.
Okay, Alice nodded, but it seems inappropriate to have myself talk with Batusaman. You are the chief general.
If you were not there with us, it might make Batusaman feel he is not important enough.
Wouldn't it show that he is very important when our CEO is talking to him? Anfey smiled.
It usually produced a strange feeling from a person when his position changed. If this happened a year ago when Anfey and Christian just came to the country of mercenaries, Batusaman would not even bother to see them. Back then, Batusaman was number 1 in the Storm mercenary group, but the situation totally changed. At this moment, it's Anfey's turn of not wanting to spare time for him. To be more specific, it was already a little late for Batusaman to join the League of Mercenaries.
If Batusaman decided to join the League of Mercenaries before Anfey took control over White Mountain City, he would receive many privileges. If he dragged it along and did not make the decision until the battle between Anfey and Tiger Taw was over to see Anfey, Alice would not even bother to see him no matter how sincere he would be.
This is the courtesy.
Alice smiled bitterly. Okay, I will see. Anfey scanned around. We will stop here for right now. Let's hurry up and do some training.
Alice, can you stay for a second?
I have something to talk to you about in private.
Everyone seemed to know what they should do next when Anfey said in private. Everyone stood up and left the conference room. Alice felt her heart pump harder.
She asked timidly, "What's going on?" Alice misunderstood Anfey.
If Anfey had anything romantic to say to her, he would not dare to directly ask everyone to leave the conference, especially not in front of Susanna. Judging from the way Anfey handled things, he would never be able to flirt with Alice while everyone else knew about it in next 10 years. Our king wants to use the underground city for a while.
Anfey took out a half crystal from the dimensional ring. This crystal looked like it was broken in half by force, so the surface was not smooth.
Can you ask a few dwarves to take the crystal back to Moramatch Town? If there were a person taking the other half of the crystal over and the two halves matched, you could let him in.
How could our king know about the underground? What is he going to do with it? Alice asked in surprise.
Christian must have told him. What the king would do with it, I have no idea, Anfey said. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 486, Support. Chapter 486, Support. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. I'm impressed, Stan said. You've done well here. Country of Mercenaries was a hard place for preachers to be.
A lot of mercenaries didn't care for religions, and the mercenary groups had been resisting the advance of the church for years. Even though there were a lot of preachers in Country of Mercenaries, it was very hard for them to actually convert anyone.
Warner's achievement was very rare.
Stan could tell how important Warner was just from the way people greeted him in the streets.
You flatter me, my lord, Warner said.
The mercenaries want to be saved, as well.
Anfey had told him that he needed to be more aggressive.
He hadn't been using his passive attitude ever since. The mercenaries could tell that Warner's position in the League of Mercenaries had risen. Not only the mercenary leaders like Ozak and Shinbella, but even Anfey had become more respectful towards Warner. This change made the mercenaries much more respectful towards Warner, and they began listening to his preaching as well. The mercenaries didn't believe in any gods, but the change in Warner's station was enough to attract more followers.
There are mercenaries, aren't there? Stan asked. Does Anfey not mind?
He respects the church, Warner said.
Why would he mind? Respect, is it? Stan smiled and said.
He knew very well how disrespectful Anfey was, but he also knew that he didn't need to point that out.
I know why you don't trust me, my lord, Warner said. But I think you may be too extreme.
Warner had been worried about this meeting, even though he had not shown it. Stan may not be as well known as Slandria, but he was still very powerful, and he was much more important.
Luckily, Warner had enough practice to know how he should act when dealing with someone more important than he was.
Without that practice, he wouldn't have been able to talk to Stan without bowing after every word.
Why is that?
I've been working for Anfey since before they left Moramatch, Warner said.
I think that I speak for him.
He is very respectful not only to me but also to Lord Fernando, despite how difficult Lord Fernando's men were.
Really? Stan asked, frowning.
Fernando's men were all well trained.
Why would they be difficult?
Of course they won't do anything in front of you, my lord, Warner said.
But without a supervisor, they can be as bad as mercenaries. I trust Anfey with my life, and so do a lot of other people here. Stan frowned and nodded.
Despite how challenging Fernando's men were, Anfey never said anything that might anger them or do anything to them.
I see, Stan said. I will talk to Fernando about this. As for Zagreen, I completely understand and support what Anfey did.
And why is that? Because those priests tried to assassinate him with a swordsmaster called Desrite, Warner told Stan.
They are at fault in this situation. Wouldn't you have done the same? No, Stan said, shaking his head. I am ashamed to see you thinking like this, Warner.
You have to realize, my lord, I have to save myself as well, Warner said. Sure, there may only be a few priests involved in the situation with Desright, but that had already angered the mercenaries. If I had tried to do anything, if I had tried to save those priests, the mercenaries would have thought that I am like those priests. I would not only lose the trust of the mercenaries, I think Anfey would stop trusting me after that, as well.
Without Anfey's trust and support, I don't think I could have converted so many people here.
Warner already knew that he wouldn't be returning to the church. Stan was only meeting him because he had the Book of Life. If he went back to the church would try to take it from him.
Without it, Warner was nothing. He couldn't lose the book.
I think trying to save them would have brought shame to the church, Warner continued without waiting for Stan's response. The mercenaries already dislike the church, and I cannot allow them to hate all priests in the church. If some mercenaries tried to assassinate the Pope, do you think the priests and the Knights of Light would give the mercenaries any chance for explanation? Anfey is to the mercenaries as the Pope is to us. It was very chaotic, and I weep for those that were innocent, but what is done is done.
We need to focus on the future.
We need to focus on preventing what happened in Zagreen from happening again.
Stan narrowed his eyes.
I do not regret my decision, Warner said, lowering his voice. I can preach here freely because of Anfey's support.
Give me a few more years, my lord. I am confident that I can convert more mercenaries than any priest in history. Stan looked at Warner and was stunned.
It had always been the church's goal to preach in country of mercenaries. He could tell Warner was being serious. He was impressed by how much Warner had grown.
Maybe you're right, Stan said.
He smiled and asked, I heard you've activated the Book of Life.
Yes, Warner said with a nod.
He had no intention of giving the book up.
The Pope is saddened by what happened to you, Stan said. I'm not the man I used to be, Warner interrupted Stan.
I stopped being a priest when my fellow priests tried to kill me. Now, I am just a normal man who wants to bring more people to the light.
Don't worry, Stan said.
The Pope said everything was meant to happen.
I think he will be very impressed by how much you've grown. Warner's eyes widened.
Stan's response implied that the Pope knew and agreed with his actions. He had not expected to have the church's support. Warner was working for Anfey, who was quickly making a name for himself around the world.
He was also doing well preaching and converting in country of mercenaries.
Not only that, Stan's party had gained the upper hand in the church after Scarlet's death, and Stan knew how important it was to form an alliance with Manhwa Empire. Working with Anfey and his men would be a good way to mend the broken relationship between Manhwa Empire and the church. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 487, Persuasion. Chapter 487, Persuasion. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. The mercenaries in the White Mountain City were immersed in excitement. Comparatively, soldiers in Blackwater City were in a much more down mood, even though Manstally and Elf Pharaohs tried hard to boost their morale.
The uprising of the League of Mercenaries and the death of Scarlet had caused anxiety and fear in the Blackwater City's people.
Manstally enjoyed a high reputation among the wolf druids.
If he were compared to the top powers on the Pan-continent, he was not even as good as the Archmage Michael from the Elysian Empire. If Anfey could kill Archmage Michael, it made sense that people believed Anfey definitely could kill Manstally no matter how Manstally argued about it or denied it.
Even the wolf druids were pessimistic about it.
In the valley about 40 miles away from Blackwater City, a patrol was walking over the fresh green grass. The spring breeze was warm and the snow on the ground had melted away. The whole plain and hills had put on a new green dress and looked lively. There was a saying, it did not seem like work if men could be paired with women to work with. This patrol was composed of 3 female elves, 4 male elves, and 4 mercenaries.
They talked and laughed as they traveled.
They were more touring than on a mission. Elves were very proud, especially those 3 female elves. They were nice to their peers but only exchanged a few conversations with the mercenaries out of courtesy. When they walked out of the valley, Blackwater River laid in front of their eyes. A male elf, who looked like the leader of this group, raised his voice, "Okay guys, we have to go back after taking a quick tour." "The view here is breathtaking," a female elf said with a smile. On the other side of Blackwater River was an endless prairie, like a pure and clean green carpet. The elves used to live in the forest and had never had the chance to see how grand the prairie could be. They felt so refreshed. "It would be great if we could stay here forever," another female elf exclaimed. The third female elf was not in the mood to appreciate the prairie. Her eyes were fixed on something above her. A man in a white magic gown stood on the tree branch, glaring at them coldly.
He had a gigantic axe in his hand and looked at them without any emotion. He seemed to treat everyone like a rock.
"Who are you?" the female elf raised her voice and asked. The others all turned around to follow her eyes.
A swirling axe flying down at them with rushing element currents and waves became their answer.
The warm spring breeze became chilly. The freshness of the spring air was replaced by blood.
The element currents disappeared in the blink of an eye. 11 people in the patrol died before they could do anything about the element currents.
They did not even have the chance to send out magical help signals.
The power difference between Anfey and themselves was huge. Anfey quietly watched the blood beads drip from the axe.
He looked like he was waiting for something or thinking deeply.
After a while, he thought out loud with a frown. "Manstily, you don't plan on being a chicken, do you, but?" Anfey intensified the element currents on purpose so that Manstily would sense it, since he was only less than 40 miles away from Blackwater City from here.
However, within his sensing range, about 8 different patrol teams went the opposite direction from him. They all retreated to Blackwater City.
Obviously, they were told what to do when they found anything wrong.
Anfey employed the strategy that had been used in the war between the Human League and Death Spirits.
This strategy used senior warriors to strike the opponent with their highest flexibility.
This strategy looked simple but had many different small variations in it. Sometimes, an archmage would suddenly show up in the sky above Death Spirits and leave right away after releasing large-scale destructive magic. Sometimes, 2 master swordsmen would be busy killing Death Spirits and forget about leaving the battle, but they would leave from a suddenly opened dimensional door once necromancers came to help the Death Spirits. A group of top powers would force the reinforcement necromancers to stay where they were forever with their magic. Sometimes, a group of top powers attacked the end of the Death Spirits' army. When necromancers hurried over to help, those top powers would suddenly fly away before they even reached the end of the army.
More top powers would attack the front of the Death Spirit army. Those necromancers would suddenly realize they fell into those top powers' trap and would immediately allocate necromancers to help the front of the army.
The necromancers sent to help the back of the army would be sent back, but the back of the army got attacked again. Those top powers would employ the vacuum time so they could release a few forbidden spells with casualty and left without any hurry. Human wisdom was so powerful that the strategies they developed were varied.
They always seemed to be able to have new ideas. Anfey decided not to employ many strategies. He only wanted to lure Manstily out. It was risky for Anfey to sneak into White Mountain City. However, it was different than before. Once Anfey had entered the level of Dedao, he became a saint.
Before he reached the level of Dedao, he was just a human. When he practiced with Susanna before, he had to try really hard to be her match, but now he could definitely feel he was a lot better than her. Anfey's aim was to kill as many senior-level druids and elves as possible by himself. He hoped he could run into Manstily and kill him in the fight.
There was another reason that he did not bring Susanna with him to Blackwater City.
It had something to do with his advancement to a saint. Anfey wanted to have the supreme power, but he refused to evolve his emotions into the emotionless Dao level, which was contradictory to the principle of Dedao. He did not want to kill the patrol, which had nothing to do with civilization or humanity. It was only because of his laziness and aloofness.
Maybe he would only be passionate about a fight if there was someone as good as him.
Anfey knew well the reason he had these emotional changes was because of the influence of Dao. He did not think it was right.
People usually did not know what they had until it was gone. Anfey had already had a taste of this.
When his parents had been alive, he did not practice hard. The only reason he practiced was that he wanted to impress his friends and classmates. He did not understand how precious it was to have parents urge him to learn every day until his had passed away.
Anfey had Susanna in his life now.
He had been picturing their future. If he could not change his emotions, he would end up as a person with no emotions.
He could give up anything in this world, including Susanna.
If this were the case, it would be pointless no matter how powerful he became. Anfey was terrified of loneliness. It might be because he had been by himself for so long. No one understood what Anfey had to fight against, not only the seductions from women, but also his own heart. A group of mercenaries, about 40 of them, all rode horses and rushed into Anfey's sensing range.
They rode very fast towards Anfey. Their appearance seemed out of nowhere. Other patrols had retreated to the station, which showed the city master's conservative attitude. The appearance of this group of mercenaries definitely shocked Anfey, especially when there seemed to be no top powers among them that Anfey should pay attention to.
Anfey suddenly remembered something. He took out a paper scroll from his dimensional ring. There were a dozen faces painted on the scroll. The head of that group of mercenaries was one of the faces.
Anfey had gotten very few pieces of information from Blackwater City since Manstally and elves took control of it, but he still had previous information about Blackwater City. For example, the paintings of Morta and Hotchbinny's children. Is he the youngest son of Hotchbinny, Beach?
He came at the right time, Anfey thought out loud and smiled. Anfey's sensing range had already reached dozens of miles now, so he had to wait a while for those mercenaries to ride their horses over the hill. Luckily, it did not take them too long with the help of the horses. Ashley, a worried voice suddenly stopped at the Blackwater River. Over 40 mercenaries, all focused on the bodies lying everywhere on the ground.
Hi, everybody.
Anfey had to say something to remind them of his existence.
He looked up to check the time. Good afternoon, everyone.
The mercenary in the front stared at one elf's body. He jumped off the horse and rushed at Anfey.
Luckily, his fellow mercenaries were not that focused.
A few mercenaries immediately held him back and then looked at Anfey in alarm.
You did not kill them, did you?
The mercenary in the front had not noticed Anfey until now.
He yelled in anger. Are you Beach? Do your parents know you are here? Anfey asked in a low pitch without answering Beach's question. I asked you if you killed them.
Beach was so furious that he pulled out his sword backhanded.
Go back and tell Hotchbinny. Anfey pointed at one mercenary. Beach did not answer Anfey. I know Hotchbinny has been busy lately.
I do not want to cause any inconvenience for her, but I have no other option.
You come at just the right time, don't you? Help me pass my apology to Hotchbinny. I am King asking you.
Did you? Beach's yelling was interrupted by his peers. The mercenaries stared at the axe in Anfey's hand. The cut-off limbs everywhere on the ground seemed to be enough evidence to prove what kind of weapon the killer had used. In addition, there was blood on the axe. A few mercenaries dragged Beach back while more mercenaries pulled their swords out and surrounded Anfey. One mage had already started to chant. A big fireball appeared in the sky and shot at Anfey. One middle-aged mercenary yelled as he rushed towards Anfey, "Protect our lord and leave." The vicious-looking big fireball suddenly stopped when Anfey casually waved his hand. The fireball was like a well-behaved basketball and fell in Anfey's hand. Anfey waited and tossed the fireball back at the mage. The mage almost popped out when he saw this. The next moment, the fireball he released hit him. You can only leave with my permission. Element currents suddenly prevailed around Blackwater River again after Anfey said it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 488, Unfinished. Chapter 488, Unfinished. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Anfey stood where he was and watched the sunset. He had always been patient. He had killed Hotchbinny's son and he knew she would want revenge. He sensed another group of people approaching. This group was even larger than the last group, and Anfey could tell Manstally was among them. He still did not move. He was conserving his strength and his power so he could peek when it mattered. Anfey knew that his plan left no room for failure. He had killed the scouts and Hotchbinny's son because he needed Manstally to appear personally. He believed that Manstally knew that as well. Bringing guards and soldiers meant that Manstally was not confident enough to take on Anfey one-on-one. Anfey recalled the story of Jerofik and Ernest. Jerofik was once the best swordsmaster in the entire world and was called a genius. However, when Ernest challenged him, he resorted to deception and trickery. Before that, Ernest had once spoken highly of Jerofik. Ernest knew how to work his way up from the bottom. He dueled with people less powerful than he was because he needed the experience. Putting Jerofik at the end was a gesture of respect. Even though Jerofik had won the duel and ruined Ernest's reputation, his own skills began regressing as well. Ernest said that it was because he had lost faith in himself and in his sword. The sound of the enemies was growing closer. Anfey turned and saw two small dark specks appear on a mountain in the distance. Thanks to the heart of nature, his senses were much sharper than any human's. Nothing could escape his detection. The dark specks were two elves quietly approaching. They were both young and good-looking, but one could not guess an elf's age from the elf's appearance. Elves were ageless and almost never changed. The two elves each wore golden chainmail and held a green longbow. They were very agile and fast. The male elf was standing on the cliff and the female was crouching in the grass. Both of them were staring at Anfey and observing him. Anfey lifted a brow. Clearly, this was Manstally's plan. He stretched his body and picked up the axe that was lying on the ground. It had been centuries since the last chosen one of the goddess of nature appeared. During that time, the heart of nature was but a relic to the druids.
The last chosen one did not say anything about the heart of nature in order to protect himself and the heart of nature.
Because of this, no one knew exactly what the chosen ones were capable of and couldn't prepare for them.
One of the elves pulled out a green, limp arrow and knocked it.
As soon as the arrow touched the bow, it straightened.
The elf aimed and released the arrow.
The arrow ripped through the air, howling as it flew towards Anfey. The arrow was very fast and very powerful, but still not enough to harm a top-level power.
Anfey frowned. The female elf had released an arrow at the same time as her male companion.
The arrow she released was invisible and did not make a single noise. The speed was faster than the green arrow, as well. If Anfey did not have the heart of nature, he would not have been able to detect the presence of the arrow.
Anfey waved his large axe and the invisible arrow crashed into the axe with a loud boom.
Anfey frowned as he wavered, then he jumped up and out of the way of the green arrow. He landed then dashed towards the female elf. Both elves were clearly very good. The male elf was a very good archer, and he was only responsible for covering for the female elf. Anfey increased his speed. Loose elements were attracted to him and formed a small storm of elements around him. The grass under his feet was flattened by this elemental storm and the elements obscured his figure, preventing the elves from seeing him clearly. He knew that Manstily had already transformed himself and was heading his way, but he also knew he was faster. Seeing that they had been discovered, the two elves gave up hiding as well. The female elf stood up in the grass and did not appear to be worried about being discovered. She wasn't just an archer. She was skilled with magic, as well. She pulled her bowstring taut and released a beam of green light. The green light expanded in the wind and became a large net. Anfey kept running as if he could not see the net. As soon as he touched the net disappeared into thin air. He did not let that bother him and kept decreasing the distance between himself and the elves. Because of the heart of nature, no nature magic could hurt him.
The female elf frowned.
An arrow made of sapphire appeared in her hand, and she released it.
Anfey frowned and waved his axe, hitting the blue arrow. The axe slammed into the blue arrow and shattering it. The pieces of the blue arrow regrouped and formed into a large wall of ice. Seeing that Anfey was slowed, another arrow appeared in the female elf's hand and she released the arrow towards him. The arrow flew towards him and turned into a beam of dark light. The dark light struck the wall of ice and absorbed the ice. However, the female elf could not celebrate her success because she could tell that Anfey had disappeared moments before the arrow hit the ice. Anfey's figure flashed and reappeared. The female elf jumped back. She knew that she was no match for him and she needed to get away. Her figure wavered and several illusions appeared, all running in different directions. If Anfey had not had the heart of nature, he would not have been able to tell which was the real elf. However, because of the heart of nature, he could do things he would not have been able to do otherwise. He easily found the real elf and chased after her. He raised his axe, striking the elf. The elf screamed and disappeared, but that did not slow him. He quickly caught up to her again and struck her with his axe. She fell to the ground, limp. "I told you, Manstily," Anfey whispered. "It's not yet finished." By the time Manstily and his men arrived, Anfey was gone and the only things left were the bodies of the two archers. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 489, War. Chapter 489, War. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. Master, we lost 31 elves, 5 druids, and 52 mercenaries in total by dusk. The southern town seemed just a druid reported. F***ck off. Manstily yelled in anger. The druid who had just come in to report to Manstily trembled with fear. He immediately left the room after Manstily asked him to F***ck off. Beside Manstily, Morta and Hotchpenny were sitting to the left of him in the room while 3 male elves sat to the right of him. None of them looked too good. Morta liked to hide his weakness, so he always pushed his wife, Hotchpenny, in front of him. In fact, he was just as good as Hotchpenny. Manstily was definitely as good as Morta and Hotchpenny. He was the leader of the wolf druids. The 3 male elves were the elf pharaohs. They were definitely a group of powerful, intelligent people. However, they did not seem to know how to deal with Anfey when faced with his cruel and bloody killing. This magical world was different from the civilized world with high technology. In the high-tech and civilized world, each individual's ability was very limited. Anyone who wanted to make accomplishments needed the collective efforts of others. In this magical world, one person's power, even though it couldn't be unlimited, could cause irreversible changes to society. Anfey had only taken 1 day, by himself, to turn around Blackwater City and make people in Blackwater City worry.
They thought of having a group of top powers surround Anfey, but they did not think it would work since Anfey would not be stupid enough to fight directly against those top powers.
On top of already being fast, Anfey could release instant transportation.
Those top powers would not even be able to chase after him. They thought about setting traps for Anfey, but the tragedy at dusk had proven that would not work either. To prove whether setting traps for Anfey would work had cost the elves a lot. Katyusha had been the second best sunset archer. The silent arrows she had always practiced with were not that effective against swordsmen, since they were all very fit. However, whenever she had fought against archmages, her silent archery caused fatal threats to them. The magic arrows she had brought with her were accumulated by elves over time, a few of them senior-level magic arrows. With her magic achievements, and the amount of arrows she'd had on her, everyone had thought Katyusha could definitely kill Anfey when she left.
They had thought she could hurt Anfey even if she could not kill him.
Nobody had thought such a hopeful top power could be killed by Anfey in the blink of an eye.
It was a huge blow to them.
I finally believe there is an heir to the saints, the elf pharaoh in the middle asked in a low pitch. Master Manstily, what I don't get is why you still wanted to attack Susanna if you already knew Anfey's teacher was a mysterious saint, and if the legend about Anfey was discovered about a year ago.
Isn't it not wise to make an enemy with a potential saint?
Master Anderson, in fact, it was my idea.
Morta smiled bitterly.
Okay, could you tell me why you did that? The elf pharaoh asked. I do not think there have been any saints, neither does Master Manstily, Morta said.
Are those all your reasons? The elf pharaoh asked.
No, Morta shook his head. Back then, Anfey did not stand out as much as he does now. I worried about his sophisticated plans.
He stationed himself in Moramach town and seemed to be really interested in the country of mercenaries. I thought he would be a problem in the future.
That is why we thought we could not let him grow stronger, Manstily added. We had to destroy him.
His sophisticated plans, another elf pharaoh asked. I do not quite get it. You know about the conflict between Tiger Taw's mercenary group and Glory mercenary group, right?
Morta asked. Yes, the elf pharaoh said. In fact, Glory mercenary and us have been set up all the way from the beginning. We all know Chanteller and Davidson from Glory mercenary group were killed in a conflict, but we did not kill them, Morta said in a low pitch. Then who killed them? The elf pharaoh asked.
Anfey did, Morta said.
Anfey? The elf pharaoh shook his head.
I don't think so. I have carefully read the report about Anfey. When you had the conflict with Glory mercenary group, Anfey was still pretty weak. Even though Susanna worked for him, those few young guys would not be able to pose any threats to Chanteller and Davidson. Davidson was a senior swordsman. In addition, Chanteller and Davidson had many guards with them. How could Anfey and Susanna kill them?
I don't know how Anfey did it either, Morta smiled bitterly, but I am sure he was part of it. Really? The elf pharaoh asked. If you are interested in it, I can tell you all I know, Morta said in a low pitch. In fact, from the very beginning, Hotchbinny and I felt something was not right, but back then we already had conflict with Glory mercenary group. Later, Chanteller and Davidson were killed. We had to continue the fight with Glory mercenary group even though we knew there was something fishy about it. In addition, we could not explain what happened.
Hotchbinny explained it to Chanteller. Unfortunately, Chanteller doubted us. Those antsy Glory mercenaries were not patient enough to listen to our explanation after Chanteller was killed.
Since the fight had to happen, we had to try our best. After the fight, I did an investigation on it for a long time, but could not figure out what was wrong with it. Morta paused a second before he continued, but a person suddenly caught my attention.
Anfey, the elf pharaoh asked.
Yes,
Morta nodded. He set a trap in Cross Valley and wiped out a Griffin aerial unit.
Did you suspect him because of that? The elf pharaoh asked. Master Anderson, no one was born a supreme power. First of all, he needs time to grow and there is always a way to trace the growth.
Taking Anfey for example.
Every time Anfey did something big or showed in public, his power increased significantly more than before. We agree with what you said, but...
Anderson said. Master Anderson, bear with me with a long story. Morta heaved a slight sigh. I am a victim of Anfey so I know better than anyone else.
The setup he had for Glory mercenary group and me was so well and cruelly planned that I could not fight back even though I knew I fell in traps.
This is the characteristics of Anfey.
When Anfey gained his fame by wiping out a Griffin aerial unit, I felt there was similarity between those two events.
I just wanted to give a try so I targeted Anfey and did an investigation on him. I did find out a lot of information about him. What did you find out? Anderson asked.
Before Chanteller and Davidson were killed, Anfey and his fellows came to Blackwater City and stayed in a hotel, named Tuna Hotel.
Anfey seemed to be very active and always came home late at night. What was he busy with?
The main reason Glory mercenary group and us had the conflict was because a younger brother of Davidson was killed at a mercenary's home.
Davidson said it was my mercenary.
When I did the investigation, I found someone saw a beautiful swordswoman with black hair and black eyes and a young mage on the street that day. Later, I found a painter and a few people who had seen Susanna before.
I asked that painter to draw Susanna and showed it to the people who saw them. They were sure the girl they saw was Susanna. Was it just a coincidence?
Morta said in a low pitch. Besides, Anfey is a student of Saul's.
His luck did not seem to be too good. He ran into trouble a couple of times in the Manhwa Empire. What surprised me was Yolander's attitude towards Anfey.
He never punished him for his mistakes but always rewarded him for any achievements he made.
There is no point for me to talk about what kind of person Yolander is. The key is, why did he like Anfey so much? Could it only be he is a student of Saul? Could it only be he showed his talent? Morta asked in a low pitch. The three elf pharaohs fell into silence. Morta had made it very clear.
If they continued to doubt Morta's judgment, it would be no different than doubting their own intelligence. Yolander had been ambitious of making the whole pan-continent concur.
What kind of people would Yolander think important? It seemed to be self-explanatory. I have an idea. An elf pharaoh suddenly looked very excited and proud. What is it? Everyone got interested in it.
Anfey has been an ally with Glory mercenary group, but he is an assassinator, the elf pharaoh said with a smile.
Anthony has treated Chanteller and Davidson as his own brothers. If we tell him that Anfey actually killed Chanteller and Davidson, do you think Anthony would forgive Anfey? This was a good idea. Manstally, Hotchbiny and few others all looked excited.
Only Morta shook his head without any excitement. It would not work.
Why not? The elf pharaoh asked. Would Anthony think we are trustworthy?
Besides, we do not have enough evidence to prove Anfey killed them, Morta said with a bitter smile.
We have to give it a try,
Hotchbiny said in a low pitch.
Her eyes were red. She had 3 sons killed by Anfey so far.
She tried to control her emotions in front of the others, but she had cried many times by herself.
She knew Morta shed his tears as well. Unfortunately, the path to the throne was always thorny.
They could not turn around now, not even stay where they were. They had to continue on that path no matter how much it would cost them, even if the few sons they had now could be killed in the war. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 490, Tough Choice. Chapter 490, Tough Choice. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio.
Anfey sat next to a large boulder, staring at the bonfire in front of him and the sausage on the bonfire. In the distance, the sun was already rising. Anfey wasn't hungry and he didn't need to eat as often as he used to because of the heart of nature, but he also enjoyed the process of cooking and eating and did not mind making a small meal for himself. Seeing that the sausage was cooked, Anfey took it off of the fire. Suddenly, a strange wind blade appeared near him. Usually, a wind blade is slim and long and gleamed with a dark blue color. Under normal circumstances, mages wouldn't change the shape of a wind blade because it was difficult and pointless. Anfey waved his hand and the wind blade began chopping the sausage into smaller slices. Although Anfey didn't need to eat as often, he still felt the process of eating was an integral part of being human. He popped a slice of sausage into his mouth. Suddenly, he detected about a dozen riders approaching. They were walking and stopping as if they were searching for something.
Anfey retrieved his bow and released an arrow into the sky. A few minutes later, a group of soldiers appeared.
They hurried towards Anfey's bonfire and jumped off of their horses.
"Sir," the leader said, nodding at Anfey.
Anfey nodded when he recognized Robert, the ranger who had been negotiating with him.
"What are you doing here, Robert?" Anfey asked. "You once told me that you do not have a good weapon," Robert said.
He held up a sword and said, "This is the holy sword left to us by our ancestors.
We hope you can have it." "Holy sword?
Have you heard of the sword of the pioneer, Dot?"
"Sword of the pioneer?"
Anfey repeated, his eyes widening.
"Isn't that hidden in Swordberry?" "That hasn't been the case for a long time," Robert said. "My ancestors once guarded Swordberry and switched out the real sword with a fake. That is why kings of Manhwa Empire never take it out of the principality."
"Even Christian doesn't know much about it," Anfey said.
"How did you ancestors manage to switch the swords?"
"They got the sword out, but couldn't get out themselves," Robert said, shaking his head. "We lost contact with them after they smuggled the sword out." Still, Anfey said, a very impressive feat. You've been active for so long yet no one detected your presence. I don't think I could have managed that. You flatter me, sir, Robert said with a smile. This world is too complicated, situations are often too murky. We must be strong in order to survive. Of course, our lives will be much more difficult from now on. Robert knew better than anyone how many different centers of power existed in the world. The empires were powerful, but so were the church, the elves, and the druids. Now the necromancers were slowly becoming a part of the power web as well. Who knew what would happen after that? Don't worry, Anfey said with a smile. He knew exactly what Robert was concerned about. I will do everything in my power to protect you. We are lucky to know you, Robert said, smiling. No, Anfey said, shaking his head. I am the lucky one. That comment about weapons is just something I mentioned in passing. I can't believe you remembered it. Anfey smiled at Robert as he put the sword into his dimensional ring. He was very curious about the sword, but he had to keep himself composed. He would inspect it later when he was alone. Anything, sir, Robert said. Anfey and Robert left the rest of the Rangers to talk because they wanted to make sure their conversation stayed between the two of them. Anfey was interested in the Rangers, and the Rangers were interested in Anfey. After Minas sent his servants away, some of the servants lost touch with each other, which was why the Rangers were shrinking in number. The Rangers were interested in Anfey because they believed his teacher might have been one of them. The last known supreme power was Minas, but even Minas became a supreme power with the aid of the Wheel of Fortune, just like the Heart of Nature had made Anfey into a top-level power. Anfey recalled the labyrinth in Violet City and remembered that there were a lot of pentagrams carved into the walls. He drew the pentagram by memory and showed it to Robert. Immediately upon seeing the pentagram, Robert's eyes filled with tears. The pentagram was the symbol of Minas. Very few knew about the symbols, even among the Rangers. Robert knew that Anfey must have known a Ranger. Robert, did you come all this way to give me the sword? Anfey asked. Robert sighed. No, he said, shaking his head. There's something else, but... Tell me, Anfey said. Don't hold back. Robert nodded. After the rebellion in Grus Principality, King Darius escaped to Elazan Empire. He was discovered, and he's on his way back to Grus Principality. He will arrive at Blackwater City in a week. What? Anfey asked, his eyes widening. He rarely lost his composure, but Darius was different. He was the father of Susanna and Shully. Are you sure? Absolutely, Robert said. There is something. I'm not sure if I should say it. Tell me. I know Darius, Robert said. He is a horrible person. We cannot let him get to Blackwater City. We can't save him, either. If we do, it may damage our reputation. Robert raised his hand and dragged a finger across his neck. This is the easiest plan. My men are already positioned and ready. Anfey frowned and did not say anything. He knew that Darius was a very hated man in his own nation, which made overthrowing him very easy. Trajan may have a careful plan, but it still would have been harder if Darius was a good ruler. This was the first time Anfey faced a difficult decision. He knew that it was necessary to kill Darius, but Darius was still the father of his wife. If Anfey killed Darius, what would he tell Susanna? Should he tell her about it, or should he keep her in the dark? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 491, Passing the Test. Chapter 491, Passing the Test. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Master, did they notice us? A young ranger looked scared and doubtful. They just stopped to take a break. We don't have to wait anymore. We could attack them now, Anfey said in a low pitch. Now. They have mages, the young ranger said. Why are you talking so much? Just follow my order. Robert said with a serious tone. Yes, sir. That young ranger suddenly realized that he only needed to follow the order. He jumped on the horse and rushed forward with his fellows. The army was ready to take a break. They were not aware of anything unusual. However, the clip-clop sounds of horse steps on the ground could not be covered when the rangers rushed out of the grass. The army noticed the danger. All the soldiers moved to a center while over a dozen people flew to the sky. Obviously, those who flew to the sky were mages. There were red lights flashing in the distance. A strong flare shot at a mage with fast speed and immediately left a hole in that mage's chest. There was another flare flying above them before they even figured out what had happened. The mages in the air suddenly realized what happened. They hurriedly released their magic shields. They immediately realized those magic shields would not be able to protect them. The third firebird whooshed over and easily pierced through magic shields and hit another mage's head. That mage's head exploded like a smashed watermelon. His blood and flesh splattered everywhere. This scene stunned over 400 soldiers. Even though Anfey could not release forbidden spells, the senior-level magic he released with his super telepathy and strong control over elements was more terrifying than the intensified magic Archmage Michael could release. The regular firebird could be shot out as far as 1,500 feet. The range could reach to 3,000 feet with intensified magic.
Anfey was 4,500 feet away from the army.
If Anfey used bombing magic, he would not be able to control the elements with such a long distance. It was easy for Anfey to control the elements around him to attack the target at a distance. His sensing ability allowed him to lock in anyone in a distance.
Mages flew down one after another. None of them wanted to be Anfey's target. However, this disaster was not finished yet. Another firebird attacked the center of the army and created fires everywhere. Some mages laid on their stomach on the ground out of fear, but the firebirds still attacked them. The soldiers from the Elysian Empire thought the area north of Blackwater City would be safe, especially when they only needed to escort one criminal for this trip. There was no top power in this team, so they could not fight against the firebird at all. The whole team was almost crushed in the blink of an eye. Rangers had already rushed close to the army. They had 20 rangers with them, much less people than the army, but more powerful than the soldiers altogether from the Elysian Empire. About 7 of the rangers were mages. They fearlessly flew into the sky and suddenly flew into different directions like a firework. Their mission was to stop and chase after the deserters. It sounded like a very hard mission to wipe out over 400 soldiers with only a little bit more than 20 people. However, with Anfey's help and a huge power difference between the two parties, it was not a difficult task. If they could not complete this task, they should feel ashamed of themselves. When Anfey and Robert arrived, the battle had finished. The grass in an area with a radius of thousands of feet was dyed bloody red. The air was filled with the metallic smell of blood. Anfey realized the ruthless and cruel side of rangers. It might be the style they inherited from their ancestor, Minos. It also could be the habit they developed over time to protect themselves. Rangers killed people no differently than killing chickens. They were ruthless killers.
Anfey remembered what happened in White Mountain City. A mercenary had reported to Yi that few young men killed all the mercenaries in his squad. It seemed that rangers had acted this way for a long time. "Master, we found Darius, but he looks like he has lost his mind," a young ranger reported to Anfey with respect.
Lost his mind?
Anfey raised one of his eyebrows. The young ranger turned around and waved his hand. A man around 60 years old was pushed out.
He was dressed very nice.
He was a Grand Duke in a principality who showed his loyalty to the Elysian Empire. At this moment, the Elysian Empire did not need Grand Dukes anymore, but they still treated them decently. The old man had the manners of people in high positions.
He was very clean and tidy.
One could tell that he must have been a very handsome man when he had been young. However, at this moment, there was a dull and absent look on his face. He looked slightly up at the sky as he sang some unknown folk song.
He didn't seem to hear it when the rangers talked to him.
He would just shake a bit with some giggles when he was pushed. "If he is already crazy, he will be of no use for us." "Kill him," Anfey said casually. The young ranger pulled his sword out and thrusted it backhanded at Darius's chest. Darius looked scared when he saw Anfey's group was very decisive and could kill anyone they wanted to. He suddenly screamed, "Wait, please, master." The ranger's sword went up a bit and slid over Darius's shoulder, leaving a bloody cut there. Darius screamed in pain as he covered the cut with his hand.
"Be quiet,"
Anfey said slowly.
"Are you Darius?"
Yes.
Darius bent down with fears. He almost kneeled in front of Anfey. "How does it feel being betrayed by the Elysian Empire while you have showed your loyalty to them?"
"It must not feel good, does it?"
Anfey asked sarcastically. Darius did not know how to respond to Anfey's questions.
He was afraid of aggravating Anfey, so he kept quiet with an almost crying face. In fact, he was quite confused. Anfey's group killed the soldiers escorting him. They should be coming to save him, but they did not look like they were here to save him. "I heard once when you were drunk, you told some of your maids that you wanted to build a city of beauties and to have all the young girls in the principality live in your city. A maid suggested you kill all the men in the principality so you would not have to build a city of beauties. You praised her for her good idea.
Did you do it?" Anfey asked.
Master, I said those words when I was drunk.
It's all bullshit, Darius said.
I just asked you whether you said so.
Anfey said.
Yes, sir, Darius answered obediently. I heard you cut off a maid's legs and froze them in the icing kekai only because you thought she had beautiful feet. You said her beauty would not fade as time went by.
Did you do it? Anfey asked.
Yes. Darius was more scared. He felt Anfey's group was here to take revenge for some innocent victim.
The things Anfey asked about were quite well known in the city, so he could not deny them.
The law of having girls give their virginity to kings was abolished 1,000 years ago, but you enforce it again with force in your principality. You ordered the newlywed civilian couples to send the bride to your palace to take her virginity. There were more girls than you could enjoy, so you spared some for your officials and hatchmen.
Did you do it? Anfey asked.
Yes, Darius answered.
It's great that you are being honest with me. As long as you are honest, I will not hurt you. Anfey smiled. I do not mean to insult you.
What I am saying is meant to remind you what an *** hole you are.
Darius did not look like Darius anymore.
He looked more like a beggar, begging for mercy from Anfey. He stared up at Anfey. Anfey took out a scroll from his dimensional ring and opened it in front of Darius.
Anfey asked casually, do you know this woman?
Darius took a close look at the paint and answered in a low pitch, no, I do not know her.
The painting was Susanna.
Even though Darius hid it very well, the faster heartbeats, the changes in his pores and in his eyes proved he knew Susanna. He had to deny it for some reason. You are lying, Anfey said coldly.
Master, I really do not know her, Darius yelled at the top of his voice.
After he had been caught by the Elizan Empire, he had been lectured a lot to persuade Anfey into surrendering to the Elizan Empire. He had denied that Susanna was his daughter, but he didn't even remember what she looked like anyway. Anfey lifted his chin a bit. 2 rangers pressed Darius to the ground.
One of the rangers pulled the sword out backhanded. Anfey sighed quietly.
The qualities of the rangers were in wide ranges.
If it were Yi, he would not act this way.
Yi would kill him if Anfey asked so. He would not press Darius on the ground like the ranger had.
Master, killing me won't make me know her.
I really do not know her, Darius complained. In fact, what he insisted had nothing to do with humanity or righteousness. He did it for himself. He had built so much hatred since he fell from powerful Darius into a criminal.
When others bluffed, threatened him, they always mentioned Anfey and Susanna.
He got to know from their conversations that Susanna had married Anfey and had accomplished a lot with Anfey.
It would not do any good to him to hurt Susanna.
She was his last straw. If Susanna went down, he would lose all his value and usage. He could picture what his life would be if that happened. If he could hold on until the end, even if he was tortured to death, at least he still got a person to take revenge for him.
Anfey quietly looked at Darius.
It was a test for Darius. If Darius did not pass it, Anfey would kill him even though it might make Susanna angry at him.
It looked like Darius was not stupid.
Robert, Anfey said slowly, can you take him to your place? I will make arrangements for him later, but...
Master, I think we'd better. Robert tried to convince Anfey to kill Darius. Follow my order, Anfey said.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 492, Secret. Chapter 492, Secret. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio.
This is too risky, Christian said, his worried eyes staring at the map of Blackwater City. No one had predicted this situation beforehand. The leak had almost tripled the numbers of mages under Anfey's command. With 600 mercenaries, everyone thought that the advantage would be on the mercenaries' side. The knowledge of the presence of elven archers in Blackwater City changed that. Even a normal elven archer was better than a human archer, and the archers in Blackwater City were the best of the best. Even a mage was no match for hundreds of arrows. They could tell how powerful the elves were just from reading the number of casualties. From the initial contact to the full-scale conflict, they had lost 37 mages. Never before had they lost so many mages in a single battle.
Where did Lord Anfey go? Ozek said, frowning. This wouldn't have happened if he were here.
Ozek was at the front of the attack and lost 300 mercenaries. Out of the 3,000 Shield of Light soldiers that went with him, less than half returned. Tiger of Tall mercenary group had been trying to expand their numbers since the beginning of the war against the dead and had help from Elizan Empire, the elves, and the druids. However, the League still had more fighters. Blackwater City gave Tiger of Tall mercenary group an advantage the League did not have. Manstally was also putting in everything he had. No one had experience fighting such a bloody battle. A seasoned general wouldn't care about the casualties. They only cared about victory, but Christian was still too young. Entos had experienced battles and Komuragosha was a skilled soldier and seasoned general, but neither had the rank to interfere with Christian's decision-making. They knew that Christian was still young and they couldn't tell Christian that the only way to take down Blackwater City was to sacrifice another half of the League.
Alice, do you know where Anfey is? Christian asked. How would I know? Alice replied with a frown. She glanced at Susanna. Susanna was Anfey's wife, and if anyone in the room knew where he was, it would be Susanna. Susanna shook her head. He didn't tell me anything, she said. She sighed and turned to Christian. Let Anthony and I go. I am confident that the two of us can break through their defense. We can't do that, Christian said, shaking his head. Top-level powers were often used to turn the tide in a battle, but there were top-level powers in Blackwater City as well. They only know about Manstally, but no one knew whether the elves had any hidden trump cards. If Susanna and Anthony got themselves into trouble, the League would lose two major powers. Christian knew the League could not afford that. Why don't we stop for a bit? Komuragosha asked. A temporary truce, until Lord Anfey comes back. Komuragosha could tell that neither Christian nor Alice could make important decisions. Without Anfey, they would just keep arguing and would not reach a proper decision. There's something wrong with this, Yi whispered. What is it? Christian asked. I don't know how to put it, Yi said, shaking his head. Normally, Lord Anfey would tell someone where he's going and how long he'll be gone. Maybe he's doing something that's top secret, Blavi said. Even so, he would tell us something. He's always alone, Christian said. Maybe he can't find anyone. I don't know, Yi said. Normally he would have told us something, sent a message or something. He can't be. No way, Christian said. If something did happen to Anfey, Manstally wouldn't be so quiet. Blavi nodded. He glanced around and asked, Where's Lord Anthony? I just saw him here a few minutes ago. David just came in, Zubin said. They left together. Even though David had asked Christian to let him join the battle, Christian had refused. This was why Glory Mercenary Group had not lost any men yet. In the corner of the camp, Anthony was staring at a middle-aged man. After a few moments, Anthony sighed. I can't believe you came here, Otto. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? I hope not, Otto said. We are friends, after all. You wouldn't do that to a friend, would you? It's not me, Anthony said. You're forcing my hand. You're working for Morta now, and Glory Mercenary Group is not a place you can come and go as you please. I see, Otto said. You think that I'm here on Morta's behalf, don't you? Aren't you? Otto shook his head. I'm a merchant now, he said. I don't want to serve anyone else, which is why I left Blackwater City. And you're here now because you want to work for me? No, Otto said, shaking his head. I'm going to Tumun Commercial Union. That's the last peaceful place in the world. This is not Tumun. I'm here to tell you a secret, Anthony, Otto said. Don't you want to know? Interesting, Anthony said. Keep talking. Maybe you won't believe it, but, well, I suppose I'm repaying my debt to you. I know Morta and Manstally aren't good people, but you have to realize neither is Anfey. That alone is enough reason to kill you here. I wouldn't be saying this if I wasn't ready for the consequences, Otto said. Allow me to finish. He paused, then continued, Do you remember what happened last year? What caused the war? Why did Morta suddenly attack? Aren't you curious? Anthony frowned. Seeing a reaction from him, Otto hurriedly continued, You're too righteous, Anthony. You don't want to see. Before he could finish, Anthony drew his sword and slashed at Otto's neck. Otto gurgled and fell to the ground. I apologize, old friend, Anthony said. He sighed and shook his head. Father, David said with wide eyes. Don't you want to know the secret? Remember, David, Anthony said, wiping the blood off of his sword with a piece of Otto's clothes. There are a lot of secrets in the world. Most of those secrets are better off left alone. Knowing those secrets will change nothing. It will only cause a rift between you and the people you care about. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 493, Bad News. Chapter 493, Bad News. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Long awaited, Anfey finally came back to the station the second day after the battle broke out. His appearance made Christian and the others feel a little less tense. They did not have smiles on their faces for long before the soldiers who came back to the station after Anfey shared the shocking and sensational news. Scarlet did not die and Barry lost his battle at One Line Sky. The Shansa Empire's military had been fleeing towards the northwest. They looked like they wanted to retreat from the main street on the wild plain to the Elizan Empire. The Elizan Empire had sent out their military to help them. Barry could not sit there and do nothing about it.
He chased after the Elizan Empire's military, but was ambushed at a valley called One Line Sky.
Those few estafettes did not look too good. Estafettes were not high positions, so they did not understand Barry's whole plan. Anfey and Alice had to ask them for a quite long time but only got a draft of Barry's plan. The two Griffin aerial units led by Scarlet were very tough at the battle. They had been covering for the main force since they decided to flee. They constantly harassed the Death-Roaring Legion and attacked their scouts. Barry was the person who would definitely fight back if he was attacked. He camouflaged mages and senior swordsmen on the scouting team and turned Scarlet's trick against her to hunt for Griffin riders. There was no other legion as flexible as the Griffin riders. After they lost few battles, they changed their strategies. They reduced the number of attacks but make each attack at a large scale. Hundreds of Griffin riders attacked a scouting team with less than 10 people in it. Even mages and senior swordsmen hidden in the scouting team could not change the situation. They did not even have the hope to escape. After dozens of deaths on each side, Barry finally could not take any more loss. The number of elite scouts was reduced to half, over 40 mages died in the battles, and 2 generals died as well. The Griffin riders were quite tough in the battles. They tried to keep their advantageous position in the sky no matter what it would have costed them. In the end, Barry had to ask the scouting team to retreat and handed the scouting job to the mages. He asked the mages to constantly release the Sky of Eyes to keep an eye on their opponents. One Line Sky had very weird terrain. It looked like an array of pointy tents on both sides of the valley. The valley was wide at the bottom but narrow on the top. The mountains on both sides were about 600 meters high, slanted upwards. The higher they went, the closer the mountains got. The top of the mountains almost touched each other. Looking from the bottom, only a line of sky was seen. This was the origin of its name, One Line Sky. There were nearly thousands of springs and hot springs in the valley within a 30-mile radius. The valley had been submerged in fog and created many challenges for the Sky of Eyes. Dean Steger released the Sky of Eyes and saw countless Shansa Empire soldiers crossing the valley and continuing to flee away from them. However, he could not see what happened in the valley well because of the fog. Steger and arch-alchemist Jacob decided to pay a trip to the valley, but they did not notice anything unusual there. Officials and soldiers in the Death-Roaring Legion kept asking to chase after Scarlet's military. It was strange to see Barry taking out a letter to read at such a critical moment. He finally gave the order to chase after Scarlet's military after reading it for a long time. After about a quarter of the soldiers walked into the valley, a hidden gigantic magic array was triggered. All of the soldiers died in the valley. Many magics were only effective for a short period of time. For instance, martial magic and firewall magic. After the elements dispersed, the scene should have gone back to its original look. However, the damages caused by magic were permanent. For example, a big fireball could create a large hole in the ground. The gigantic magic array set by Scarlet released strong earthquake waves. As the earth shook stronger and stronger, more than half of the mountains in the One Line Sky's valley collapsed. The famous One Line Sky wonder completely disappeared from this world forever. It was replaced by countless rock tombs of different sizes. Over 10,000 soldiers of the Death-Roaring Legion were buried in those rock tombs. Barry immediately made the decision to ask the Death-Roaring Legion to retreat. His decisiveness kept some of the Death-Roaring Legion alive. It was not time for them to attack Scarlet's military. No matter how tough the soldiers were, they were still human, not men of steel. They each had their own emotions, principles, and fears. When they watched their peers walk into the valley and disappear forever, it crushed them. The appearance of Scarlet was a miracle. Her flag rose up again. Unfortunately, the only path of escape was destructed by her earthquakes. Their destination was 30 miles away with a direct path. If she wanted to travel around the mountains, she had to walk 100 miles more, which gave Barry time to regroup. The chasers became the escapers in the blink of an eye while the escapers became the chasers. The situation changed as fast as a game of checkers. Barry definitely would not have dared to fight Scarlet. He led the Death-Roaring Legion to chase after her and took advantage of not having a leader in the Shansa Empire's military.
Without a leader, their military did not know what to do without any orders. If Scarlet hadn't died yet, Barry needed to meet up with the Shield of Light Legion as soon as possible. Those few defeats brought Barry shocking news. To the east of the country of mercenaries, in Stormenberg, mercenaries found thousands of knights from the Shansa Empire running towards Stormenberg. They were the guardian knights of Edward VIII of the Shansa Empire. Countless Griffin riders flew over the sky. Roughly estimating, there were at least 6 Griffin aerial squadrons. The Griffin aerial team was composed of 3 fighting battalions and 1 training battalion. Each battalion had 3 flying squadrons. Anfey had wiped out one of their squadron with his peers. 2 of the squadrons were with Scarlet. Now they had 6 flying squadrons with Guardian Knights, which meant Edward VIII of the Shansa Empire played his last card. He was fighting for his life with Yolander. The Shansa Empire military attacked neither Stormenberg nor White Mountain City, even though they were easy targets. They traveled directly towards the southwest. Their goal was to take control of Cross Valley to cut off the bridge for both the Death-Roaring Legion and the Shield of Light Legion in order to wipe out both legions before Yolander could send a reinforcement team to help. The atmosphere deteriorated and became deathly quiet after they heard the news. Everyone fixed their eyes on Anfey. They wondered what happened. Hadn't Anfey killed Scarlet? If Anfey did not earn his supreme reputation through danger, there might have been someone standing out to doubt him. Alice seemed to be the most upset. When Anfey told her that he killed Scarlet, she felt relieved despite her regrets. When she learned that Scarlet came back to life, she was really upset. "Don't look at me. I definitely killed Scarlet," Anfey said calmly. In fact, Anfey was not in a good mood either. "I am pretty sure I killed her." "Then why is she still alive?" Blavi asked timidly. "There must be someone who saved her with some miracle," Anfey said assertively. He was confident about his abilities. "Scarlet definitely died." "Did?" Hui Wei's face turned pale. He jumped up suddenly. "What is it?" Anfey immediately looked at Hui Wei. "Nothing, it is impossible." Hui Wei forced a smile. "Hui Wei, aren't we friends?" Anfey asked in a low pitch. Anfey sounded very nice, but Hui Wei definitely sensed the seriousness in Anfey's words. His lips trembled slightly. Hui Wei did not respond for a while, then answered with the same serious and assertive tone as Anfey. "Yes." "Great. Can you stay after everyone leaves?" Anfey asked. "Yes, sir." Hui Wei was a smart guy. He knew he was able to keep secrets from Anfey before, but not anymore. He had to give Anfey an explanation on why Scarlet came back to life. He needed to help Anfey explain to everyone that he did kill Scarlet. "Hui Wei, can you tell us?" "We want to know too," Blavi asked. "Well, sure." Hui Wei had a bitter smile on his face. "My guess is that Scarlet has the Ring of Immortality." "Ring of Immortality?" Many people asked together in surprise. They had never heard of such a thing. The Ring of Immortality and Anfey's Heart of Nature are holy artifacts. The Wheel of Fortune is the last artifact of the 3 holy artifacts. I don't really know what the Ring of Immortality can do, just as we do not know what the Heart of Nature can do. Only the owners of the holy artifacts know their secrets. Judging from its name, we could guess what it can do, Hui Wei said slowly. "Can Scarlet never be killed?" Sante yelled out of surprise. "I do not think the holy artifacts could be that powerful." "If Scarlet's body was crushed into a pulp, I don't think anyone could save her," Hui Wei said. "Let's not talk about this for right now. The problem is what we should do now." The Shansa Empire military attacked neither Stormenberg nor White Mountain City, but Scarlet would definitely fight us since we did cause her a lot of trouble. We have 2 days to either get ready for the fight or retreat. "Anfey, can you give us any orders on that?" Christian asked in a low pitch. If Scarlet could communicate with Edward VIII, she definitely could pass the news that she has won the battle in Blackwater City to him. "What do you guys think Manstally is thinking right now?" Anfey asked. "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 494, Innocence. Chapter 494, Innocence. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Blackwater City had turned into a large festival. Even Manstally, who had been wearing a frown for days, smiled. Barry had retreated and no one knew what Anfey was doing. No matter how disciplined, mercenaries were no match for real soldiers. Manstally was very worried about Anfey after he heard the news that he had killed Michael. Now that Anfey and his league were losing, Manstally felt more reassured. The elves were the happiest of everyone. The elves may be very efficient fighters and master archers, they still did not like it. The elves were a part of nature and they were more in tune with nature than humans. They could not handle death and destruction as well as the mercenaries. The sight of death and blood made many of the elves sick. The end of the battle made many of the elves very happy. Because of their nature, it was very hard for the elves to recreate the glory of the ancient elven empires. A young elf woman was stopped as she walked through the streets of the city. Because the mercenaries in Blackwater City feared and respected Hotchpenny, no one dared do anything to the elves, which was why the young elf was surprised. She stopped and glanced at the person's face, then froze. In front of her was a young man in pale red robes. He was tall and more handsome than most mercenaries. However, that was not why she froze. There was something about the young man that felt very familiar to her. Anfey saw a glimmer of recognition and confusion in the elf's eyes and knew that it was the heart of nature at work. He grinned at the young elf.
"Sorry," Anfey said. "I need some help. Can I ask you a question?"
"What is it?" the young elf asked, curious.
"Do you know where Yalbavin is?" "You know Yalbavin?"
"Yes," Anfey said, nodding.
"She is a good friend of mine."
"Yalbavin isn't here," the young elf said.
"I don't think she came with us. To be honest, I haven't seen her in a long time."
"I see," Anfey said. "What about Whis?
Do you know where she is?"
"You know Whis too?" the young elf asked, surprised.
Both Whis and Yalbavin were well known for their excellence.
"She's a friend of mine, as well," Anfey said.
"Sorry to disappoint you," the young elf said, shaking her head. "Whis isn't here, either."
"Really?" The young man sighed in disappointment.
"What about Paglia? Please tell me she's here?" "You know Paglia, too?" the young elf asked, shocked.
"Of course," Anfey said. "But you don't look like her friend."
"Do I not?"
The young elf glanced at the young man. Paglia was one of the best archers and best fighters among the elves.
Shouldn't her friends at least be just as powerful?
The young man was clearly just a beginner.
"Can you tell me your name?" the young elf asked.
"I'm Fian," Anfey said. "Please tell Paglia that her old friend is looking for her." "But Paglia isn't here either," the young elf said, shaking her head.
"She's not here either?"
Anfey's eyes widened and his grin faded.
"Oh, this is bad."
"Oh," the young elf said.
"I remembered.
I heard that they're all away with Lord Bruzeriano."
"Do you need to speak with them immediately?"
She knew that she had just revealed a big secret, but she felt strangely familiar with this young man and she felt comforted by him. "It seems like Paglia is very important among your kind," Anfey said. "Of course," the young elf said, nodding.
"Do you not know?"
"No," Anfey said, shaking his head.
"She never told me."
"Can I ask you something?" the young elf asked. "If you don't mind, that is," she hurriedly added.
"How did you become friends with Paglia?"
"Well, we ran into each other," Anfey said. "But I think I still like Whis more than Paglia." "You do?" the young elf asked with wide eyes, clearly surprised.
"Am I wrong?"
The young elf looked at him, then giggled. "You fell for her trap," she said.
"That must be it."
"Trap? What trap?" The young elf shook her head.
"Don't worry.
Please don't tell Paglia I said that, though." "Of course not," Anfey said.
"Do I look like someone who gossips?"
"Humans are complicated," the young elf said with a shrug. "I swear," Anfey said.
"I won't tell Paglia anything."
The young elf smiled. "I'm not worried," she said.
"What do you need them for?"
Anfey glanced around and grabbed the young elf, taking her to a quiet alley nearby.
He lowered his voice and said, "If Paglia isn't here, then I must trouble you." "What is your name?"
"Catherine." "Lord Mouso has urgent news, Catherine," Anfey said. "He wants me to hand it to the commander of the elves."
"Lord Mouso?" Catherine's eyes widened. "What kind of news?"
Anfey sighed. "It's not that I don't trust you," he said.
"But Lord Mouso asked me keep it a secret."
"I don't think he wants Lord Manstley to know either."
"Why?" Catherine asked, frowning.
Anfey sighed. He had picked Catherine because he could tell she was one of the most powerful archers. He didn't expect her to be so innocent to the level of idiocy. Of course, Catherine was just a special case. She was too kind and too trusting. Elves could be cold-blooded and cruel in a fight, but when they talked with someone they trusted, their innocence would show through.
"I don't know," Anfey said, shaking his head. "It's just Lord Mouso's order." "Catherine, can you take me to your commander?"
"This is urgent." He needed to take out the elves' commander, but when he approached the elves' camp, he discovered some trees that reacted to his presence. He didn't want to startle anyone and decided to switch plans. "I can try," Catherine said. "Thank you so much," Anfey said with a smile.
Catherine nodded.
"Come with me," she said, turning back towards the direction she came from. Anfey glanced around to make sure that no one noticed their conversation and quickly followed Catherine. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 495, Unsuccessful Rescue. Chapter 495, Unsuccessful Rescue. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio.
No one stopped Anfey from entering Blackwater City after he walked with Catherine. South of Blackwater City, the houses in a large residential area had been torn down to make it into the station for the elves. Anfey couldn't care less about whether or not those residents wanted to move and where they moved to because those were problems for Morta and Hotchpenny. The elf station was tranquil and peaceful. In fact, it was highly guarded. There were 4 ancient trees at each corner of the station and they were connected with bushes. Beyond the trees and bushes were the training and rest areas for elves. From the outside, other than the area around the entrance, no sentinel could be seen. However, whenever anyone wanted to cross the bushes or get close to the ancient trees, the elves noticed. All of the elves noticed, not just a few of them. It was because elves had the ability to connect with nature in a special and mysterious way. As they grew older, their communicative ability with nature grew stronger. Even though their communicative ability with nature was not as strong as Anfey's nature of heart, it could not be underestimated.
Slave hunting was such a profitable profession.
Once a slave hunter hunted one elf, they did not need to work for 3 years. A slave hunting team could tell that it was a difficult task to catch an elf in the forest from the frequency which they caught them. The elves who fell into the traps were in unusual conditions. For instance, they could be sick, too upset, or too young. Anfey could attack elves before because he had the help of his nature of heart. The ancient trees in the 4 corners were not just regular trees, but special trees that the elves relied on to guard them.
They were war ancient trees. Catherine treated Anfey as her friend.
She answered every question he had for her.
Sometimes she even told him more information before he even asked for it.
There were over 20 elf sentinels at the entrance of the station, but none stopped Anfey. They even greeted him with smiles. It might have been either because he walked with Catherine or they sensed the nature feeling from an A.
The atmosphere in the elves station was light and happy. The appearance of elves was quite different than humans. Anfey had the illusion of coming to a Miss Elf show in a modern internet game. The male elves walking by Anfey were handsome while females were pretty. In comparison to humans, elves would have definitely stood out. They were all fit. None of the elves was overweight. They all looked like models. The elves Anfey passed neither doubted him nor looked at him with doubt. They all greeted him with their smiles. Some even greeted and talked to Catherine. Everything seemed to be good, but Anfey felt some uneasiness. Elves made the whole station into a green place with grass, trees, and ponds.
They played in the forest or next to the ponds. They were only soldiers when they had to pick up their weapons to fight, but they were not good warriors. Once they put down their weapons, they became innocent kids again. For the older elves, some seemed to focus on cutting seals, some chanted their own poems while others gathered to listen to other older elves tell them old legends. Anfey felt nothing was related to war. Elves loved nature and life. When not forced, most elves did not want to hurt others. Humans usually lived in a world with one foot in chaos and the other foot in order. It was hard to tell which person was nice and which was evil. Elves were all very pure and innocent. They were not as complicated as humans. After Anfey came to this world and became Saul's student, he had to act in the interests of the whole group. He believed that everyone could have been divided into 3 categories: friends, enemies, and strangers, no matter if it was a he or she, or if they were beautiful or ugly, nice or evil.
Anfey heard many stories about elves.
He knew the nature of the elves, but he killed them without any hesitation or mercy when it came to the bottom line. If Anfey knew Bruzeriano before Saul and received his help, he might have prioritized his interests and thought of him and the elves first. They might have even been friends fighting together in this battle.
Anfey was not a cold person.
It had nothing to do with whether the person was male or female, beautiful or ugly, nice or evil when it came to making friends. There was a saying that everything was tied up in their common interests. This saying had been overused, but it was the truth. It is just ahead of us.
Catherine turned around and smiled at Anfey.
Okay.
Anfey nodded with smiles.
At the same time, he slowed his pace a little.
Are you tired? Catherine asked with concern.
No, I am not tired. I just feel something is going to happen, Anfey said.
What is going to happen? Catherine asked.
Listen, Anfey said.
Catherine focused on listening but did not hear anything.
When she was about to ask Anfey again, waves of yelling came from everywhere. The League of Mercenaries started their attack. The order Anfey gave to the League of Mercenaries was quite simple: take over Blackwater City at any cost.
Not everyone was able to be a leader.
First of all, he would have to have the ability to take risks and let things go. Sometimes, he would have to fight with everything he had. There was a saying that the braver won if two met to fight. Sometimes he had to suffer. Good leaders had to be able to see hope, as in the saying, where there was life, there was hope.
Anfey did not mean to take revenge on the elves.
The reason he gave the order to take over Blackwater City at any cost was for the sake of his long-term goal. The time when 4 supreme mercenary groups dominated the country of mercenaries had passed.
Anthony and Marino worked for Anfey. Batusaman swore his loyalty to Yolandhar. At this moment, the League of Mercenaries and Tiger Taw's mercenary group competed on equal terms.
They both had less than 1/4 of the mercenaries in the country of mercenaries.
Many mercenaries had been waiting and watching.
Many mercenaries might have made misjudgments on the current situation and taken stance with Tiger Taw's mercenary group after Barry lost his battle and the League of Mercenaries had to flee from Scarlet. Anfey worried that Tiger of Taw's mercenary group grew very fast as the League of Mercenaries did before. If the League of Mercenaries was able to defeat Tiger of Taw's mercenary group, everything else would have been easy. No matter if it was Scarlet, Druids or Elves, they would lose their advantage in the country of mercenaries. They would receive resistance from the mercenaries. By then, if Anfey called for those mercenaries, they definitely would join the League of Mercenaries to fight for him.
Therefore, that night, Morta and Hotchbany had to die. After understanding Anfey's intentions, the temporary chief in command, Kumaragosha, made a life-threatening plan. Other than Anfey's bodyguards, reserves under Kumaragosha's leadership started attacking Blackwater City from all directions. Anfey's bodyguards would not have stayed behind for long.
Once the reserves had a breakthrough, they would have gone over to help.
Damn it!
Catherine's face changed when she heard the yelling. She had no time to take care of Anfey.
She ran straight forward. Hey, guys, assemble, hurry up. Blackwater City did not prepare for the battle. They thought Anfey would definitely retreat.
They did not think his 20,000 mercenaries would have been a match for Scarlet's military. It was impossible. Scarlet had Griffin Riders. No matter who became the Griffin Riders' target, they would have no hope to escape. The whole station was in chaos.
Elves ran over hurriedly to the grass and lined up.
Anfey observed with his sensing ability, but he did not find the Sunset Archer he fought a few days ago. There was a saying that birds of a feather flock together and things of one kind came together. The Sunset Archer should have been with Manstally but was not in the station.
Elves lined up according to their positions.
Dozens of archers lined up in the front and discussed something nervously.
Catherine was one of them.
Soon, a male elf was selected as the temporary chief in command. He raised his voice and gave out an order.
Catherine, where are you going? Anfey asked at the top of his voice. Catherine turned around quickly and saw Anfey. Phaon, the battle is going to start. You'd better stay here. Don't go out. It is dangerous outside. Don't go. Anfey walked towards Catherine as he talked.
He never had the chance to be friends with elves and learn about their lives. There was no doubt that Anfey thought Catherine was silly, but her innocent and carefree personality had won his heart. He thought he was stupid, but he still wanted to try to save these silly elves.
What?
Catherine looked surprised. Catherine, who was he, the temporary chief in command, asked when he noticed Anfey.
This is Mr. Phaon.
He is a good friend of Paglia and Yalbavan, Catherine explained to him immediately.
Mr. Phaon, the temporary chief in command, seemed very nice. Don't go anywhere else. It's best to stay here for your safety.
He did not seem to be a good pick since he blindly trusted Anfey after only an introduction from his peer.
Catherine, don't you remember the message from Mauso? Anfey asked slowly. Mr. Mauso asked me to pass a message on to you that Bruseriano signed a peace agreement with Yolandhar. As long as you do not join the battle, the League of Mercenaries will not hurt you. The elves were all shocked.
The temporary chief in command looked cold.
Mr. Phaon, are you from the League of Mercenaries?
No, I am the messenger of Mr. Mauso, Anfey said.
Mr. Phaon, this is our business. You do not have to worry about it. The temporary chief in command looked nice again. You do not know the whole story yet. Many elves were killed by the League of Mercenaries.
There was a saying from humans that blood is for blood. Our elves have endured much.
This time, we will not let them take advantage of us. Well. Anfey heaved a slight sigh. The next moment, the pitch-black sky became as bright as daylight.
A twisted silver snake shot down from the sky and covered a radius of dozens of meters. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 496, Conflicts. Chapter 496, Conflicts. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Elves weren't great at defense and couldn't do much to protect themselves from the serial lightning. Anfey was a very cruel person.
Even though he felt guilty, he still did not want to waste time talking to the elves after being rejected. All the archers in the camp were victims of his attack. Because most of the elves were in the same area, it saved Anfey a lot of time.
The lightning could easily strike several elves at once, leaving them either dead or paralyzed and unable to fight.
As the lightning dimmed, Anfey readied himself for another spell. Dark red light shone through the ground, followed immediately by the formation of a large lava pool. Usually, lava pools have no effect on elves. However, a lot of the elves were unable to move and unable to get away from the lava. Most of the elves' faces showed great confusion and fear, which made Anfey feel very guilty about what he was doing. He turned his face away so he wouldn't be distracted.
No, a voice distracted Anfey.
He turned and saw a male elf running towards him.
Anfey knew the elf.
He was one of the best archers there. Seeing his companions and friends dying, he was clearly very distraught and did not think about what he was doing. He was an archer and should keep his distance, but he was running towards his opponent. Usually, archers weren't the most brave people. Only swordsmen had the guts to run towards their enemies because they were well protected by their combat power. Archers should be calm and collected in order to assess a situation. Clearly, this elf had forgotten that he should remain calm.
Anfey sighed.
He streaked through the air towards the elf, elements forming into a small storm around him. The elf saw Anfey's face but he did not recognize him immediately. It was only after he saw the elemental storm around him that he remembered who Anfey was.
The elf tried to change his path and knocked an arrow.
He was one of the best archers among the elves and had the ability to attack under any circumstances. However, both Anfey and he were very fast, and by the time he wanted to change his course, it was too late. Anfey summoned his axe as the elf released a beam of green light.
Anfey and the elf crashed into each other, both disappearing in a cloud of debris.
A moment later, Anfey's figure reappeared, standing tall, but the elf was already limp on the ground. The elves that were standing nearby were spared, but had lost all will to fight after seeing the death of their commanders and their squad leader.
Elves did not like fighting in the first place. Without someone to command them, all they wanted to do was leave. The northwestern corner of Blackwater City was also under attack. Countless fireballs, lightning, and wind blades were hurled at someone standing on the city wall. The figure did not move to avoid being hit. Instead, he simply raised his arms and deflected the attack.
"Susanna," he bellowed.
"Are you so cowardly that you won't even face me?"
"Save it," Anthony called in return.
"I never thought you would stoop so low. Where is your fairness when you attack Susanna?"
"Anthony,"
Manstally called back. "You're the one to talk. You're just Anfey's lapdog."
"A dog, I say."
"Better a lapdog than a dead one like you," Anthony replied calmly.
Manstally was very rude, and his words would have angered another more narrow-minded person.
However, Anthony did not let the words bother him. He was fighting with Susanna not only because he was trying to break into the city, but also because he was trying to protect Susanna. He knew that the only person Manstally hated enough among them was Susanna. Even if Susanna agreed to fight against Manstally, Anthony would try to stop or help her. Anthony's history with Susanna and Anfey not had been a good one. His wife tried to kill Alice, and Morta tried to plant a seed of doubt in Anthony's heart by sending Otto with a secret. However, Anthony had already betrayed Elysian Empire.
He was a mercenary, but he did not like betrayal.
He would not betray Yolanthe again. Anfey's reaction to Nishiva's plan made Anthony trust him.
Anfey must have known Nishiva was part of the plan to kill Alice, but he didn't do anything.
This was why Anthony decided that Anfey was a good man to work with. Entos' figure flashed into existence behind Manstally and slashed at him with a dagger.
Manstally ducked easily and Entos disappeared from the city walls again.
"What are we waiting for?" Entos asked as he reappeared, waving his dagger.
Christian smiled, then turned and gave an order to the mages. He only had about 100 mages with him, but the combined power of 100 mages was still a significant threat. The mages raised their hands and chanted together. A large bolt of lightning crackled into existence and struck Manstily. Lightning spells were very dangerous, even Anfey could not get away from a lightning spell. Manstily had gone berserk, but he was still a little bit slower than lightning. Anthony waved his sword and he burst into light with combat power. He dashed towards the city. Susanna followed right behind, bursting into light as well. Entos disappeared, then reappeared behind Manstily, stabbing at him with his dagger. Even someone like Manstily was not immune to the paralyzing effects of lightning spells. Entos was just a mage, but he was still able to stab Manstily and injure him. Before Manstily could react, Anthony and Susanna were upon him, light from their combat power blinding. Christian watched from afar, ready to attack. He sighed, remembering the first time he met Manstily. He knew that things had came to this because of Manstily's ambition, but he still felt bad. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 497, Farewell. Chapter 497, Farewell. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Anfey walked through the elves' camp slowly. Due to the death of their commander and the destruction of the camp, the elves had lost their will to fight. All they were trying to do was the escape. Since the elves did not want to fight anymore, Anfey did not try to kill them. He knew that the elves no longer posed a threat. Whenever an elf blocked his way, he pushed him out of the way. Anfey closed his eyes and expanded his mind, inspecting the situation in Blackwater City. Susanna and Anthony were fighting with Manstily. Their strength was on par with Manstily's, and they had the help of hundreds of mages. However, Manstily was able to defend himself and attack despite being injured. Anfey could tell that Manstily's life force was draining quickly. He did not know what Manstily did, but he clearly gained more power at the expense of his own life force. He was using one of the rarest forbidden spells. The spell, referred to as Madness, was rarely used in combat because the price the spellcaster had to pay in order to use it. However, Manstily knew that it was impossible for him to take on two top-level powers and hundreds of mages at once. No one, including Anfey, was able to achieve something like that. He needed to boost his strength because that was the only way he had a chance. Anfey frowned. Manstily focused his attention on Susanna, who was at a disadvantage because of his use of madness. Luckily, Anthony was there fighting alongside Susanna, and Manstily's life force was draining. He wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. The League was winning in other parts of the battle as well, the only exception being the Eastern Front, which was led by Shin Bella. Both Morta and Hotchbunny were fighting on the Eastern Front. Because their closeness, the two were able to coordinate the battle better than common mercenaries. This was how they were able to defend the city against Shin Bella for so long. Anfey opened his eyes and rose into the air, heading towards the eastern side of the city. The Eastern Front was the bloodiest front of the entire battle. Morta stood on the city wall, watching the League's mercenaries retreat. He was wounded and most of his men were dead. He stared at the enemies, unsure of how long he could last. Hotchbunny was sitting nearby, cradling the body of her child. She turned to Morta and whispered, "Do you hate me?" "What?" Morta asked, caught off guard by her question. "This wouldn't be happening if it wasn't for me," Hotchbunny said with a sigh. "Do you hate me?" Morta smiled and shook his head. He walked over to her and placed a hand on her cheek. "You haven't changed," he said softly. "What?" Hotchbunny asked with a frown. "You might have insisted, but I made the choice. I made a conscious decision, knowing full well how risky it would be. We aren't people who will settle for mediocrity." Morta sighed and glanced at the enemy army. "So we lost. That is part of life. I just hope that the gods will not separate us after we die." Morta did not spare a glance for their dead son but stared lovingly only at his wife. Hotchbunny did not cry when her trusted guards died in front of her. She did not cry when her son died, either. However, Morta's words brought tears to her eyes. She might have lost everything, but she would have the man she loves until the very end. "You're right," Hotchbunny said, her voice shaking. "We made a choice. We did. But our children are innocent. Take them and go." "Why?" Morta asked, shaking his head. "The mercenaries looked up to me. They trusted me. I cannot throw that away. I cannot run. I am but a man. I am old now, but you still have many years to live. Take the children with you. As long as you are alive, the elves will help them." "Me?" Hotchbunny said with a laugh. "No. The elves lost many lives because of me. I cannot go back to them like this." She was ashamed by the consequences her actions brought about. Even if the elves were willing to take her in, she would not stay. She was the one that pushed Morta to oppose Anfey. She could not bear the thought of leaving him. "Don't be childish," Morta said softly. His words were interrupted by a sudden wave of shouts and stomping. He turned and saw the mercenaries charging towards the city again, led by Shinbella. He turned back to Hachbani and said, "Please, listen to me.
We cannot let our children die with us.
Think for them."
Morta turned just in time to see an arrow fly past him and plant itself in Hachbani's chest.
She gasped in pain and raised her hand towards him. A second later, her hand fell back to her side and she stilled.
"No!" Morta cried out in pain.
He flung himself to her side, holding her in his arms. The mercenaries around them watched with a mixture of shock and disbelief.
Morta held her tight to him and became quiet. Anfey watched in silence.
He sensed Morta's pain and pitied him.
He wanted to give Morta a moment to say goodbye. Morta raised his head and sighed.
"It's for the best," he said, his voice quivering. "All these years. I should have treated you better." He leaned and left a soft kiss on her forehead.
"Wait for me," he whispered.
Then he turned and glanced towards the battlefield. He saw Anfey standing not far behind the mercenaries with a longbow in his hand. He sighed and jumped off of the city wall, dashing towards Anfey. Sensing Morta's anger, Anfey raised his bow and aimed an arrow at him. As the arrow flew towards him, Morta did not summon his combat power. Instead, he closed his eyes and recalled the time he spent with Hachbani over the years. When the arrow pierced his body and he fell to the ground, Morta was smiling, finally free to join the woman he loved. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 498, Mistakes. Chapter 498, Mistakes. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. After the effects of the forbidden spell faded, Susanna was able to kill Manstali easily. After the battle, the League was able to take over Blackwater City very easily. Even though the League had lost a large number of mercenaries, it was still the first proper battle. The mercenaries did not stop fighting after that and went into the city to look for more fights. Morta controlled the city very well and did not allow anyone who wasn't a fighter to stay. Because of this, it was very easy to find mercenaries in the streets of Blackwater City. The battle lasted until early morning. The mercenaries finally grew tired and could not find any more opponents.
By morning, most of the mercenaries in the city were killed by Anfey's mercenaries, and the only people left in the city were women, children, and the elderly.
"What should we do with the elves?" Yi asked. "What do you mean?" Anfey asked with a frown. "You want them dead?"
"We can't kill them," Christian said hurriedly.
"They surrendered.
Murdering prisoners of war will damage our reputation."
"We must leave by noon," Yi argued.
"Bringing them along will only slow us down."
"It's better if we keep them and sell them," Anthony said. "We need the money. Don't you remember?"
"You owe Bruzeriano a favor," Alice suddenly said. "If you let those elves live and give them to Bruzeriano, you can at least repay some of that favor." Christian smiled when he heard Alice. He knew that Anfey listened to Alice, and Alice had a solid reason not to kill the elves. Anfey had admitted that he would never have been as powerful as he was without Bruzeriano's direct help. He didn't like owing someone else a favor, and he would surely accept Alice's plan.
"All right," Anfey said with a quick nod.
"Take those elves with us, then."
"What if they slow us down?"
"You have mercenaries working for you."
"Figure out a way," Anfey said. Yi nodded. "Another thing. There are 37 merchant groups in the city.
Lady Alice told me to protect those merchants, but my men discovered that all those groups are more or less connected to Tiger of Tao mercenary group."
"Should we still protect them?"
"I need you to protect them because I can think ahead," Alice said. "We are mercenaries, not robbers."
"What do you want me to do without merchants? Are you willing to give up your men to farm? Who knows what will happen in the future?" Anfey said, shaking his head. "How many groups are hiding people from Tiger of Tao mercenary group?"
"We found one," he said. "I suspect a few others, but I don't have a reason to search them."
"You don't have a reason?" Anfey asked, amused.
Yi blinked, then nodded.
"I see," he said. "No merchants will want to deal with us," Alice said, shaking her head.
"We will find some that will," Anfey said.
He turned to Alice and asked, "Have you ever fought in a battle?" "Me? Yes.
When Shansa Empire was fighting Meiho Empire."
"Have you ever been to the battlefield?"
"No."
I have, Anfey said. I've been to Blackania City after the war, and I've seen Violet City after the war, as well. Do you know what I saw there?
What did you see?
I saw carnage. Destruction. Death. People have nothing. Even people's lives cease to be their own.
After everything you've been through, you should know better than any of us how cruel, how evil humans can be. If you have a chance, you can go around and see that in a place like this, no one has any rights.
Anfey created the League and he knew it well.
He knew that even though there were rules, none of the rules were strictly reinforced. The League was still too young and needed time to settle down. Back in Stormenberg, where strict laws were in place, some mercenaries still caused chaos by fighting each other and assaulting women.
Here in Blackwater City, that was almost inevitable. Alice frowned.
Unlike Susanna, who was a fighter, Alice was a manipulator and had almost never killed anyone. After she killed her attacker in White Mountain City, she was plagued by nightmares. Of course she knew what it must look like outside, and she did not want to see it. Truthfully speaking, even Christian must know it's impractical to protect all the merchants, but...
What? Christian asked, frowning. What does that have to do with me? Anfey turned to Yi and asked, what happened after you sent the mercenaries to protect the merchants?
A lot of the mercenaries wanted to get into the merchant group's establishments, Yi said. There were some small fights between the mercenaries and my men, but nothing serious.
That's why I told him to protect the merchants. Was I wrong?
Of course not, Anfey said.
Don't let anyone get near those buildings. We need to protect those buildings because they contain valuable resources we can use.
Alice opened her mouth to argue, but Christian hurriedly cut her off.
He's right, Christian said. Don't worry about the merchants anymore. When are we leaving? Anthony asked. I don't want to delay too much. Noon, Anfey said. Give them some time to rest.
Yi, take care of those merchants.
You can have the carts when we leave. Yi nodded.
Alice, Anfey called, smirking.
Why don't you go take a walk with Yi? Alice frowned.
She knew that Anfey thought she was weak and scared of the violence.
She was very proud and did not like it when people looked down on her.
Sure, she said, holding her head high.
Wait, really? Anfey asked, surprised by her answer.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 499, Compensation. Chapter 499, Compensation. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio.
The League set out from Blackwater City a little past noon. Even though the mercenaries were exhausted from the battle the day before, they were excited about the victory. On the bank of Blackwater River, Anfey hosted a solemn funeral. Over 1,000 mercenaries and 4,000 members of the Shielded Light Legion were killed during the battle at Blackwater City. Manstali was proud and powerful and his men were the same. Even though the wolf druids were scattered throughout and around the city, all the druids put up a fight. All the druids kept fighting until they were no longer able to. Tiger Taw's mercenaries were not as fearless as the druids. A lot of newly recruited mercenaries surrendered after Morta and Hotchbany were killed, but almost all the older mercenaries kept on fighting long after their leaders were dead. The mercenaries and druids were fearless because they knew that if they lost, they still would have died. It was more honorable to die on the battlefield with a sword in hand than to die as captives and prisoners. This made them more resolute and determined. There were two kinds of funerals in the world. Traditionally, people preferred to be buried. After the First War Against the Dead, however, a lot of people began burning their dead to prevent the necromancers from using the dead bodies in future wars. The Church of Light also encouraged its followers to burn the dead bodies for this reason. The mercenaries did not like the church, but they agreed on the matter of burning bodies. Mercenaries were used to death and it was easier for them to burn the bodies than to dig graves. Anfey had his men line up all the dead bodies along the banks of the river, then ordered the mages to burn the bodies. The bank of the river burned more brightly than the noon sun. After almost an hour and a half, the fire died down slowly. When the temperature cooled, the mercenaries began cleaning the riverbank, scattering the ashes into the water of Blackwater River. It was impractical for the mercenaries to bring the ashes with them because Scarlet was still chasing after them. It was better to scatter the ashes than to spend time and sort through it. That would have been too much work and the mercenaries would have been taking the risk that Scarlet's men might have discovered them. Anfey also knew that he had no time to waste. The mage Scarlet had with her, Dominge, had piqued Anfey's interest. He had asked Susanna what it felt like being struck by the lightning guard spell. According to Susanna, the lightning itself wasn't scary, it was the numbing effects the spell had that were deadly. As soon as she was struck by the spell, she had lost all mobility. Anfey was able to defend himself against magic better than Susanna, but not by much. Before he could find a way to defend himself and his men against Duman's lightning spell, he had to avoid Scarlet and her army. He did not want to lead the mercenaries into a battle only for them to lose their ability to fight. "We have to go now," Christian came over to Anfey and said. "I know," Anfey said with a frown. He glanced at the river and said, "Christian, take the mercenaries and go." "What?" Christian asked, confused. "I told Barry that I killed Scarlet," Anfey said with a deep frown. "I was too confident. What happened today was my fault. Didn't we talk about this already? You did kill her." "She came back to life," Christian said hurriedly. "But I cannot accept that," Anfey said, shaking his head. "I have to do something to fix this." "You're not planning on assassinating her again, are you?" Christian said, his eyes wide. "Your last attempt must have raised the security measures around her. This is no different from committing suicide." "I'm not stupid," Anfey said with a smile. "Then what are you?" "Edward VIII has sent out his Guardian Knights and 6 squadrons of Griffin Knights. He wants to occupy the Transverse Mountains and cut off Barry's escape route," Anfey said. "We have to recognize just how brilliant Scarlet is. She has already foreseen this and planned ahead. She predicted exactly what would happen next. I'm certain the Guardian Knights will arrive first." "You want to take out the Guardian Knights and the Griffin Knights?" Christian asked with wide eyes. "Not take them out," Anfey said, shaking his head. "I know my limits. I just want to slow them down." "How?" "I don't have a plan yet," Anfey said with a shrug. Christian sighed. He knew that Barry would not blame Anfey, but the nobles back in Sacred City might. Anfey had to do something to right the wrong in order to protect his reputation. Christian knew Anfey very well and he knew that he could not stop him. "You're not taking Susanna with you?" "No," Anfey said, shaking his head. He wanted to protect Susanna and keep her away from harm, even though she was a top-level power like himself. He didn't want to drag her into more trouble. "You're going alone, then?" "Don't say anything to her," Anfey whispered. "Knowing her, she would want to follow me. Make up an excuse and take her with you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 500, Ambush. Chapter 500, Ambush. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Anfey lied on the grassy ground and stared at the sky. The weather was turning warm and grass was turning green again. Small flowers dotted the ground. Spring was in the air. A few dark specks appeared in the sky. Anfey narrowed his eyes when he detected the griffins. There were less than a dozen griffins, each mounted by a rider. The lance of a griffin knight was longer than a regular knight's, and each had a short crossbow. Shansa Empire was known for producing the most powerful crossbows. This was because equipping the griffin knights with crossbows made the knights much more effective. After Shansa Empire realized how well crossbows worked in battle, the entire division was reformed and several different variations of griffin knights emerged, including the mage griffin knights. Mage griffin knights were much more effective than normal griffin knights, however, because of the complicated process of taming a griffin, there were very few mage griffin knights. If Shansa Empire found a way to increase the number of their mage griffin knights and combine it with their Dark Moon Magic Legion, Shansa Empire could very well take over the entire world, and no one could do anything about it. Griffin knights were not as good as normal knights at defending themselves. Even though the griffins themselves were very strong and could stand against most magical attacks, the knights needed to wear as little armor as possible so they wouldn't tire out the griffins during long flights. Griffins had very sharp eyesight and spotted Anfey from far away. The griffins lowered themselves and circled over Anfey. One of the griffin knights finished all the alcohol in his small flask and threw the empty flask at Anfey. The flask was silver and worth a fortune. The knights around him laughed. The griffin knights were high in the air, and the chances of the flask reaching Anfey were very slim. However, this griffin knight seemed to have particularly good aim. Anfey had to roll out of the way at the last minute to avoid being hit by the flask. The griffin knights watched with amusement. Anfey dusted himself off and straightened his body, then he turned and fired an arrow into the air, though the arrow did not reach the griffins. Clearly, he was angered by the griffin knight's action. Seeing this, the griffin knight grew very angry because he did not intend to harm anyone, yet Anfey still tried to fire an arrow at him. He was the heir to a noble house and could not tolerate any actions against him. He gripped the reins of his griffin and dove towards the ground. A few other griffin knights shouted and followed him. Sensing his rider's emotions, the griffin bared its sharp claws and screeched.
Anfey stood very still and watched calmly as the griffins flew towards him.
The shadow grew larger and larger until the griffin landed a few paces away from Anfey.
The knight pulled on the reins and stopped the griffin's motion.
"What in hell was that?" the griffin knight called out.
Anfey glanced at the sky and frowned.
He knew that there were 13 griffins, but only 5 landed in front of him. Clearly, the other 7 had no interest in what was happening on the ground.
That was against the law, the writer said loudly.
He jumped off of the griffin and marched over to Anfey. The other 4 knights stayed on their griffins and did not move to join him. This particular knight was still young and inexperienced.
An older knight would have never actually landed and talked to Anfey. Which nation's law? Anfey asked.
He wanted to stall so the other 7 griffin knights would join the 5, but clearly that wasn't possible.
You know exactly which one, the griffin knight hissed.
I challenge you, he said, drawing his sword.
He could tell that Anfey was wearing a mage's robe and did not take him seriously.
Archers and mages were no match for a knight in close-range combat.
A duel? Anfey asked. With just you or all of you? My lord, hurry, one of the knights called. We don't have much time to delay.
The knight nodded and turned to Anfey, lunging at him with his sword. Anfey reached out and grabbed the sword, wrenching it out of the knight's hand.
The knight was surprised by the mage's strength and froze.
Anfey took advantage of the man's surprise and smacked the man in the face with the hilt of the sword. Then he grabbed the sword and slammed it into his neck. The knight stumbled back a few steps, then crumbled to the ground. Anfey turned to the remaining 4 knights and waved his hand. He was very calm, as if he had not just murdered someone.
The 4 remaining knights watched with a mixture of shock, horror, and surprise.
They were still well-trained soldiers, however, and reacted very quickly. They first released a signal for aid, then grouped into pairs and flew towards Anfey.
Anfey waved his hand and summoned 2 firebirds.
The firebirds crashed into the griffins, turning the first 2 griffins into balls of flame. Griffins were immune to most magical attacks, but they were not strong enough to stand against a close-range attack. The other 2 griffin knights hesitated when they saw their companions being attacked, and Anfey quickly used that to his advantage. He jumped towards the griffin to his left and kicked it in the stomach, sending it flying in the opposite direction, taking its rider with it. The remaining griffin knight wanted to fly away, but before he could get too far, Anfey caught up to him and brought the stolen sword down on him and his griffin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.